Good morning. So happy to see you all again in our second full day of lecture of Living in the House conference with so many exciting papers. And today I will have the pleasure to have amazing session chairs like yesterday also. And I leave the floor for Mena for this morning session.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day. Before we start, might I remind you all to turn off your phones. And we are going to be starting with the first talk today. Madame Laure Pantalacci and Clara Yoita are going to be speaking. Madame Pantalacci is an emeritus professor at Université Lumière Lyon 2 and former director of the IFAO, so you feel right at home here. And Clara is a senior research fellow at the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo and is also the field director of the German Archaeological Institute excavations in Buto. And they're going to be talking about Balat this morning. Go ahead.
Everybody, we are going today to the Western Desert, to the oasis of Dakhla. The Balat is located very conventionally between the crossroads of three major roads, one coming from the Nile Valley, another one coming from the southwestern desert, the direction of Gulf Kabir, and another one coming from Praga Oasis. The IFAO works there since, I think, around 40 years under the general direction of Georges Doukacian, which, of course, opened a lot of different sites. But the most best-known sites are the northern enclosure and the so-called southern enclosure, which date back maybe with to the very beginning of the 6th dynasty or the very last days of the 5th dynasty in case of the northern enclosure, while the southern enclosure is slightly later and dates back to Pepi II. There are further enclosures which you might keep in mind, which is like a northwestern one, which should be more or less contemporary to the northern enclosure, and several extensions connecting these both enclosures. So they don't replace each other, but for a certain time, they have all been in function and form a common complex. So most work has been focused on the southern enclosure, which is divided in three major phases. The one of the Old Kingdom and the phase one ending by a large fire destruction, and the one of this first intermediate period, the so-called phase two, are what we are talking about today. Because the problem with Balat is always you have so much, and especially in a context like this conference, you never know what to choose. We had some hard discussions. So we completely skipped the Middle Kingdom time in this papers. But anyway, most of our work is published. You can buy them here at the IFAO, the books, even with the discounts, just saying. And yeah, so if you have further questions, please feel free to read them. So there's a lot of things we're not going to talk today about. It's like, for example, the first layout of the 6th dynasty with this very strict organized frame of the two enclosure walls and the different quarters, which are connected all by a large major a courtyard in the middle. And I just want to show you this together with this very nice house plan found in the northern enclosure as a sign of the strict layout and control of access, which we find in the palatial life. Other things we're not going to talk about at all, though they appear everywhere, are the facilities of storage, which are especially in the phase one in the Old Kingdom, are these huge magazines, in some cases even double vaulted with 2 stories, like here part of the Western apartment. Also the Eastern apartment has a very poorly preserved, but also a storeroom. And the whole Southwest seems to have been originally a storage area. This is not only because of the magazine architecture, but also of the courtyards we have, which organize the whole space, where you have possibly you have the space actually to arrive and to put the things in the different storerooms as you like. So these kind of things we don't have anymore at all in the first intermediate period or afterwards, but what we have are this in-between storage areas, as we call them. They are small installation boxes where you can put conveniently things, and this might have served to provide things for a smaller area, not only for one house or house unit, but let's say for a larger complex of something. Something else I actually didn't plan to talk about it really, but I felt yesterday I should, is a palatial life in what we call the residence part of the Old Kingdom, which consists of 2 apartments, or actually 3, but the northern one we also skipped. Because it's poorly preserved and is something else. The eastern one is the oldest one, which is kept in use for the whole of the time of the Old Kingdom and has never been really modified. So this is something which happens from time to time, that we have areas which run through without modification, and then we have areas which change every second day. So the whole place has been like a construction place anyway. Like in the case of the Uppsala, where is it? The Western apartment, which is only the addition, it's the very end of the use of phase 1, and which is therefore not an own complex, but it should be all understood as a common complex together. And in this, we have the 3 core rooms. We have 2 in this one, and we have another one here, which we never know how to call them, because we are very well aware everything the way we call them is kind of lame. It doesn't really express what it could be. And it's more even complicated if you consider, thanks to the evidence of being burned, we are very sure that they're not all have been used all the time. So there are seal impressions which are showing in front of the doors that have been opened and closed. So it's not like a bedroom which has been inhabited every day, because it would be a lot of, I mean, it could be, of course, everything can be, but it would be a lot of effort. As another one has been not used at all by the time of the fire. So we have 3 rooms which have the same architectural layout, and they all have the stands, but they might have been in fact very, very different. So if we call them throne room or audience room, it's a kind of nickname for lacking a better expression of the room of the seat of power, let's say it like this. Which is also something we have in our mind, of course, is with the deception from the tomb of Betju, this last known governor at Einarsil, dating to the end of the first intermediate period to the 10th dynasty. And this is how we personally would interpret this stance. It's like a baldachin like this. But then again, of course, it could be in one room like this, and then 20 years later in another room, it could be completely different. Something which is also very well published, so I just mentioned them, another expression of power, but also of cultic activities, are the so-called hudkas, of which we have plenty. We have also several in the northern enclosure, which are only known by the evidence of lintels and things like this, not excavated. And we find them in during all the time running from the Old Kingdom to the first intermediate period, but not anymore in the Middle Kingdom. And just to say, I just say no, it's all hudkas. In most of the cases, we actually have the evidence by the inscriptions or by other epigraphic records. In the case of the southern one, we can't be sure, strictly speaking, because in the end, architecture is always the same layout. So a chapel is a chapel, but if it's really hudka or something else, it's something which needs to be investigated for the future. So after mentioning all the things we are not speaking about, I leave now the floor for Laura to start with the things we are speak about.
So for me, I will concentrate on going to the wrong way. Okay, to present some cultic activities linked to the phase 1 and the living quarters. I wanted first to mention in the great court of the Western apartment, this cultic assemblage formed by this bone eyes, probably designed to be inlaid in wooden statues belonging to the governors or maybe to some elite members. As you can see, they are quite different in size, so there must have been different kinds of statues associated with an inscribed jar for the saying the divine offering made for Iret N, made by Medunefer. I would incline to say that rather made for, because as you can see, there's quite a clear cultic environment, and this without any clear architectural sign of this kind of activity. Moving to the east apartment also, and near this these strange living rooms we have been talking about since yesterday, we found in this room. Okay, I'm looking for my in this unfortunately much ruined room, another cultic assemblage, as you can see here. We are going to see it in more details with this what we call terrine in the beginning, and that's a terminology from Pascal Ballet. These clay trays which are obviously offering trays for the modest people. And so the assemblage consists of this stone naos. My theory is that the central figure of the owner has been destroyed, an offering table with 4 cups, and this copper, a small statue of Bovid, in fact, half Bovid, it's not complete, it's only a half, which was published in the Festschrift Brouwarski many years ago. And it seems to be part of an offering tray of another material, and which has unfortunately disappeared. Just to remind that in the environment of the Houtka, the star is not in the right place, but precisely in this corridor and in this corner, we found this also this assemblage of cultic objects, of offering trays, some of them in stone. And it's funny to find that, you know, in a corridor along a passage, but it seems that as this room, this house was maybe designed for offering for priests connected with the cult in the Houtka. People were around, excuse me, arranged along his way, you know, just maybe to take some drops of water as a small libation when he was going out with his Hess vase to go to the Houtka. My talk is, of course, mainly about administrative work, and as illustrated by the tablets, clay tablets, now already well known, and numerous ceilings. And all this administrative activity took part everywhere in the complex, be it in the Houtka, as we will see, or in the west or east apartment. And this eastern part, the treasury, which has been already published in the Festschrift for Michel Valoggia. So we heard a lot already about the canopies and so on, and the Jadoo, which is a royal model already attested in the 4th dynasty. The Jadoo being the place where the king takes place to watch the craftsmen operating. Just to say that, to underline the fact that it's a main feature of the monarchical culture, and we find it very currently at the end of the Old Kingdom and during the first intermediate until the Middle Kingdom, to show people in various activities. And we can envision the canopy as being a place where I'm sorry that my image is not very clear, but here you see the master of the tomb busy watching scribal and controlling scribal activities and the counting, and the stele of Fontef also, just like Betchou, put that in the context of a meal, and that the kind of activity we can imagine in this setting. This is in the treasury, the southern part, and we published this already, so I don't insist on the fact that in this hypostal hall, which has been only partly excavated, there was a specific place with the two plinth or stands in place for housing an important person who was there associated with administrative activity. So each time we see that, of course, we have to imagine also around this personage was probably the governor or his representative, the Hoemu, for example, at least the highest level of the administrative staff. We can imagine that ordinary scribes were around, which was always the case, going back to this great court of the Western apartment as a multifunctional space under the southern colonnade. This activity with the platform, a platform which has been raised by some 7 centimeters exactly, maybe to put a chair or for the most important person of the assembly, and the scene of the scribes sitting under the colonnade is something very well known. So I will go through very quickly this history of the canopy that we have already seen several times. Just to remind that I will say with also testimony that for permanent structures on stone stands, just like the one, for example, we see in Cayemar Chapel, this can, of course, house a bed or chair, whatever you call it, and also be the setting for administrative work, meal, chatting, sleeping, or whatever. The ordinary scribes were not that happy to have a canopy over their head all the time. We know that they worked outdoors, for example, associated with the construction of the mastaba and to mark the blocks. But inside the palace, we find traces of their presence near the doors. And they were kind of rather doorkeepers or for welcoming persons at the entrances. Here we are at the entrance of the Hutka, this part of the complex. And in this room, number 2, this is already published with the Hutka. In addition to, of course, traces of administrative work and, for example, the stylus, and some tablets, mostly letters, which are characteristic of this contact point between exterior, interior, outside, inside, at the place where communications coming from villages or cities outside the palace, outside Balat, were coming in contact with the governorate. So in this play, in this room especially, were found traces, not the objects themselves, traces of 2 mats. Here is a headrest. Here is the bottom of a basketry, of a basket other continent. So it was a kind of living room where many activities took place. Also in the center, we find, as you can see from these plates, all kinds of small objects connected with funerary offerings. And the idea of Georges Choukiassian was that this was a collection of funerary dotation to be placed in a tomb right before the arson came and the place was destructed between the phase 1 and phase 2. So the presence of these objects and written objects, of course, indicates that scribes were also working here, and we have to remind that what the letters called the Irimeja, the préposé au courrier, the one in charge of writing letters, is a temporary title, and that the scribes were in turns assuming this charge. The same goes for the entrance of the palace. Yeah, I have just finished. Sorry. To west, where we have found in this room quite a nice collection of letters from different provinces. This is a room very uncomfortable, which in fact it's much of a corridor with 3 rooms, and the scribe was in charge of receiving the letter and then dispatching the carrier one way or the other according to the, I think, the contents of the message.
While the phase 1 and the Old Kingdom gives us the perfect examples, or very good examples for administration and cultic activities, this is something we kind of lack more in the first intermediate period. Instead, there, after the fire destruction, we have the reorganization and rebuilding, which leaves completely the residential part out in the excavated area. Of course, it can be anywhere else. So what we have here mainly are work zones and what we consider as domestic zones, which I skip now for time reasons. So for the work zones, for the workspace, we have plenty of different examples. One is the Sul complex of the southeastern enclosure, which consists of 2 rows of rooms forming different room units which work together, but all together it's one common complex. They are not little houses next to each other. And you see very well on the photo how diverse they can be. We have something here which we always consider to be a more living room with a firing place. We have here work benches, workspaces. We have here this storage installation I was talking about. We have here further storage installation with this large bed and so forth. We have installation for the grinding stones, very strange features which you cannot explain. They're somehow usually connected with baking bread or processing food in the weirdest way. So there is no clear division anymore between domestic and space and workspace. This is all one Salata Balata in the end. And all of these units have this feature and they're all a little bit different, which is something we cannot really understand why they are so differently in their features and in the activities conducted there. But something else is also, but also Laura pointed out, there are rooms used as for working space, which are not what you would expect if you look at the rooms. Like, for example, in the beginning of the first intermediate period, the place to be was actually the entrance areas. This is where the richest evidence coming from ad hoc stone lithics industries or on-demand tools, also the use of them, not only the production, and also the highest number of figurines coming from stratified layers in this complex comes from here. So this is something when you excavate it and you see it on the plan, you always consider this as a way to pass through, but it's actually all these transition paths have been used as rooms, as activity zones as well in different ways. In contrast, we have a larger workshop which has been excavated, mainly for specific Silex tools for the sickle implements, but also for the copper industry. And this is quite interesting because the copper industry needs, of course, fire, and fire you find in bakeries. So this is a very good example how bakeries can be used in a different way. We have this one bakery, which is part of the workflow, also flint tools have been made there, so it must have been hot in summer. Then we have bakers where you just produce bread. And if you print it all over, we have basically the whole first intermediate period, the western edge has been used for making bread. And I don't want to speak about different typologies, but they are obviously different kind of bakeries, which are all exceed production. It's not private. So to sum up, it's not, I don't want to state the obvious that everything is multifunctional and so forth, and everything room can be used 1 year or even in summer and winter differently, as we don't have permanent furniture. But what always keeps to amaze me is the varieties of activities we can find, more, less, to a lesser extent in the architecture, but more in the finds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Pantalacci and Clara. And now we will take the questions during the discussion phase of the session, and we'll just move on to the next talk. The next speaker is Thaís Rocha da Silva, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the History Department of the University of Sao Paulo and a Harris Manchester Research Fellow at the University of Oxford. Yes.
That's okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Fatima for accepting my paper, and also to my funding board, FAPESP, for funding this very long trip from São Paulo. I'm happy to be here. So this paper is the combination of some results from my PhD thesis, in which I explore anemic perspective on privacy. And I try to highlight social practice in the Amarna Workmen's Village. I'm exploring further these ideas from a sensorial perspective by questioning what constitutes domestic space. This ongoing research is now integrated in my current postdoctoral project at the University of São Paulo and Harris Manchester College, Oxford. And also is part of another collaborative project that I co-direct with Dr. Linda Hewling from Oxford University, who was my main supervisor during my PhD. And we are lucky to have the support of the ES for this project. Yeah, so I would like to start this presentation showing this piece of literature by Aloysio Azevedo, who is 19th century writer, Brazilian writer. And he describes here a very lively picture of Rio de Janeiro in the 19th century. And you can see by his description of this working class community that it's a very sensorial description of this community. And we are able to identify daily routines. We can grasp here people waking up, getting ready for their daily routines, washing, and we can also glimpse the experience with the domestic space. So based on that, I take houses as the material form through which people experience social life and the world around them. And I think this also inspires, yeah, do you need to? Okay, so pause.
Sorry.
Thank you, Joanna. So I take houses as the material form through which people experience social life and the world around them. Their materiality conveys social values that are incorporated into daily tasks, social interaction with family members, neighbors, and institutions. Houses also embody social experience through smells, sounds, tastes, and evoke memories that trigger a sense of familiarity, comfort, or the lack of all these things. Our feeling or our perception of space is the result of a set of sensorial data: visual, auditive, synesthetic, olfactive, and thermic. Senses within houses are important, for they play a key role in the regulation of daily routines and in how people interacted with the space around them and between neighbors and relatives. In this regard, the bodily experience within houses demonstrates the extent of social negotiations in which people adapt or don't to different places. The investigation of ancient domestic space for long-time privileged house typologies, we need to talk about that, object distribution and architectural features as a means to identify activity areas. Hence, focus on an economic perspective in which the house was the basic unit of production. Architecture, people, and objects are not dissociated from each other in real life, but they are usually presented separately in archaeological publications, which gives us a very fragmented perspective and picture of social life. Then house plans and the observation of artifact assemblage may offer but a limited explanation about how people lived. Despite acknowledging the environment and the material conditions in which ancient houses were built and how this may have affected people's lives, studies about domestic space overall lack two crucial points. Firstly, houses have been treated as a container of social life. In such approaches, the material culture of domestic space has been described either as a reflex of the inhabitants' lifestyles, identities, gender, and status. And secondly, and most importantly, houses are completely disembodied. The focus on house typologies and artifact assemblage downplay the importance of real bodies and senses in their historical and social contexts within the domestic sphere. If houses are the material interface of social relations, bodies mediate these relations with senses. The Amarna Workmen's Village offers then a good data set to test some questions linked to the sensorial constitution of domestic space. The Workmen's Village is a special purpose settlement that housed the workforce engaged in royal building projects, and it was occupied for approximately 20 years. The location of the village at the east bank of the Nile was carefully chosen by the state, who provided the initial layout of the settlement, water, and food for the inhabitants. The topographical characteristics of the location for the Workmen's Village are significant, and the Egyptian administration placed the settlement in an area that could be more easily confined, watched, and controlled. A mud brick wall encloses 72 very similar houses distributed in 5 parallel streets. The main entrance to the village is from the south, and the place is surrounded by slopes that keep the village protected from the winds and partially hidden from the landscape. Sorry, in the landscape. Other structures that will be discussed later will complete this picture. Because of the short occupation, the village can be seen as a snapshot of the social development and the scale of transformation of houses and the surrounding environment by its inhabitants. In this presentation, I explore how house plans and the village plan have a social rather than a practical rationale, which may explain the variety of domestic ambience in this settlement. Gaston Bachelard, in The Poetic of Space, affirmed that the house is the first word of human beings. We know shapes, architectural features inform, and we know architecture here as a way to provide a sort of stabilizer model for social interaction. So we can measure, as we saw in some presentations yesterday, but also these shapes also shape life. It crystallizes social relations. If the house is the primary social experience that shapes our understanding of the world, This is very much mediated through the body and senses. Senses are can be taken as ways of perceiving how the body interacts with the environment, but senses are primarily about presence. How an investigation about the village sendscape may help us to put people back into the archaeological context. Overall, the sensorial perspective needs to overcome a functionality perspective. And for example, window serves to ventilation, a door to access, etc. Because there is also a symbolic and social dimension in this type of system, a system that may allow a relation between the inside and the outside, and it enables practice of appropriation and representation, as argued Marion Segaud. Even though the central administration designed and built the village, its individual units, the houses, were modified or rearranged in parts. And I will show a couple of examples of major modifications in these domestic units. If we have a closer look at the individual houses, as we have for House 24 here, apart from the tripartite model that we have, there is no concern about patterns in house building. These transformations cannot be explained solely based on economic reasons. Rather, they are the material expression of the needs of different households. And we can see here one in this house that they break up the entrance, the original entrance at the West Street, and they open a new one on the other side. So these investigations about changes in the internal divisions show that is not we should not focus only on the necessity of space regarding production, but also there is a change in social relations, and we have plenty of ethnographic examples about that, and also some historical and sociological accounts. And we have other interesting examples of people opening up access between houses, as we see in Main Street 10 and 11. And also on East Street 10 and 11, they share the internal area through a staircase. It's important to remind that the distribution of ovens, mortars, and other features, other fittings in the houses also indicate they have some level of cooperation for bread production. And I'm arguing here against Dewel Samuel that suggests that the bread production is following process of individualization. I think it's the opposite. The workman's village as a whole was conceptualized as a large house containing the key elements necessary to keep the place operative, just as we see in the large houses in the city. It contained a place to store water, the area, animal pens, and cultic space. Grain was delivered from the outside, arranged by the central administration, and we have no evidence that the village had a central granary. Collective maintenance and provisions could have been idealized to happen outside the enclosure wall, as can be seen by the presence of the Zir area, the pig pens, and some gardens. These facilities operated in similar ways to kitchens, animal pens, and gardens from the estates in the city. But in the workman's village, they were distributed outside the walls, spread over a large distance. This area and the site X1, as you can see, mark the presence of the stage. And you can see in red, and whereas we see the blue circles marking community development. Sites X1 and X2 are located at the natural boundary of the village and are connected with the circuit of roads surrounding the settlement. Site X1 is a three-room non-domestic building, and it has been analyzed by Barry Kemp as a prominent territorial marker, explained by its position at the intersection of the perimeter of the village and the roads. It probably acts as a threshold separating two different areas, here the workman's village and the rest of Amana, and of course linking them. The settlement was the combination of a state, collective, and individual agencies expressed in a new expanded domestic layout, one that followed the model of the large houses, but in a different spatial distribution where the presence of the state can be better identified. The examination of the archaeological evidence of these features showed that the village had different zones of belonging. And then Claire Salmas developed a similar idea, which I got inspiration for Deiro Medina. It is marked by specific features and or in buildings that we know by, that actually were very known by the Amarna people. The interplay of natural landmarks with specific buildings conveyed boundaries that were not only perceived by its physicality, but were also subject to other social boundaries, like professional status, gender, and other temporalities as well. Different times of the day, seasonality. So houses from the workman's village, we can argue, were porous, like the village itself. And I suggest that the domestic experience in this settlement could be described as a fractal model, as Leonard highlighted in his publication, but not in a fixed, rigid model, rather was a dynamic one. The sensorial experience within houses is difficult to access in the archaeological record, and these elements should be explored in association with ethnographical parallels, excuse me, and phenomenological approaches. In the workman's village, both sound and smell are fundamental in understanding the living experience within houses and within the community. They certainly impacted the daily routine of the inhabitants who lived in a cluttered space. And we can start imagining neighbors' conversations, animals, children playing, people working. So all this, the presence of people would give the village quite a lively soundscape. And we need to acknowledge the importance of noise and smells. So can we speculate, for example, how sounds and smell would travel through spaces? And we should not limit this sensorial experience only to sounds and smells or even visibility, because we also need to include the techniques of the body. For example, walking, standing, sitting, eating, sleeping, as we saw yesterday. So to offer a more lively picture of the workman's village, I will briefly explore the soundscape based on the archaeological evidence available. And I'm not going to that because we don't have time. But if we start, for example, with the village in the morning, so we know it's it's a watched community, also self-regulated in a way. However, the day would probably start before the sunrise. So from the outside, the enclosure wall, the village would be firstly noticed by a change in the soundscape. Yeah, with people waking up, talking and shouting, dogs barking, doors and windows opening, very similar as we saw in the Aloysio Azevedo's description. And of course, we have smells coming from the pig pens, also a lot of noise and more smell coming from the quarry where they were disposing trash. These would be probably the most visible areas during the day. And we could imagine that during around noontime, so when the temperature rocked, people would be looking for shade. And we had other areas that would be more visible to everyone. And also sounds distributed in specific areas. We would imagine that people would be more inside the enclosure wall, and the place would certainly be very smelly at the west side where we have evidence for organic material. And so if we put this in a scheme, so this would be probably the most prominent visible areas during the day. The soundscape would probably be more like this, with the Zir area, pig pens and the quarry as central points for social interaction, that therefore very noisy. And during the evening, when the temperature would be a bit cooler, we benefit from the north wind, and we have a different experience of visibility. I'm taking a very phenomenological approach here, as you can see. The sound would be probably distributed throughout the chapels, and we have probably this smellscape focus on the enclosure wall with people preparing food. And so this, assuming we have artificial light in the village, this would be probably the visibility, the most prominent visible buildings in the evening. And the soundscape would be probably more like that. So I'm thinking, just to sum up, I would like to finish with this post from the Very British Problems. I do recommend to follow. I learn a lot from them when I lived in the UK. So this whole experience about being in a place and how we experience the domestic environment, we learn by being there. It's about social practice. So based on that, we then developed this further project, Being Egyptian, that I mentioned. And we did lecture series last year, very successful. Some of the speakers are here with us. And we are then addressing how this sensorial experience could be transplanted or transposed to a different environment. So is there an Egyptian way of living? Is there a proper Egyptian domestic experience that we can compare? We know the Nile Valley is very different. Also, the Delta has a lot of particularities. So what happens when people move abroad? Do they take their homes with them? And how this process of carrying social practice can be traced within material culture? So stay tuned. We hope to have some more next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thais. Our next speaker is Delphine Driot. She is an archaeologist and Egyptologist specializing in urban archaeology and architecture. She is currently Deputy Director of the University of Vienna Middle Egypt Project and is in charge of the excavations of the necropolis of Sheikh Fadl, and she's going to be talking about latrines, bathrooms.
Good morning. Before to start, I would like to thank the Polish Center, the French Institute, and of course, Fatma, for such an interesting conference. The notion of being pure as it relates to both moral and physical behavior was fundamental to ancient Egyptian society. As a result, the ancient Egyptians rejected anything that related to dirt, stains, and impurity. Some texts echo this rejection and even express certain contempt for people who might have questionable hygiene. That is the case in the Satire of the Trades, where a man praises his son, the scribe's work, by contrasting it with the harsh reality of manual labor, which is, according to him, not only unattractive, but also dirty. As examples, he mentioned thus the metal worker who stinks more than fish roe, the mason who, though he eats bread with his finger, he can wash himself only once a day, or even the stoker who has putrid fingers, smelling of corpses, and who cannot get rid of his dirt. If one reads between the lines, the text would even suggest that hygiene is mainly a prerogative of one part of the Egyptian population, the most privileged. This impression tends to be confirmed by archaeological discoveries. It should be noted here that pharaonic Egypt did not know public baths as they appeared with the arrival of the Greeks from the 3rd century BC. Archaeology reveals that before this date, hygiene practices were mainly individual practices belonging to the private sphere. As a result, little is known about the ancient Egyptian, how the ancient Egyptians washed themselves. Only some ritual purification scenes give us a glimpse of how one might wash. In these scenes, the king is then representing standing, surrounded most of the time by the god Horus and Thoth, who pour the content of their jars over him. These scenes indicate, therefore, that in order to wash, it was not a matter of immersing the body in a bath, but rather of pouring water over it. The structures exposed by archaeology confirm this practice. But before to have a closer look to the installations themselves, let's start by their location in the house. Firstly, it should be noted that the majority of the bathroom we know date from the New Kingdom, and with the exception of those uncovered in palaces, most of these bathrooms come from Amarna. The site will be here used as a case study, but I must point out that these specificities can be found there, most often observed on other sites as well. So the bathroom is located in what is considered the private part of the Amarna house at the back. The private area is composed of a series of rooms, including the bedroom, a large square room, usually supported by a column, and several small adjoining rooms, such as the bathroom. The distribution of these different spaces in relation to each other varies. Also, the bathroom is usually located near the bedroom, easily recognizable in the Amarna house by the alcove. The bathroom can be an independent room, but it can also include the latrine. In any case, the size of the room can vary significantly. In house R46-3, the size of the room, including both the bathroom and the latrine, is only 3.60 square meters. In the same time, we can have bathrooms without latrine that measures around 10 square meters. The largest examples are found in the palaces. The bathrooms in the North Palace at Amarna, which does not contain the latrine, measures 13 square meters. But in the houses, the type of the bathroom most frequently found includes toilets, and its average surface area varies between 5 and 9 square meters. With or without latrine, it is especially important to take into consideration the access to the bathroom, as it influences the interior layout of the room. In the vast majority of cases, the bathroom is accessed from the public area of the house through a vestibule or antechamber, generally rectangular in shape, which also leads to the bedroom. But in some cases, the vestibule may be replaced by one or several rooms having various functions, which always constitute a transition between the public and private spaces. In both cases, with a few exceptions, the bathroom is equipped with a small partition wall. It is usually placed in front of the door to hide the sanitary installations, and especially the person doing his ablutions from potential indiscreet looks. This internal wall, which I refer to as a screen wall, is made of mud bricks, like all the other walls of the house, and is approximately 1.60 meters to 2 meters high. This specific wall is not found elsewhere in the house, except for a similar use in the separate latrine. Its presence is completely determined by the layout of the private rooms in the house and the distance of the bathroom from the public area. Thus, when the bathroom is directly connected to the bedroom, it never has a screen wall. In fact, the occupants of the bedroom find themselves in a privileged and completely private space, cut off from the rest of the house and its other inhabitants. It is then no longer necessary to hide behind a wall. Having a bathroom directly connected to a bedroom is, however, not inconsistent with the presence of a partition wall, but this time its function is quite different, since it serves mainly to divide the space when the room also contains the toilets. The screen wall is then one of the characteristic elements of the bathrooms in the Egyptian houses, but this is not the only one. The sanitary facilities are also quite specific, providing a quick identification of the function of the room. These facilities are quite simple. They almost always consist of a square or rectangular monolithic tray, usually in limestone. The dimensions of the tray are generally between 80 and 125 centimeters, the most common ones being those measuring around 1 meter on each side. The tray is cut to form a shallow basin with a rim a few centimeters high all around the four sides. There is a variation to the monolithic tray. Some installations, like in house Q4714, are made of several small stone slabs placed side by side and presumably covered with a layer of plaster to make the structure waterproof. One can then speak of a composite tray. These trays, as you can see, are very similar to the shower trays in our modern installations, and the way to proceed remains quite the same. The only difference, of course, is that the Egyptian model did not have running water. Water was brought in small jars and poured over the body. The wastewater drainage was done according to the model of the slab used. Most of them have a small drain integrated on one side. Others have a simple hole in the rim to allow water to drain through a pipe in the screen wall, or in some cases in the outside walls of the bathroom. This pipe can take many forms. It can be a simple hole in the wall with a plastered interior surface. It can also be a ceramic vessel, or in the most elaborate cases, a limestone pipe. Whatever the drainage system chosen, the wastewaters end up in a collector tank embedded in the floor, located in the bathroom or outside the house. This fixed container, which can be a reused ceramic vessel, but more usually a stone basin, must then be emptied of its contents manually with a bowl after each use. The presence of water in the bathroom implies that measures should be taken to prevent the problems that may arise in domestic mud brick architecture. Mud bricks are used not only for walls, but also for floors, at least in the more wealthy houses. In the more modest ones, the floor is mainly made of a coating made of Nile silt, but in both cases, mud bricks and coating tend to melt in contact with water. Yet, in some Amarna houses like P477, there is almost no difference between the floor of the bathroom and the floor of the other rooms. Everywhere, the floor is made of sand, covered by a coating of Nile silt. More often, however, houses like P4717 have a more elaborated floor consisting of bricks covered by a layer of silk coating, the wall being protected with a layer of white plaster made of gypsum, which appears to be much more resistant to water. But the best solution is a floor protected with stone, which offers much better protection against water. Most of the time, limestone slabs are used, but occasionally the floor can be covered by granite slabs, like shown with the bathroom discovered in Elephantine. Here, the floor is only partially covered with stones. The use of a composite floor with a part of a room paved with stones, usually near the sanitary facilities, and a part covered only with a silty coating or mud bricks, as it's less exposed to water, is the most common solution when stone is used. These two floor protection systems, the gypsum plaster and the stones, are not found in the other rooms of the house and are therefore another special feature of the bathroom. The walls, like the floors, were also protected against water splashing. In the absence of sanitary facilities, it is even thanks to the characteristic treatment of the walls that archaeologists have been able to identify the bathroom. The solution for protecting walls are the same as for the floors. The easiest but least effective solution is to cover the walls with a layer of silt. In most cases, however, one used a more protective solution with layer of gypsum plaster applied everywhere nearby the facilities. This is the solution used in the North Palace, where the walls are covered with a very thick layer of white plaster, carelessly covered with red and blue paints. Stone is also used, of course. It is unusual, however, that all the walls have been protected. The few examples we have are mostly from palaces, such as the bathrooms in the palace of Ramses III at Medinet Habu. You will note here that the stones have been given extra protection with the addition of a whitewash. Only a few Amarna houses have a bathroom with the wall protected by stone slabs. And like in Medinet Habu, the walls are only covered to a limited height. For instance, the bathroom in house R46-3 has walls covered with stone in its lower part up to 50 centimeters high, while the upper part is only protected by a whitewash. So from its location in the house to the materials used specifically for this space, as well as the characteristics of the installation, the bathroom shows specificities that really makes it a singular room in the Egyptian domestic architecture. These features are so specific that one can even identify easily the bathroom in some representation of houses, like in this series of 3 houses represented on the Talatat coming from one of the Aten temples that Amenhotep IV had built in Karnak and that were found reused in the 9th pylon of the temple. You can see that the layout of the rooms and the facilities are in every way comparable to what is found on the field. Next to the bedroom, there are 2 adjoining rooms. First, there is a bathroom, which houses a shower tray and some small furniture located behind a screen wall, on which a globular jar is placed, ready to be used. This room is followed by the latrine, which was left empty of any equipment because, as Claude Tronecker suggests, the artist probably did not wish, out of modesty, to represent the features specific to this room. And I'm afraid that today I will have no time to discuss about these facilities. Yet, the presence of bathroom is not automatic in the houses. Not all of them are equipped with it, such as the workman houses at Deir el Medina or those at Amarna that Thais just has presented. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, having a bathroom seems to be a privilege of the wealthy. A brief passage from the tale of Sinuhe indeed suggests that the bathroom is part of the luxury goods of the house. For Croker, the presence of sanitary facilities in the house is indeed a sign of prestige and abundance. His study, conducted on nearly 780 Amarna houses, shows that the presence of sanitary facilities is indicative of high social status, since almost no large house is deprived of bathrooms. My own research confirms this idea. At Amarna, all the large houses did have such facilities with only 2 exceptions. Only 67% of the houses measuring between 200 and 120 square meters have a bathroom. This number drops to 18% for the small houses less than 100 square meters, this surface area being considered by many studies to be a major characteristic in establishing that an Amarna house belongs to the lower stratum of the population. These results can be easily explained. First of all, being equipped with a bathroom implies that there is enough space in the house, but the smallest one only have between 4 and 6 rooms. Then the implementation of this facility, mainly built in stone, probably had a high cost. Consequently, not everyone could afford them. Finally, having a bathroom required some significant water needs that the wealthiest inhabitant of Amarna could easily meet, in particular by having a private well dug close to their house. If there is no doubt that the bathroom is a peculiar room of the Egyptian house and an attribute of social status for its owner, its absence in the small houses raises the question of the hygiene of the people who could not afford such facilities. How did these people wash themselves? In the absence of bathroom, did they still wash their whole body with water or only part of it, and where? For an entire body wash, the Nile, of course, appears to be the easiest solution, but there are several arguments against it, such as the distance of the cities from the river. Amongst the other possibility, we should also think about a wash that used little or no water. We could then maybe consider a dry body wash, similar in concept to what was done in Europe during the 18th century. These are just a few hypotheses, but we have no certainty, especially as these different practices are very difficult, if not impossible to verify, at least from an archaeological point of view. So I would be happy to discuss this idea with you or answer your questions if you have any. Thanks for your attention.
So our next speaker, Agnieszka Ryś-Jarmuszek, is unfortunately unwell, so she's going to be giving her talk online, not in person. Agnieszka is a student at the Doctoral School of Humanities at the University of Warsaw. Her research interests focus on manufacturing and craftwork in the urban environment in Pharaonic Egypt, especially in late Bronze and early Iron Age. She is a member of the Polish-Slovak Archaeological Mission in Teleretowi. Hello, Agnieszka.
Hello, hello. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Yes, remember
Okay.
you have about 18 to 19 minutes.
Yes, okay, I remember. Okay, so good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers for accepting my papers. It's a great pleasure to be here, even online. And let's start. Refuse and middens are probably the most frequent of all inventories in archaeology. But at the same time, they have received relatively little attention, especially in settlement sites where archaeological material is usually valued according to the context of found. The material discovered directly on the floor layers placed in the situation of its last use is rightly considered more reliable for functional analysis. However, it is extremely rare situation. We usually find objects that were no longer in use or were abandoned by the users. The following consideration arose from the spatial analysis of finds from Teleretaba, about which now a few words. The site is located in Wadi Tumilat, an important route linking Egypt and Syria, Palestine. It has been excavated by Polish-Slovak mission since 2007. Retaba has been known as the location of a large Ramesside fortress, but the site was occupied also before and after the New Kingdom. Today, I will focus on the settlement dated on Third Intermediate period. The majority of small finds from Teleretaba were not found in places where they were originally used. They should be rather treated as waste, discarded or deposited by their users. It forced me to think about them not only through their function, but also their potential value for individuals around them. This perspective was very appealing for my research, but the major question was whether it's possible to recognize in archaeological material if something was intended to discard or reuse, and how to do it. Few studies have been explicitly devoted to the study of refuse disposal mechanism in Egyptian communities. Here on the slide, you can see some of them. They described this subject from different perspectives, such as settlement organization, social aspects, perception of space, or artifactual diversity of refuse. In today's presentation, I would like to focus on perception of objects itself and materials that ended up being dumped. Before presenting an outline of trash disposal in Teleretaba, some explanation of the methods and classification categories is necessary. To better understand, take a look at the behavioral chain of objects' life in a systematic context. I will focus on this last stage when the object loses capabilities to its initial function. Here, the user can make two decisions: throw the object away or reuse it. Depending on the way it does it, we can distinguish two types of reuse. Recycling, which means the return of an artifact after some period of use to a manufacturing process. Secondary use, which means to take a new use without extensive modification. Of course, objects that have already been thrown away may also be subject to these processes. Moving on, if an artifact cannot perform its initial function and reuse does not occur, then usually it is discarded. After that, already in the archaeological context, it becomes refuse. Traditionally, the understanding of refuse mechanism relies to a large extent on the ability to distinguish between three categories of refuse defined nearly 50 years ago by Schiffer. De facto refuse consists of the tools, facilities, structures, and other cultural materials that are left behind when activity area is abandoned. Primary refuse includes all unusable items left behind and deposited archaeologically at the place where activity area generates these items. And secondary refuse, which consists of those unusable items which were removed or discarded in another place where they were used. Even if the location of discard is adjacent to the activity area, the items should be regarded this way. And the fourth category, according to Ian Hodder, in many urban sites, it's necessary to add tertiary refuse, defined as all that was abundant in general and has made its way into the archaeological matrix through post-depositional processes. This classification allows organizing studying material and recognizing formation processes which stand above them. In order to answer the question from the title of my presentation, reuse or discard, I've decided to analyze material from Teleretaba through three factors that affected refuse behavior: effort, value, and hindrance, according to the ethnoarchaeological study by Hayden and Cannon. The first of them describes the energy which individuals put to dispose of refuse. The second is the reuse potential of discarded material. And the third describes hindrance potential. This allows a better understanding of the mechanism of refuse disposal and most of all, the way that inhabitants perceived things which they discarded. As was mentioned before, today I will focus only on third intermediate period. Settlement dating on this period is split archaeologically into 6 phases. Material which I'm presenting today is limited to Area 9, which was extensively excavated in previous year by Polish mission, and 3 phases from C3B and C2B2. The following analysis focuses on the material within or close to floor layers, which can be connected with the use phases of the houses. Material includes artifacts, botanical and animal remains, which could be classified as discarded, which means they couldn't be found in the place where they were used. A quick look at the Area 9. As you can see on the plan, numerous structures have been discovered. Space organization within the settlement indicates organic development. However, 2 types of building can be distinguished. Stables where animals were kept, and numerous domestic structures. Amongst them, 6 are subject to the following investigation. The majority of artifacts found inside houses seem to be abandoned by inhabitants, and most of them are broken or eroded. Inhabitants probably left their houses gradually, taking belongings having value with them. Getting to the point how waste management in Teleretaba looked like. In the beginning, an overview of places where discarded material was found and which are interpreted as places which were used by inhabitants to throw trash away. Objects left inside houses. Generally, floor layers were kept relatively clean. However, in some cases, they might contain ashes, especially when in this room fireplace was placed. Pottery sherds or animal bones. On the floor layers, also small finds have been found, but only in literally a few cases, they can be classified as in situ finds. In the majority, they were probably left on the floor when they lost their functionality. What you can see in the table is a distribution of small finds inside houses, along with the division between complete and fragmentary preserved. They can be classified as de facto and primary refuse, and can be connected with activities such food processing, fishing, and various crafts. Courtyards are the next places where discarded materials were found. In this case, these areas can be interpreted as much more unclean. They consisted of much more ashes, potsherds, and animal bones than floor layers inside houses. On the slide, you can see courtyard in the house 3111 during two phases. In phase 3B, there were 4 fireplaces. However, in the next phase, the courtyard began to fill up with grayish-black ashes, as well as some debris from collapsed room 8. Based on this example, it can be noticed that courtyards served as places to accumulate middens. What is interesting is the relatively small number of small finds discovered on the courtyards, what you can see in the table. When they can be classified as primary and secondary refuse. The third type is dumping places, which were located in abandoned due to collapsed rooms or buildings. The composition is mostly a thick layer of ashes with potsherds and animal bones. As you can see in the table, the objects classified as secondary refuse were found not in all cases. Analyzing this material through 3 factors, which were mentioned before, effort, value, and hindrance, 2 major trends can be observed. The first one includes refusing to have little value and hindrance potential. It can be ashes, animal and fish bones, and potsherds with a high degree of fragmentation, and can be also described as casual refuse. It seems that this material was thrown away in the near vicinity of activity areas such as fireplace or place of food preparation. They should be interpreted simply as middens which accumulated during the use of room or space. For inhabitants, they had little or no value, and they were treated as trash. It can be assumed that ashes, pottery sherds, and animal bones were swept from house interior. That's why floor layers seem to be cleaner on courtyards. What can be also noticed is that the more middens in the courtyard arise, the more its function as household space was limited. The second trend includes a material having some value and hindrance potential. This means that might be perceived as potentially recyclable, or it was disposed of a place where can be recovered. However, these trends include also material which is worthless, but unlike the previous trend, its discard requires more effort. Within this trend, 2 strategies can be distinguished. The first one is provisional discard, which means the broken objects were discarded somewhere nearby as potentially recyclable in the future. It's a behavior pattern which I suppose is very well known when we left something broken for later use. In the case of objects or broken pottery, they were left inside rooms and courtyards. These can be either along walls, in corners, and under furniture. However, what should be emphasized is that post-depositional processes, which in the majority prevent the exact reconstruction place where the artifact was left. In the case of ashes in this trend, they are thrown away into bins placed within the household or nearby. The future value of particular refuse is most important to understand this trend. In the case of ashes, it can be possible to use them as desiccating insecticide. For others, the potential to recycle them or reuse them in different ways. Accumulated waste can be treated as a hindrance. That's why it was important to depose them in a place that will not interfere, as was mentioned before. It can be along walls, in the corners, but also could be put in baskets, boxes, or bins. In Retaba, unfortunately, only bins are attested. A very good example of this kind of strategy, provisional discard, is a bin for ashes from the courtyard of the house 2147. The bin was built right next to the oven. As you can see on the slide, it is formed by 3 low walls and was filled with the gray ashes and few potsherds. It seems that they could be placed here not only because users of the oven want to get rid of them, but also deposited with easy access for later use. Artifacts which were provisionally deposited can be later used in a different way. Another example from the building 2147 presents the reuse of broken limestone vessel to raise and strengthen the threshold. Here you can see vessel after exploration. Vessels were broken at the moment when someone reused them as building material. The second strategy is final discard, which obviously means that permanent disposal of material which is recognized as useless or becomes an unacceptable hindrance or eyesore. This kind of material is placed in a dumping location inside or outside the settlement. In the case of Retaba, we know only dumping places inside the village, which were located in abandoned rooms or buildings, but close to this still occupied. Room 2 in building 991 served as an example of such a dumping place. In phase 3B, building consistent of only 2 rooms. After a while, some of its walls had probably collapsed, and after that, the door between room 1 and 2 was blocked, and room 2 has been turned into the garbage. As you can see, the next room were systematically added to the building, but room 2 was still used as a dumping place. What is the most interesting is the composition of this deposit. It contains a large number of animal, fish, and bird bones. It was dominated by mammal remains, mostly cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and equids. Based on the archaeological analysis, it can be assumed that whole carcasses of slaughtered animals were delivered here. The amount and size of bones are quite larger than bones from assemblages found inside houses or on courtyards, which are characterized by a high degree of fragmentation. Besides this, abundance of well-preserved and broken pottery vessels and potsherds were found there, as well as 27 small finds, mainly fragments of limestone vessels. It can be imagined that described items, especially bone remains, which were deposed living on the street or in the courtyard, would be a great hindrance and eyesore for inhabitants. Thus, in order to avoid this, isolating dumping places were used. As you can see here, the places which can be interpreted as dumping places are in a few locations between domestic buildings. It's hard to say if they were communal spaces or maybe they belonged only to one household. However, the first possibility seems to more likely. To conclude, waste management in Area 9 in the Retaba seems to be quite well organized. Refuse was treated differently according to the size and type, but especially to the possibility of its reuse. Based on space analysis, it was possible to determine 3 main strategies which were implied here. Refuse, which was perceived as useless and with little hindrance potential, could be accumulated inside houses and courtyards as a midden. Material which was valued because of its reusing potential was stored inside or near the household. And finally, final discard for refuse which becomes a hindrance or eyesore and which should disposing outside the household. Of course, it is worth keeping in mind that this division is not always clear. For example, ashes can be classified in different ways depending on the place where they were found. So archaeological context is very important here. But in trying to answer the question of review of reuse or discard, 3 factors should be considered. effort, value, and hindrance. And this allows us not only a better understanding of disposal strategies, but also the way how ancient people might perceive discarded material. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka, and I hope you're feeling better. Thank you very much to our speakers. And now we can take some questions to any of the speakers we've had this morning. Not a single question. Yes, do we have another mic?
Maybe a suggestion to Thais, is it your name? Yeah. I was very interested by the attempts you draw about the environment and the changing environment all day long in an Egyptian site. May I suggest to you that the first thing you hear early in the morning should be the work of women preparing daily stuff, daily food, grinding. The second thing you should have heard is donkeys at the raisins, and at the end of the day, it should have been smoke and mosquitoes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Actually, I couldn't go into detail, but the donkeys play a crucial aspect, especially in the Zir area, because you can imagine we have evidence for that. The donkeys parking at X2, and then people transferring the water jars to the Zir area. So you can imagine donkeys, braying quite loud and people shouting. So yeah, I consider that you're absolutely right.
I've got some rememberings from nights in Mali spent on the roof of the houses, and the sound environment at early in the morning was very striking.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
On the same topic, do you know the work from Susan Hamilton? No, she works on some kind of same topic in Neolithic Europe.
Fantastic. We're talking a bit about that. Thank you.
I distinctly remembering hearing the ducks and the geese also in Egyptian villages, very loud, very early in the morning, and the goats and the children. Especially the goats on Elefantini Island. Yes, some of you will recognize those. Thank you for your comment and thank you for your answer. Any other feedback? Yes, Ulrike.
I have a question to Delphine. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. So you said that the wastewater of the showers, call them, was collected. But how about the latrines? Were they deep pits, or was this ever excavated anywhere?
Well, we don't have so many evidence of latrines, unfortunately. We have few remains. Well, the picture, it's not a very nice picture. It's been taken more than a century ago, but there is two things. You can have very well built structures. Usually it's two bricks parallels, and on top you have a slab. You have a nice example. You had a nice example in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo it's a limestone slab with a hole in the middle. And usually in between the bricks, you have just a ceramic. It's like dry toilets we can use now sometime in the field, and you just have to empty it. It seems that there is no water includes dealing with latrines. So it seems to be a dry system, and you have to empty it somewhere outside the house, probably.
So can we imagine chamber pots or something like this? Maybe.
I don't know, but that's something we are missing. And what kind of pot they were using, we have absolutely no idea. Maybe, one broken pot would work perfectly, but I'm not sure there is a specific type of pot. But if ceramologists have an idea, I'm happy to hear.
Okay, I can have some ideas for a bit later period, because for the New Kingdom,
maybe, you know, they already started to use chamber pots, but they were not very specific. But then very much in the third intermediate period, they have such pots. And we have plenty of them, like in Teleretaba, that, you know, Agnieszka mentioned the site, and they are known throughout Egypt. So they had them, and they were used throughout the late period as well. So, and I mean, the term was like used by David Aston, but I think he is very much right. Because I discovered in the National Museum of Warsaw, there's one pot, probably from the third intermediate period, and we analyzed the contents, and it was clearly urine used. I mean, you know, in that stuff, and also in Teleretaba, I mean, we couldn't analyze some of the pots, but I remember one season we had like, I don't know, maybe 5 of them, those chamber pots with clear contents that was very much yellow. So I think they were really very much in use. No bathroom installations, but chamber pots, yes.
We were just excavating, Dr. Sayed and I, we were just excavating last week what we think is a latrine from Matareya from the third intermediate period. Yes, it was third intermediate period. And it was a neck of an amphora that went down and down. And I don't know if you opened the rest of the context since then. Yeah, we're still not 100% sure if it's an actual latrine. We're still discussing it.
We're still excavating the site, and perhaps it might be some kind of latrine, and we'll see in the end, by the end of this season, inshallah. But in my lecture, I will give you some conception about some kind of latrine or bathroom excavated in Tel Habwa from Said period. So, given.
Thank you, Dr. Sayed.
I wanted just to tell a small commentary about this paper, Delphine. Oh, yes. I just want to say that finally the Egyptians were more clean than the Greek, you know.
Do we have any questions online on Zoom? No, none?
None.
Okay, we have one in the back. Oh, you do?
I was going to ask a quick question.
Yes,
that's all right.
go ahead.
Also a question for Delphine. So I'm curious, is there a, I mean, I noticed that it seems that the size of the domicile, as it decreases, right, it becomes like the bathroom is more superfluous. It's extra. It's something that can be done without. At what point, perhaps earlier through like maybe early dynastic, would the latrine process have come inside versus like at what point was it became a private domicile sort of functionality, or is there any kind of evidence of that at all?
It's absolutely impossible to tell. I mean, we have evidence here in these houses, but I mean, and look now how sometimes it works in the countryside. People are just using the nature. So yeah, no, unfortunately, I wish, but so far we have no evidence.
Thank you. Another question in the back.
I just have maybe we can switch to another paper, or I would like to ask for Agnieszka's presentation. Do you copy? Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Maybe I share the screen.
Yeah, in your about the garbage and waste you studied, do you have any stone implements, stone fragments, cores, and so on?
Yes, I have a lot of stone objects, but in general, they are stone tools, like grinding tools, pounding tools, etc. And I have a lot of these everywhere. And this is very difficult material because it is found in this primary on secondary refuse. So I have problem with interpretation.
Of course.
But yes, I have a lot of this. And I think the most popular is limestone. What can be suggested that maybe inhabitants reused some blocks from New Kingdom Temple, for example, because in previous phases we don't have so much limestone. So.
If I may tell you a kind of suggestion, you use the conceptual framework from Brian Schiffer about systemic context, archaeological context, and the primary refuse, secondary refuse. I think it's very useful, but from a very broad sense, because Schiffer's work about technology is made for rather long distance from the artifact. So it's very useful when he's talking about portable radio in America, in 20th century America. It can be useful to look at his work about the Southwest, archaeology of the Southwest of the United States. But I think that if you look at the technological analysis from stone tools, for instance, mainly cores, you should have a very different patterns. That's what you get using the framework from Schiffer.
Yes, as technological analysis, you mean user analysis, yes, ecological, etc. Yes, because I don't know if I understand correctly, but I also try to do this. So I hope that my PhD, which maybe will finish someday, will compare all this data and different approaches for this material.
When your PhD is over, just have a look to the cores, to the stone cores made for producing tools, and you may find that most of them have been recycled as pebble, as hammers, as different kind of production from the same core. So it's a very dynamic way of studying waste, and be careful with Schiffer's work.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think as an exercise, Schiffer's work is interesting to look at, but of course it doesn't apply perfectly to every single context, like you say. Do we have one more question before we go off to our coffee break? Dr. Zina.
My question goes to Delphine. In largest houses, you said that 100% has bathrooms. Do we have any examples of houses with 2 bathrooms? Since largest houses imply a larger number of people, and also if there are any, let's say, ventilation systems or techniques to eliminate smells from the latrines and bathrooms from the house and the connected bedrooms. Thank you.
In Amarna, I don't have any examples of houses containing 2 bathrooms. Well, at least not with well-preserved installations, but you have some palaces where you have many. In the palaces of Ramses III in Medinet Habu, you have 3 or 4. So, but in this case, that could be a cultic context, so we have to be careful with that, but we have many examples. And for the smells, well, if you use latrine, like dry latrine, in this case, it's like now you use hashes and sand, so it doesn't really smell. And you can imagine that in such small rooms, you will wash, of course, with water, but you will probably use a lot of perfumes or these kind of things for your body. So you might have some nice smells anyway at some point. But that's something we should discuss with
Thank
studies.
you.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you all. And please be back here in 20 minutes after the coffee break. Thank you. 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Oh, it's 30 minutes. The coffee break is 30.
I'm not obliged to look at her. It's really too much, I would say. So far, it is. One hour. We lose 5 minutes.
Hello again. Hello, is it working? Yeah, Walid. Is this microphone working or not? No? Okay. Hello again in the second part of our morning session. Before leaving the floor to our session chair, Simon Connor, I would just need to make a small announcement. It's a chance to benefit from 25% on discount on the books at the bookshop of the IFAO, and also of 80% on a selection of books. So please, you are invited to check the bookshop at any time of the break, lunch break, coffee break, anytime. So I leave you to enjoy the next session.
Okay, so you can go to spend your money. So now, session 4, let's prepare some food. And first with Menna, who become from chair speaker. So Menna is an archaeologist specialized in Egyptian culinary history and a lecturer of archaeobotany at Ain Shams University.
Yes, can you all hear me? Yes, good. First, allow me to express my gratitude to Fatma Kishk for putting together such a splendid program and bringing in experts from so many different backgrounds. It has been so beneficial and interesting, and I can feel my brain working with all the papers and all the ideas that one has been listening to. Today, I'm going to be going straight into the heart of living in the house. I'm going to go into the kitchen. Now, kitchens today are the space where food is stored when you buy it and then you store it. It's where food is cooked, where food is prepared. After you prepare and cook your food, you can have leftovers that you also store. It is where you have all your utensils in nice cabinets. It's where you have Oh, yes, kitchens. You're all familiar with them. And kitchens today in our houses are a central place for all our food preparation activities with permanently built structures and permanently installed structures that allow us to use these spaces. This modern perception or modern placement and specification of a kitchen is far removed from traditional kitchens, especially historical and archaeological kitchens. So in my paper, I'm going to reconsider the evidence of domestic private kitchens from a couple of ancient Egyptian sites. And I'm going to explore the reasons why they were identified as such. I'm very curious about this particular point. And what I'm presenting today is very much a work in progress to encourage a dialogue and a reconsideration of how we understand and interpret food preparation spaces in archaeological households. So my key question is, what makes a kitchen a kitchen? Are there recurrent elements that lead archaeologists to propose that a particular space is a kitchen? And how can kitchens be identified at all? And how do these criteria apply to different archaeological sites and contexts? And as I was working on this topic, I realized just how little theoretical work has been done specifically on archaeological kitchens and food preparation spaces. There's been a lot of work on gender and division of labor in the sphere of food preparation, but very little on other theoretical lines, such as practice and agency. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint on some ethnographic evidence related to kitchens, and then I'll move on to the ancient Egyptian sources and the examples and elements that we have of some archaeological kitchens from Egypt. And then I want to discuss what makes a kitchen. And then I want to give some highlights onto the theory and where I would like to take this research. And one of the things that started me thinking about kitchen spaces is looking at how diverse, do I have a little scroller? How diverse kitchen spaces even today can be. Everything from an industrial kitchen in a finishing school where women get to learn how to cook. So you have multiple countertops perfectly placed at the waist, so the people can chop with ease. Everything from that to very simple food preparation spaces in modern Egyptian households, especially since we don't tend in Egyptian traditional households, we don't have countertops because, as Leslie will talk a little bit more in her presentation, we tend to just cut things in our hands unless we're cutting big chunks of meat or something like that. But fruits and vegetables and everything else we cut like this, and we can put a bowl on our lap and we just sit anywhere and cut up the vegetables. And so there is such a diversity even today in the expectations of what you need of a food preparation space. And when Fatma first told me about the conference, I was actually in Alexandria thinking about kitchens, and I was working on an archaeological site and on the Mediterranean in Combahig with Sir Alex, and the guard's wife invited me into the household and was showing me, giving me the grand tour of their house, and showed me something that I'd read about before in the literature, but I've never actually seen myself, that she has 2 ovens. She has the winter oven that she uses in winter, and it's sheltered on top here with a thick roof of wood, lots of clutter, and then a thick tarp to protect the space from the rain, to protect the fuel from the rain in winter. And then her summer kitchen, or I shouldn't say kitchen, her summer oven, right outside of the winter oven. It's placed somewhere shady. There's a big tree. So she has all the shade when she is working that she needs, in addition to having another little kitchen inside the house. So I asked her, what do you prepare outside here? What do you prepare inside? And she said, I don't prepare anything in the little kitchen inside, the little space that has the oven, the gas cylinder, the sink, and all of that. She said, no, I sometimes use it if I have to boil water quickly for guests, but she never uses what we would identify as the proper kitchen space in this modern context. And when I asked her where she eats, again, it's not connected to the kitchen at all. They either eat in the front room if the weather is bad, on the porch, or in the back in this courtyard if the weather is good. And this brings to mind a lot of what Gillian Pike did in El Til in Minya, where they visited several traditional houses, and they noticed that all the food preparations, almost all the food preparation spaces were multifunctional, and you would just set up what you need to cook, what you need to prepare, and then when you're done, you would collect it, and this space would be used for something else. For example, you would hang your laundry. And archaeologically, when you go into that space, as several of you have already commented in their papers today and yesterday, if you go into that space, you can't recognize the food preparation activities or any of the other activities that would have happened in that space. And when we think of kitchens or food preparation spaces in ancient Egypt, we have some resources that we can study, including archaeological remains. For example, this is from Giza, a console, a food preparation console, kitchen area. We have some textual evidence about kitchens, and I won't get into details about that. William Ward published that, and Abira Ainani talked about that in her PhD in great detail. We have the beautiful Middle Kingdom models, but these are very specific contexts that don't necessarily bear any direct relation on how a domestic food preparation space would have necessarily looked like. And of course, we've got the ceramics, we've got the tools that are related to food preparation. We don't have, you've already seen this scene a couple of times today and yesterday. We don't have any, well, very few clear images of food preparation at all, and spaces that we can call kitchens from scenes from ancient Egypt. And I'm going to be specifically talking about 3 sites. Can you guess 2 of those sites? So we're talking about Amarna, of course, and Deir el-Medina. Not because they're models of what an Egyptian household should look like or used to look like, but just because they're very extensively excavated, very well published. So they offer good material to work with for an exercise like this. And then the 3rd site I'm going to be talking about is a kitchen area outside of Karnak Temple, part of the Ptolemaic complex outside. So I'll go quickly through these. Amarna, we've seen them. Kitchens. This is just an example. Kitchens tended to be at the back of the house, although there is some food preparation activities in the front of the house, usually marked by the presence of curtains or grinding equipment. Deir el-Medina, we've already seen that, so I won't get into detail. I'll talk a little bit more in detail about the Karnak find, because that might not be something that you will all be familiar with. So this was excavated by the Ministry of Antiquities right outside of Karnak. And it has, this room was identified as a kitchen, and the publication uses the word kitchen. And it was identified as a kitchen mainly because of the ceramic assemblage that was found that includes cooking pots, storage pots, and serving ware. And one of the nice things is that you see here these plates perfectly lined up. The archaeologists interpret this as a shelf that fell down, and everything fell down with it. And they have also 1 or 2 examples of fire dogs, and then another possible stand that would have propped up a pot on top of a fire that has burn marks on it. And so these were identified as cooking installations, and thus they identified this space as a kitchen. And this is just an overview of all these little elements that I found in these publications, but also they're very similar to kitchen spaces or food preparation spaces published from other archaeological sites. And you see here that they tend to all have heating installations. They have ceramics, and then there are, the location seems to be recurrent, but one of the things I'd like to do is, of course, go through so many more of the food preparation spaces and kitchens from archaeological sites in ancient Egypt that have been published, to have a more extensive list of the presence of all these different elements. And the aim of this table is not to show what constitutes a kitchen. It is not a comprehensive list of all the elements ever found or all the elements one must find in a kitchen. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It shows the diversity of elements that you may or may not find in a kitchen, including ornaments and figurines and weaving tools and other things that have been recovered in food preparation spaces. And this diversity, precisely why the use of such a specific modern term as kitchens is confusing sometimes, especially since some of these households feature evidence of several spaces used contemporarily at the same time for food production within one household. And so to my question, what makes a kitchen a kitchen? It seems that the heating installations is the main aspect that archaeologists have used in order to identify a kitchen or a food preparation space, followed by grinding installations or grinding tools of any sort, as well as ceramics. And the presence of ceramics that are related to cooking or storage or serving food are an indication of a kitchen. Other aspects, shelving, little hooks on the walls, the presence of refuse or debris of the food preparation, and light roofing or no roofing are also, to many archaeologists, indicative of the presence of a kitchen. And I want to go here to an example of from classical Greece. And this is a paper by Brian Sparks published in 1962 that is a very often cited paper when people talk about kitchens and the archaeology of kitchens. And in his paper, he talked about how to identify a kitchen, and he boiled it down to the presence and the co-occurrence of the batterie de cuisine, or the kitchen tools and the kitchen vessels. And based on that, the co-occurrence of this material, he said, is indicative of a kitchen. This was also echoed by Bradley Ault in his article on kitchens in a companion to food in the ancient world. Further to that, Bradley Ault also said that any place where the transformation from unprepared foodstuffs occurs, the conversion of the raw into the cooked may be considered a kitchen, echoing Lévi-Strauss's culinary triangle, of course. And so these are the two elements that in literature discussing specifically archaeological kitchens, that they see as the key to identifying a kitchen space or a food preparation area. So if we have an oven, we have a kitchen. If we have tools and ceramics, we have a kitchen. But how does this leave us with spaces like the example I showed you? They have 3 ovens. Does that mean they have 3 kitchens? How do we deal with that example? And the indoor space that is actually a kitchen with the shelving, some storage items, some dishes, some forks and knives where the tools are, is not the kitchen that is actually used. And in fact, the lady of the house was very dismissive of it, like it was almost not even interesting to talk about. She was more interested in the ovens that she actually used to cook. Does this mean, archaeologically speaking, in that case, we can say that we have 3 kitchens? Would a future archaeologist come and say we have 3 kitchens in that space? And it's interesting that the word matbakh, kitchen in Arabic, is always not also used. For example, she wouldn't refer to these as matbakh, she would refer to them as ovens. And this is where I think that we have to be more careful using words like kitchens. And some of you will be familiar with Riz Allah and Riz Allah's book on the preparation of bread in the Delta. And in that example, they don't even refer to the area where they cook as kitchen. They don't even use the word matbakh or kitchen at all. They use the word qa'a or hall in reference to the space where they have an oven. And another example that I find quite interesting is from Mary Girgis. Most of you will also be familiar with Hnain's volume on Mary Girgis. And these are 2 examples of houses. In this household, he said that this was actually the bedroom where people slept, and it had an oven and it had a kanoon that were exclusively used in winter for heating, but not used at all for cooking. Now, I think maybe at one point in the past, they would have been used for cooking because you have the kanoon and the oven. An oven, I think, would be, or just one of them would have been sufficient to heat the room. Maybe they would have been used in the past as a kitchen, but at that point, these were exclusively used as bedrooms. This is an example of another house with an oven, a kanoon, and another kanoon. But this doesn't mean that we have 2 distinct kitchens, but we have multiple heating installations used for different purposes, for different reasons within the same time frame. And this is where I want to start wrapping up by saying some of the theoretical ideas that I think would help us to better understand and approach kitchens in archaeological contexts. And many of what I have to say matches up with what Thais said in the morning about practice, for example. So gender, as I mentioned at the beginning, and the division of labor has been talked about very often within the context of Egyptian archaeological kitchens, but power and control, who makes the choices, who controls the space, who controls the physical space where the food preparation is happening, and who is allowed in, how does that affect your social differentiation and the identity, and of course, the choices of where to build, what to include in these food spaces, routine practices, how people structure their lives around these spaces, or not necessarily around these spaces as a focus, but within these spaces and moving in these spaces, and what tasks are being divided. Is there any evidence of apprenticeship? And yesterday I started thinking of movement as well. How do people move in these spaces? If we have multiple food preparation spaces, what is stored where? And if someone wants to cook, what do they need to collect from all the different spaces in order to sit down in the courtyard and prepare something? Is there a specific system to how things are laid out in order to make it easy for them to take everything they need out into the courtyard, or to take things outside to the area where the oven is to prepare the food? How does this movement work? And I think much of the research that about kitchens has centered on kitchens as architectural elements, devoid of human life, devoid of the movement, devoid of all of these aspects that would have affected how the space is laid out, and would have made the space act in different ways and be used in different ways. So to wrap up, food preparation can happen anywhere. And I think this is something that we all agree on. I haven't come up with a groundbreaking conclusion here, but multiple heating installations can exist, can be used at the same time. There sometimes are very specific reasons why one is used and not the other. Sometimes it's a bit random, or let's just use this one today. There are no fixed criteria for what a kitchen is. I usually prefer to use the word food preparation space because it's just more general, but I know a lot of people would think it's wordy, it takes more space, it's a mouthful. And when you're clear about how you're using the word kitchen, it's really fine, whatever word you prefer to use. And then the theoretical framework is necessary, thinking of how the humans lived and operated in this space. And the last image I'm going to show to you is inspired by Manon's talk yesterday. This is from the Delta, also from Riz Allah and Riz Allah's paper, where you have the children in the winter sleeping on top of the oven, and they have a flat top on the oven, and this is where they sleep. They just lay down a mat, and this is where they sleep. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mena. Now we welcome Claire Mallison. She's a big specialist of Fayum, so that's why you know her. But here she's going to talk about when smoke gets in your eyes, domestic fuel in ancient Egypt. And she's a professor in AUB, American University in Beirut.
So hi, I'm going to apologize slightly. I did that thing where I wrote the abstract and then wrote the paper. We all know that feeling. So thank you very much to all the organizers and the hosts, and of course to Fatma for including me in this fantastic conference. So what I'm going to talk about is one of the most important things actually in human life, and that's fuel. Of course, in the Paleolithic and prehistoric periods, fuel, burning, making fire provided protection for people. It provides heat to keep people warm when temperatures are cold. It provides light, which of course is particularly important when we're thinking about things like making tombs or living in dark spaces. Cooking. Many of you may be aware that actually human evolution is connected to the discovery of fire for cooking, which enables the nutrients in food to become more available to us. And then, of course, as societies developed industry, we needed fuel for making metal products, ceramic products, faience, and so on. So what's used as fuel? Well, of course, there's some obvious suspects here. Wood, straw and chaff and other waste products from cereal processing, dung and feces, which I'm going to focus on quite a lot today, peat, which is of course really only available in Northern European areas, fats can be used for cooking, coal, of course, modern fuel, oil, and here I'm thinking of crude oil, the thing we all rely on for life today, and gas, of course. And not all of these were available to ancient people, of course. We're going to be looking at wood, straw, chaff, dung, and feces, because peat and fat were probably not used as fuel, perhaps in a domestic context in ancient Egypt. So I'm going to run through the different kinds of fuels that were used. So dung fuel is fantastic. Dung from penned animals, so animals living within some kind of enclosure, is of course very, very easy to collect. Animals, particularly sheep and goat, prefer to go to the bathroom in the evening or in the morning. So if they were penned overnight to obviously protect them from wild animals or even from dogs running around, they would have been kept inside during the night, and then they would have been out wandering around the villages during the day, much as they do in modern Egyptian villages. So then the dung was very easy to collect. Dung, particularly from sheep and goat, is very compact and it's a very easily collected source of energy. It's very easy to store it, as you can see from the picture here. This is dung cakes made from cattle dung that have been stored for use in Sais. Should note here that when we're studying the archaeological remains of these, the waste from sheep and goat is very easy to identify. They make neat little dense pellets. Whereas cows, of course, it's a lot looser. And even when it's mixed with straw and chaff to turn it into dung cakes, it's going to disintegrate. Their digestive systems are different. So we can really only positively prove the presence of cattle dung through chemical analysis, which is quite difficult to do. But we can infer the presence of or the use of cattle dung via archaeobotanical analysis, because the things that they eat often pass all the way through them, come out the other end, and then we can identify them. And we can look at how well they are preserved. And there've been experimental projects on this, which maybe one day I'll get to do something like that. So other fuels available in ancient Egypt would have been wood or charcoal. So from the common trees growing along the Nile Valley, acacia particularly, tamarisk, fuel from palm, sycamore, fig, and price thorn, to name just a few, but really naming the most common. And then cereal processing byproducts, which were one of the most valuable commodities in ancient Egypt, I would argue. This is the waste left over after processing cereals. The actual grains, of course, provide the food, but the waste products provided the fuel and the temper for ceramics, for mud bricks, for bedding, you name it. It was used for everything. So what's the decision-making process behind which fuel you choose to burn? So dung and wood burn at similar temperatures per kilogram of fuel. But of course, some things are denser and heavier. So a palm tree trunk is going to be much lighter than the trunk of for example, an acacia tree. And the density matters as well. So it's the kilogram per centimeters cubed of the fuel. Dense fuel, so for example, sheep and goat pellets, burn at a higher temperature. So you can get a hotter fire if you're using a denser fuel. So for example, acacia wood produces higher temperatures. It burns hotter than pine wood or palm. Sheep and goat pellets burn hotter, provide higher temperature than cow dung. So the decisions are going to be partly what kind of temperature of fire do you want to produce? This also has an effect on how long the fire will stay alight and keep burning for. Another consideration is, what's the fire physically like? So a loosely packed fire, so something that's made from just large pieces of wood, burns faster. It achieves a high temperature very quickly. It doesn't maintain the heat for very long, and it can be very, very inconsistent in the temperature. And the fuel is consumed quickly. But obviously this kind of fire, as you can see from the photograph, is very good if you're trying to scare away animals, but maybe that's not necessarily in a standard Egyptian village. So fires made with just wood are not particularly efficient. And as I've said, the temperatures can be quite hard to control. So other kinds of fuel, a tightly packed fire, so heaps of small pieces of material with minimal space for air circulation, burns slower. and they maintain the heat for a longer time, and the fuel is consumed more slowly. And incidentally, also helpfully for the archaeobotanists, this preserves the remains much better. Temperatures over 100 degrees can be very easily maintained for over an hour in a heap of dung fuel. And I think someone, I can't remember who, mentioned something about how long you can keep a dung fire burning for yesterday. So the use of adding smaller materials, for example, the chaff with the seeds or the dung, can create a really efficient source of heat. And adding dung or chaff to fuel, to wood fires, can help dampen the fluctuations and sort of reduce the very high temperatures and maintain the fire for a longer duration. So with this in mind, I want to present, horrible spelling mistake, a multi-site, multi-period study. I could have used many more sites that I have data from, but obviously a limited amount of time. And I've chosen sites from various different points in time, and also settlements that had a different purpose. So these settlements housed different kinds of people who were doing different kinds of jobs, and the economic systems of each of these towns had differences. So starting with the most recent of the sites, we've already had introductions to this site, so apologies for repeating this information. And many thanks to Agnieszka for actually discussing the pathway of the disposal and use of ashes within settlements for me. Saves me a little bit of time. And her conclusions where she described ash being in a fireplace, or close to a fireplace, or being generally dispersed, applies to every site that we're looking at. So Tel Rotaba, I've conducted 13 years of work there, and the samples are based on the archaeologists choosing what to take samples from. Based on my advice, we choose to take samples from fireplaces and ovens. So these are primary situations, and then floors and large ashy deposits as well. And I've studied 330 contexts spanning a long period of time, around 1,000 years at this site. So overall, lumping all of the periods of history at this site together into one chart, what we can see here is that the assemblage of charred botanical remains is dominated by cereal chaff marked in yellow, and then seeds from weedy species marked in greens and blues. But 8% of the assemblage is made up of charred sheep and goat pellet fragments, which you can see in the photograph. Some of these burn to the white silica and some of them stay as a black burned ash color. So this tells me that they are using cereal chaff, possibly through the route of animal dung, cattle dung as fuel, but also they are favoring and using a lot of sheep and goat dung as fuel. When we look at the ratios of wood versus animal dung pellets in the deposits, you can quite clearly see that the dung marked in brown is very obviously the dominant fuel in the majority of different types of contexts, particularly when we look at the ovens, the very tall charts, and even the kiln. We use the word kiln versus oven very carefully, understanding that these could be multi-purpose and we can't always identify the different uses, but I categorize the kilns as features that had metal waste in them as well. So we can clearly see that dung was a favored fuel in these types of installations. In fireplaces, it's a little more mixed. And there's a very complex set of choices about what to burn where. Again, we've already seen this map. And although there's a sort of a general tendency, perhaps in certain rooms, in certain houses, to favor particular kinds of fuel, for example, in the bottom, you can see there was a mixture of chaff and dung used in one house. In another house, there's generally a favoring of chaff. In the center of the map, you can see where it's pink. In this room, they've used different kinds of fuels. So they're obviously they've made a set of decisions here about what to burn in which room, depending on what temperature they wanted, what kind of activities they were doing. Are they baking bread? Are they roasting meat? Are they cooking a stew? Are they making a fish soup? Or are they making some kind of pottery or some kind of metalworking processes? So it's not simple at all. It's very, very complex set of decisions that have gone on here. And they obviously had a specific reason for making these choices. We can only start to infer what those might have been. Moving on to the Middle Kingdom, or back to the Middle Kingdom, I should say, looking at House 169, which we've also had an introduction to already yesterday. So you're familiar with the location of the house and this plan of the house as well. We did 5 years of work on the samples there, and here we had a blanket sampling strategy. This meant that we took an archaeobotanical sample from every single context in the house. Now, this, of course, has logistical problems with regards to the amount of work it produced, but it also gave us a really good spread of unbiased results. And there was 560 contexts excavated from this house. I studied samples from 124 of them to date. I should say that on Elephantine, the majority of the botanical material is preserved by desiccation. So what we're looking at in this paper is just the charred materials, which is actually a very small percentage of the assemblage. So in the assemblage of charred materials from Elephantine, again, it's dominated by cereal chaff, but also by grains as well. Again, remarkably, had 8% of the fuel made up of charred sheep and goat pellets. I don't know how often that's going to happen, that you get two sites with exactly the same statistics. This must just be by chance. So again, you can see they're favoring burning cereal processing byproducts, possibly via the route of burning cattle dung, but they're also choosing to burn sheep and goat pellets as well. But when we do the comparison of the wood to the dung fuel, it's very, very different. Although they have dung fuel at the site, burned wood dominated these deposits. I haven't studied the wood species from here. Hopefully someone will be able to do this, but we know which kind of trees were growing on the island based on the remains of fruits that were found in the samples. So acacia is probably one of the most common fuels, but also sycamore fig. We have vast amounts of sycamore fig in the samples, and the island would have been covered in sycamore fig trees. Unfortunately, there is only one left in the area now, although hopefully that's changing. So on this island, they're choosing to burn wood quite a lot, but they're also making use of the sheep and goat pellets from the animals that are possibly penned in the houses or in the complexes, but also just generally running around the island. And in fact, I observed if you go and stand underneath a tree, you can quite easily sweep up a lot of sheep and goat pellets without too much trouble, because they like to reach up and eat the leaves, and then you can just sweep up what they've left behind. So moving closer in time, further back in time to Giza, Hayt el Gharab and Kent Kawas towns, again, we've had introductions to these sites. This plan shows the loose locations of where those are in the landscape. So there's been over 35 years of work at these sites, and archaeobotanical sampling was put in place at the beginning of the work at the site, which has been very, very important. So again, we have a comprehensive collection of materials. So we have a huge number of samples. And from the two sites between them, we have over 2,000 samples. And in fact, you can add another 200 onto that from the work we've just completed on Sunday. So again, very comprehensive set of data. So here I separate the two towns for reasons that will become clear in a moment. And there are differences between these two sites. And of course, Kent Kawas town is slightly later in date. It was occupied for longer, and the demographics of the town were quite different to the demographics of Hayt el Gharab. And of course, the size of the town is completely different. The architecture is completely different. They're two very, very different kinds of towns. But in both cases, the assemblage is generally dominated by the remains of weed seeds from the final processing of cereals. We do have some cereal chaff, so the waste products from processing the cereals, but generally it looks like the cereals were delivered to the site, so they didn't have access to so much chaff. We also have, as you can see, dung doesn't really appear on this chart, either of these charts at all. This is because there were probably not so many animals living in these villages. The animals at Hayt al Ghurab arrived and didn't live there very long before they were slaughtered and consumed by the workers. And in Khankawas town, we've got, unfortunately, minimal amount of evidence for faunal remains. Salim Hassan cleared the town of everything, but fortunately, and he states in his report, he left the ashes in situ. So I'm the only one who gets really good results from that town. So again, looking at different areas of the Hayt al Ghurab site and different areas of the Khankawas town, you can see that in almost every case, wood was the dominant fuel. Khankawas town, so the housing area as opposed to the administrative area or the kind of cultish area, does have some dung in it. And Rainer Gerisch has proven that nearly all of the wood at this site was one species, which really attests to a very specific pathway of material into the town. And then Ain Sokhna, I'm aware of the time, is an expedition town. So again, it's a very specific set of people living in the site. We've only just started the work on archaeobotany there, and it's a similar sampling strategy to Tel El Rataba due to the amount of time we have at the site, but we've looked at 64 contexts. This site is completely different. There is almost no cereal chaff, very few weeds. The assemblage is completely dominated by the burned remains of cereal grains. This is very unusual, but again, wood dominates. There is basically no dung in these samples at all. Again, this is a specific group of people who've gone to live there. Experimental archaeology helped answer the question of why Ain Sokhna only has burned grains in it. So when they did experiments in copper smelting, which of course was a primary activity at that site, they discovered that the combination of green acacia wood and donkey dung produced the best results for smelting copper. We also know through experimental work that when you char plant remains from cereal fields, the grains survive over and above everything else, and they show a particular pattern of damage, which is exactly what we have at Ain Sokhna. So thinking about what I said I'd talk about in this lecture at the beginning, fumes, heat, smell, and health in the houses. So we have a map showing the smell of baking and cooking in the town. It's the red on the map on the left. And this also would apply to smoke and fumes from the fires. Now, on the right, you can see that this was in what was an unroofed space, we think, but it's still quite enclosed. So it would not have been a particularly pleasant space to be in, particularly as that fire was probably burning all of the time. As we saw, it has a very deep buildup of ashes in it. So even though it was open, it would have been a smoky, dirty, dusty space to be in. And then the impact of health. And so we can apply that sense of if we analyze the architecture from other houses. So obviously different colleagues at different sites have been analyzing things like the sense of smell and smoke moving through all of the different spaces in these different houses. And to that you can add smoke to all of that. So in an enclosed space, of course, you're going to be inhaling a lot of smoke. And I should add that cattle dung produces the smokiest of the fires. So looking at literature from modern studies in countries where people still rely on wood and plant materials as fuel rather than gas tanks or supply of gas coming through a pipe into the house, the burning of biomass fuel produces major problems with eye disorders, as well as, of course, it's fairly self-explanatory, respiratory disorders as well. They say around 3 billion people in low and middle income countries still rely on these kind of fuels, wood, animal dung, charcoal, and crop waste, burned in highly inefficient and highly polluting stoves for cooking and heating. In 2012 alone, 4.3 million children and adults died prematurely from illness caused by this household air pollution. So this is according to estimates by the WHO. So perhaps when we're thinking about houses in ancient Egypt, we should also be thinking about how bad for people's health some of the things were that they were doing. We think about the smell of toilets quite often. What about the smell from cooking and the damage that's doing to your health? And did they, in fact, I'm asking the room, did they do anything to help ventilate the spaces, to remove this smoke from the rooms, to perhaps prevent themselves from having a horrible cough all of the time? So in summary, where sheep and goats lived in or around the settlement, people made use of their pellets as fuel. This was possibly preferable to using the less efficient and more smoky cattle dung. Looser dung, so donkey dung, for example, was used as fuel to improve smelting in kilns. Where wood was more abundant, so in Elephantine, where we have a green island, as opposed to Ain Sokhna or Hayt el Garob, where they're out in the desert areas, wood was collected as fuel. In state-run towns like the Hayt el Garob barracks or Ain Sokhna, acacia wood was supplied to the town, possibly particularly for their more industrial activities, because it's a very efficient wood fuel. Just to remind you, the detection of cattle dung can only be inferred by consideration of the condition of the plant remains. And burning all of these fuels inside spaces, whether it's in an unroofed courtyard or inside the room, would have had a very serious impact on human health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. Now we welcome Leslie Ann Warden, who is okay, she's professor at Roanoke College, Virginia, and she's going to talk about Comal Hisn and eating and throwing away in Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom.
Good morning, everybody. It's a delight to be here. My thanks to everybody in the room. My thanks particularly to Fatma for having us and for arranging such a wonderful conference. I'm excited to be part of this session and today because I feel like everything is starting to build. It's a very exciting moment. So today my aim is to look at two settlements to understand how people cooked, what they ate, and how they threw away their garbage. My goal is to ultimately get at ancient Egyptian foodways and look at differences across space and time. It's a big goal. We're not doing all of that today, but know that that's where we're eventually going. So the sites under consideration today, Elephantine Island, House 169. We have seen this before. I feel like I don't really need to do too much with that. I'm also on the Realities of Life project, and we're working in House 169 of the 13th dynasty. A reminder that this is really tight domestic quarters. We're on an island. We're using space very cautiously. The other site, which we haven't seen to this point, is Comal Hisn, which we are currently excavating as the Comal Hisn Provincialism Project, in which I direct. Comal Hisn is potentially the capital of the third Lower Egyptian nome, with the settlement that begins in the early-ish, mid-ish, Old Kingdom. It's best known for previous work at the site done by a 1980s American team, which showed architecture such as you see below with these circular cattle pens. And I want to highlight those because we'll come back to them. The analyses today will focus on the Old Kingdom settlement. Now, there's a reason to put these two sites together. They're both settlements. They're both provincial. And they're both at the frontier, though I increasingly think much of Egypt is actually the frontier of Egypt, but we're at the Western Delta, right in contact with Libyans, and we're in the north or the south of the country, right in contact with Nubia. But of course, they're very different sites as well, correct? They start at different periods. We're looking at different periods in their excavations. Their environmental circumstances are entirely different. The founding of the sites is very different. but the methodology is the same. And so the data that I will be looking at today is ceramic, and that is because that's the part of the projects I have direct access to. I'll give pointed looks to the archaeobotanists in the room at a few occasions. It's settlement pottery. So in both cases, it's very fragmented, and this is typical of such a record. We count and weigh every sherd at the site, recording for each sherd multiple attributes. This includes body sherds as an integral part of the ceramic record, as in some cases, particularly at Comohissen, we find that diagnostics are only 3% of the material. So if we get rid of the body sherds, we actually get rid of a lot of the data. I use the same analytical tools for both. And so I'm using business intelligence software, which is essentially visualization software. So we'll be looking at lots of charts together. As I continue, note that this is the labor of many people. There's no way I could have done this by myself. I can't design a computer program. So I want to give great thanks to all of these folks, and particularly to Tirza Kozlowski, who has been doing all of the designing work on one of the programs that we'll see for analysis, InfoArc. So I'm going to start backwards today. I'm going to start with the garbage parts, because that's frankly easier to get via the archaeological record. So the excavations of KHPP, and let's go chronologically. So we'll start with KHPP with Comohissen. These excavations begun in 2016 have really revealed little enough architecture. It's extraordinarily frustrating and probably the result of a rising water table. But what you see here is an example of some of the Old Kingdom architecture. We do have this dating to late Dynasty 6. A rectilinear building, we have some plastering that remains. It's far from fully uncovered, but this 5 by 5 meter exposure shows the building corner and plaster surfaces. The ceramic record, and again, that's what we're focused on today from this site, from the levels associated with this building is incredibly small. The loci here yield very few ceramics. It's almost laughable when you see the next chart that I show you in the next unit. So only about 1,300 sherds from this. And so it looks like this building is kept relatively clean and is not used for major dumping. So it's not a source of our garbage. And I want to put that out there in contrast to this unit, G10.1, which is dominated exclusively by Dynasty 4-5 material. It's just south of the 1980s excavations where they have rectilinear buildings. So we are adjacent to a built zone in the town. And we did have a couple of floors, and we do have this one tiny little curvy wall that you can see here that is probably the remains of a cattle pen or associated with that. The rest of it is just a meter's depth of garbage. It is just constant deposition. And if we look at the sherdage on this, a word which I'm pretty sure I just made up, we see over 61,000 sherds coming from this, weighing 1.5 metric tons. This is the garbage dump of the site. Dumping outside of the architecture is the norm at Comohissen. This is what's happening. And if we focus in on this and try to pull a little bit more data out of this, we'll see that we're going to divide here by wear, dividing between marls, fine wares, medium wares, and coarse wares. We were able to collect this data for all of the sherds. And you can see that absolutely laughably dominated by coarse wares at 89.4%. These are largely beer jars and bread molds. This is utilitarian use and production at a vast scale that we're seeing here. Let's move to elephantine and stay with throwing away. We're zooming forward in time. Note that we continue, or we don't continue. The situation actually is entirely different. The excavations focused on this tightly bounded domestic space have historically found no garbage in the streets, and that's been said by Cornelius von Pilgrim. It's been echoed by Felix Arnold. Instead, all of the garbage is being dumped inside the houses at this point. And this has already been alluded to by Johanna. This garbage doesn't seem to have been generated by the house, and that's published elsewhere, so I won't go into it today. But instead, it seems to be generated from the immediate neighborhood, people using domestic space and dumping inside this neighboring house. The difference in dumping at these two sites then is linked to settlement density and site location. I don't think there's any way we can dodge that. Elephantine is the more dense site at this period. But I also think we need to consider that it depends upon how the garbage itself was generated. In other words, how the pots that make the garbage were used, how they eventually became garbage, where they came from, that is all part of it. But before we get to talk about that, which we'll do right after this slide, note that the waste composition of the ceramics in those garbage layers, and that's all I'm talking about today are the garbage layers, is that the courseware decreases drastically by count. It's different if you look by weight, but by count to 38% of the corpus, whereas the medium and fine wares, when combined, account for 54% of the corpus. The marls drastically increase as well. Now, in a way, this isn't a terrible surprise because we know the Middle Kingdom ceramic corpus looks different than the Old Kingdom ceramic corpus. But it's worth emphasizing, manufacture has changed. And manufacture doesn't change just because potters get bored of making the pots that they usually make. It changes because the purpose of the vessel, the function of the vessel, the use of the vessel changes. And so what we're looking at here is that the purpose and function of the vessels have changed, which means then that the dumps themselves are drastically different. So let's talk about cooking. How do we assess cooking in this ceramic record? Well, it's the garbage data is all domestic from what I can tell. It's all coming from these from domestic production. And so we have a wide swatch of data, and we've looked at every sherd for blackening. So you see how we're recording blackening. We have blackening on the vessel exterior and blackening on the vessel interior. There's also a category where they are blackened on both. It's a fairly simple system. Now, the differences between interior and exterior blackening, we will think that exterior blackening comes from the sooting of a vessel, it comes from the fire. The interior can come from different associated burning, but it can also come from charring. Let's talk about that a little bit more, because we have all this evidence for blackening at Elephantine and at Kamal Hissan, but in order to think about it more critically and to think about it more concretely, it was necessary to start experimenting. So in May of 2019, an intrepid team decided to light a fire in Aswan, because in May, what you really want in Aswan is a fire. It was uncomfortable, but our intrepid team, including the archaeobotanist, Claire, who informs us on the fuel, made this hearth that modeled after House 169's hearth. We don't have fire dogs or anything like that that gives evidence for vessels being elevated over the hearth. So instead, what we did is we got local vessels from the surrounding Nubian villages, and we nestled them in the fire, around the fire. We elevated them on bricks. We did a bunch of different things to see what the charring patterns would look like. We did this repeatedly over the course of 3 days in order to see what repeated use at an admittedly small scale might look like. We boiled water, we cooked fish, we made rose beleben. The fish was good, the rest of it I would dodge. And this is what the vessels looked like. So it's interesting to start off, vessels used in fires don't have to get fully blackened. They get spots of blackening. It happened on the outside, particularly in the first day. And if I'm generous, maybe that's because the vessels were being seasoned. If I'm realistic, it's because we had really poor control of the heat of that fire. We officially had no idea what we were doing the first day. And so over time, we managed the fire better. And so the blackening actually reduced. It doesn't yield obvious soot in all cases. Sometimes it's just a deep black spot. The interior charring, which you can see here in the flat vessel, that's the one we use to fry fish on. That happened because of the oils and fats charring against the vessel itself and happens really exclusively on the base. Now, this further augments other experimental work done by Skibo, where he, excuse me, it was ethnoarchaeological, where he worked with the Kalinga in the Philippines, and he noted that the blackening in their vessels, just like here, totally depends on what you're cooking and how you're cooking it. So he saw blackening on the interior of vessels at the boil line, where the starches are starting to char on. He saw blackening at the bottom of vessels where stuff gets stuck on and burn, or on the exterior when things boiled over. And so we don't have to find something fully black to find a cooking pot. So let's hold on to that when we look at the blackening patterns of these two sites. So the cooking patterns look to be quite different. At Comohisan, less than 3% of the record is blackened. And I started working at Comohisan after working at Elephantine, where I was accustomed to seeing blackening regularly. Here, by count, about 19% of the record is blackened. By weight, it's 25%. And so what we see is two very drastic, different traditions of cooking. Perhaps we have a lot of overboiling and charring at Elephantine. Do we have worse cooks? Or domestic cooks at a small scale where there's a lot of variability? At Comohisan, less direct heating. I mean, we know these are bread molds and beer jars. We know they're food, but are we looking at less direct heating? Are we looking at food distribution from a larger kitchen? A suggestion, which I might note I am very much not wedded to, but I think is an interesting one to explore. Now, the Elephantine habits, oh, and you can see this stress here. I zoomed in on the Comohisan chart so you can see just how little blackening there is. Now we can break down the Elephantine habits a bit more clearly, helping us work through just what common cooking practices might be and how vessels were specifically used. Now, the charts that I'm using here were generated in a different program and are actually all freely available to you online, and you can play around with the charts a lot. So please have at it, party on. 3 quick takeaways from this chart. Sherds I break it down blackening by wear. Sherds with interior exterior blackening are largely fine wares. Sherds with interior blackening are only 48% coarse, so the majority is fine medium. Sherds with exterior blackening are everything. So in some ways, a nomer fine for fine wares is a misnomer. Nothing seems to be fine. Nothing seems to be a tableware. In fact, it does look a lot like the Middle Kingdom Elephantinites loved cooking in everything. And everything ending up in the dump is utilitarian, which is not something a ceramicist would throw on a fine ware cup, but is something that the Egyptians are showing us is how they perceived and used it. We can take this a step farther and we can look at the blackening distribution at Elephantine by shape. And if we identify it by blackening placement, you see I have body sherds, decorated body sherds, bases, closed forms, open forms, stands, and untyped. Body sherds are the majority. It clutters up the chart. I'm removing it. Things you can do with Tableau. We're now focusing just on the diagnostic sherds. And we can see that blackening occurs most frequently on bases, followed by body sherds. Think of what we would have lost if I had thrown away all those body sherds. And then followed by rims. And what this suggests is that things are, again, stuck to the bottom. That's how the blackening is happening. And it's happening then by pouring out or overboiling. It fits into this pattern of burning on during cooking and oily or starchy residues being left behind by boiling liquids. I left eating for last because eating is the hardest place to get to. It's easier to talk about depositional history, that's throwing away. Easier to talk about cooking because I have the pots, but the eating takes that extra theoretical step. But the blackening patterns certainly imply not just how things are cooked, but what is being consumed, and not just raw ingredients, which is really, we need to lean a lot on the archaeozoology and the archaeobotany as well. But it also hints to us about recipes and styles of the things people might be consuming. So less blackening like we see at Comohisan. We perhaps have things that are less fatty and less overboiled. It's possible that we have gruels and dry things. I'm just positing here, but that would fit with what we're seeing in the ceramic record. At Middle Kingdom Elephantine, there's much more direct cooking on a flame, and that's a faster mode of cooking, right? You put it straight on the flame, you fry it up, you boil it, you scramble it quickly. And so we're looking at more direct cooking on the flame, quicker consumption, more fatty foods and charring being visible. Residue analysis would help this a lot, but we have not had the ability to do that. Oh, I will note, I'm unsure increasingly about the distinction between cooking and eating wares at Elephantine as well, how much things are moving from a cooking vessel into an eating vessel. Or if we just prepare in the things that we consume directly from. And that brings us to my last major point, which is the act of eating. How do Egyptians sit down and eat? And this is where we can appeal to the corpus writ large, which many of us in this room are familiar with. I suggest that tablewares is just a misnomer because as I already said, even fine wares at Middle Kingdom Elephantine are utilitarian wares. And also because we don't use tables, as Minna pointed out. So talking about a tableware when we don't have tables is kind of unnecessary. Instead, with everything being rounded and either using stands or just sitting down, nestling it in your lap, nestling it in the dirt beside you. This enables a great flexibility, which is what Minna was alluding to, not even alluded to, directly speaking to, when she spoke about places of food production. We can do this anywhere, and the ceramic corpus is a place of great flexibility as well. So in conclusion, a consistent methodology across the two sites highlights a lack of consistency across cooking, eating, and discard practices, which are the fundamental day-to-day operations of a household. And they look entirely different at these two sites in all of these varied ways. So of course, the question becomes, what now? Is this an issue of site or is this an issue of period? I can't directly answer that. Clearly, we need to work more on the overlap of these two sites. The first intermediate period actually provides that in the early middle, so it's planned. But I will say I think it's likely a little bit of both. When we look at early Middle Kingdom Elephantine at Kom el Hisn, and I'm not putting charts here just for sake of time, but talk to me during the breaks. We have early Middle Kingdom evidence at Kom el Hisn that indicates shifting trends in blackening and wear, but it's different and nowhere near as diverse as what we see at Elephantine. So I think we have both changing practices that are changing cultural practices writ large, but we also have these regional practices that we can see. And with that, I thank you for your time.
So now we make a big jump in time and dive in late period to Roman period with Nicolas Morand, who is postdoctoral fellow at the Thyssen Foundation and Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences. And he will speak online, I think. Do you have him?
Hello.
So he'll talk about cook and store food in domestic sphere, an archaeozoological approach.
Just, do you hear me? Okay, just check. Yes, okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I hope my internet connection will be good because I have some problems, but finger crossed. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for accepting this presentation. Today, I would like to present you, the first results of an ongoing project about animal exploitation in the Maritime region and the Western Delta from the late period to times. The project is supported by the Thyssen Foundation. One aspect of this program is the study of food practices in settlements through time. I would like for this presentation to focus on the different levels of food studies in zooarchaeology and how this discipline can be part in the analysis of domestic life. For that, I will present you 3 study cases from important settlements in Lower Egypt. I present the first result from a sector at Plantine, dated to the late period, an example at Combahig for the Hellenistic period, and then from Buto for an example dated to the early Roman period. I'm sorry. Plantine and Combahig are located in the Mareoid region at 45 kilometers from Alexandria to the west. This territory is the margin of the Western Delta at the interface between the deltaic zone and the desert. The sites, as you can see map, are located on limestone ridges on both sides of the western arm of the Meroe Lake. Both towns are dated between the 3rd intermediate period to Greco-Roman times. In the Pharaonic period, the lake was open to the sea. The canal connecting Alexandria, the new capital in the Hellenistic period, closed the lake. The third site is Buto. The city is located in the western delta, about 30 kilometers from the sea. The site was occupied since the pre-dynastic period to early Roman time. On these 3 sites, all faunal remains are studied, the bones collected by hand, and after sieving. A protocol for screening samples have been planned. This method is very helpful to collect small bones, especially fish and birds. Without this step during excavations, these animals are unwanted in the diet. Plantine is excavated by Bérengère Redon and her team. The settlement is developed in 2 large areas, the Pharaonic village here, and the Hellenistic town in the southern part of the site. 4 sectors are located in the Pharaonic home, and 3 of them are focused on the highest levels and have uncovered a very dense settlement. Dense areas have been discovered close to houses, such as in the sector 6 here, and the sector 11, as you can see in the stratigraphic profile. Many animal bones have been found in these large dumps. In both sheep and goats are species consumed, with wild game and marine fish. But these sectors are still excavated, as well as the Hellenistic town. So I would like to focus on the sector. This is the large area excavated on the site. The southern building is a multifunctional space with small rooms and a courtyard. The presence of ovens or places, the red stars, and many potteries, lighted food preparation areas, and probably storage activities. The potteries are very diversified. Imported amphora from Eastern Mediterranean are present in different rooms. For example, this part of the settlement is abandoned at the end of the 5th century BC. So for this period, 400 bones, animals of domestic mammals, have been identified. If I sum up quickly in this trench, pigs are the majority in all sectors, sheep and goats in second, and cattle very rare, less than 10 bones. There is no big differences between the buildings, the rooms, only in the courtyard where the sheep and goats are more represented, but the sample is too small for interpretation. The parts of pigs, the shoulders and thighs, are well represented in the samples. Many cut and burn marks testify to the meat preparation. For example, several brownish and black traces on teeth indicate the cooking over a fire. Fortunately, we cannot identify boiling traces. For example, we don't have traces on bones. In addition, fish have been even consumed, especially sharks, rays, sea breams, and mullets. Catfish and tilapias are also present. Aquatic resources in the lagoon were important in the diet. And it's that interesting that the largest specimens were mainly located outside the house in the dumps, especially in this dump. Moreover, as you can see on the plan, kids, especially donkeys, are more present in the dump out houses in the north and the west. Several carcasses of donkeys and food waste were thrown away. In this sector, we have evidence of food storage. A complete amphorae contained actually a fish preparation. This type of amphora is normally used for transporting wine and comes from Asia Minor. Here, it has been reused to contain tiny fish, the young ones. I just started this, but tilapias and mullets are the main species. There are also Mormyridae, the family of Mormyridae, elephant fish. One example of a similar food item is reported at Kerma during the same period. Other evidence in Egypt are scarce and more recent. So we have the first evidence of fish preparation date the late period in Lower Egypt. We combine this data with the rest of the finds, we can discuss about the domestic activities in the settlement. In the second eight, several tools for making bread have been discovered. In addition, several seeds of barley and emmer-wheat are present. These cereals were often used in ancient Egypt for making bread. Craft activity with the, are identified with the presence of loom weight. Finally, fragments of iron tools for agriculture, a hoe or an adze, have been found in the same sector. Information from finds, tools, and zooarchaeological data, and archaeobotany, of course, suggests that this part of the settlement might be occupied by workers or farmers, probably. And it's very interesting, other sectors still under excavation. The meat diet is very different with more diversity in species consumed and the rich artifacts, but the investigation is to be viewed. The second example for this presentation is Eastern Combe of Bahig, Combe Bahig. A new trench have been opened by Aude Simony and her team, and they uncovered two Hellenist buildings. One of these damaged by the erosion of the comb, you can see on the left part of the picture. But in a small room that you see in the square, about 80 liters of soil samples from the earthen floor have been sieved. The density of bones here is very high. Most of it consists of fins, mainly skulls, skeletons, and segments of mammal bones. The feeling of a small pit. Do you hear me? I hope so. Sorry for the connection. Everything is okay. Amen. Thank you. So the feeling of a small pit is also rich in fish remains. Trees of these two lists are very fragmented and residual. It is mainly table with no shards of storage or cooking pottery have been collected. So the faunal remains in them are very small. Some of them are slightly burnt. The concentration is unusual, even if for an earthen floor. Further excavation, particularly in the south here, is planned to better understand this accumulation. This space may have been used for food preparation or making specific dishes. We don't have a clear answer for now. As elsewhere in the area, bones are rare. Most of the bones actually were certainly rejected outside the dwelling. This information brings me to my last example. We move to Bhutto, if it's working. In one sector, P18, numerous food areas dating from the 1st to the 3rd century AD have been discovered. Thesaurus dated to the 2nd century have been unearthed by Loïc Mazou and Pascal Ballet, where thousands of seeds have been collected. Today, I just present one zooarchaeological sample from a residential area dated to the 3rd century AD. In this sample, the meat diet is composed by cattle, poultry, ducks and chicken, fish, especially clarias and tilapia, but also shells from the Nile and the Mediterranean, with especially the donax, the small shell on the slide. The proportions of species in this sample are quite similar with the rest of the faunal data, dated to the early Roman period sector. Unlike at Plantine and Combahig, animal bones have been found in an alley. Food waste is regularly dumped outside the houses. These examples This example at Bhutto illustrates that in many cases, faunal remains, the food waste mainly, are thrown away outside the dwellings. For example, in the sector P5, whaling of a Hellenistic period, faunal remains are very rare. Sometimes dumps are close to the house, sometimes further away. Most of the time, we have more information about waste management than the function of rooms. About the storage of food at Bhutto, in the same phase, some food produced were stored in the dwelling. In fact, a closed small cooking pot has been found in probably pillar. This cooking pot is complete and contained the remains of veal. It might be a kind of meat stew. The bones are mainly skull fragments and some broken bones, the long bones. The RAS probably appreciated. This because this discovery can be associated to another case of food stored in P18, a bottom of an amphorae from the early Roman period contained the remains of a fish ration. The study's failing will be published soon. To conclude, in few minutes, I wanted to show you different degrees of the meat diet analysis due to animal bones. First, we can, with the animal, the faunal remains, we can describe the main species consumed and the choice of meat cuts. Cutting and cooking traces on bones are helpful for the meat preparer analysis. We are also interested in filling containers to tout meat storage. Fish, but also meat preparation from settlements should be more considered. Cross-analysis with ceramologists, but also with papyrologists, is essential in this research. The study of the use and the reuse of containers is very interesting. And with the spatialization of animals, we can contribute times to identify the function of rooms or height specific deposits. But it is, of course, necessary to be cautious in the interpretation because we often study the last use of space in archaeology. Rooms can be changed from their original function in time, through time, and used as dumping grounds, for example. Otherwise, most of them are multifunctional. And finally, in many cases, animal remains are in backfills as secondary deposits. But zooarchaeology can be very helpful, and the discipline needs to be part of multidisciplinary research, as different presentations said in this conference, to compare all the skills and the data. In the future, this analysis will be extended to all areas on each site for the project, to propose a comparative approach between dwellings, the dumps, and activities involving animals in domestic life. Today, it was a good opportunity for me to summarize the first results for this conference. Thank you for your attention.
So now we have around 10 minutes to talk about what makes a kitchen, or what fuels were used in the past, what were the cooking practices in the Old Kingdom, or what were the animals present in first millennium BC settlements. So please, first speaker.
Yeah, many thanks to all the speakers. I would have a direct question or comment to Claire. I was the one who addressed the dung firing for cooking. So we did a lot of experiments over the last years, and you made it very clear kind of how diverse the use is, and that you really need to know about what you're doing, why you're doing it, for what you're doing it. So that was all very much appreciated. I also liked a lot that you talked about the smelling, and I would just really strengthen that sheep and goat, which is of course commonly used in domestic context, especially in the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom, is the smelliest of all. Yeah, cow is smoky, yes, but sheep and goat is really, really difficult, and it also connects nicely to the bathroom presentation, because believe me, it doesn't help to shower if you have worked with sheep and goat. So in a recent publication, I have proposed similar, like following the colleagues from Ain Suchner, that also in other industries, there would always have been a mix of wood, chaff, and dung. So donkey dung is working perfectly as a starter, and we also use it for cooking. So if you you would never ever do a fire just with one dung thing. Yeah, so this is maybe important. You are probably aware of it, but for the audience, that donkey is just perfect as a starter, as I said, and then it disappears. Yeah, so we also documented our the remains of our fires, and of course cow and donkey completely disappears, but you do get the sheep and goat. It's also extremely important to keep in mind what kind of dung you are using, the qualities of your dung, similar to wood. We ended up using a 1-year-old cow dung, which was kind of so dry and so kind of integrated, or like imprecated by obviously some worms and stuff like this. So it was kind of very porous. And with this cow dung, we accidentally tried to fire pottery, and we reached temperatures of 1,500 degrees, and it was a problem. So I was just asking, like, I wouldn't call cow dung less efficient. It was used for different things, and we do have the cow dung cakes from Amarna. So of course they were using cow dung. They were just using it in different contexts. And I would also question that what you said, that with cow dung you get less high temperatures. Definitely not. Sheep and goat is keeping a very steady temperature, a very, very nice steady thing. And you don't have to always kind of refill it. But cow dung is used for the industrial things, like they are using it nowadays in Africa. So if you want to fire pottery, you don't only use sheep and goat, you would go crazy. You definitely also use cow dung. Thank you.
Well, actually on this, for statuary also, you can use cow dung. It's very practical. I was trying to cook steatite statues, and with sheet of cow, we could reach also 1000 degrees in 1 hour. It's very, very practical, and it doesn't smell. So it was really useful. Do you want to make a comment on cow?
Thank
cow
you.
dung?
I was just quoting in a couple of papers, so thank you for informing me better. Thank you. Follow up maybe of the two a question if the kind of food does it show up in the blackening of pots as well? Were there any experiments if you use cow dung or charcoal for cooking, if this shows up differently in a blackening pattern, in a sooting pattern?
I don't think so. So in the experimental fire that Claire and I and several others did, sorry, I didn't tell you about that picture. We used sheep goat. It's sheep or goat. I don't remember which of them it was. It wasn't donkey. We used sheep or goat, and it gave these the blackening patterns that you saw. If we used, and this is where I'm going to appeal to Claire or anyone else who has experimental firing knowledge, if we were to use a different fuel, it would be, if we got more flame, that would impact the exterior blackening. And if it drastically changed the heat, I don't think it would change the interior blackening very much because you're charring the food. But if you have an uncontained heat that you're not controlling, that's when you're going to get even more exterior blackening. And that's certainly what we saw on the first day when we didn't control as adequately as the second.
So for statuary, actually, if you put fire on a black statue, I mean, if it's steatite, it becomes red. So the flame removes the black, actually. Aaron, I had a question, but...
Also a question for Leslie about blackening. The interior blackening specifically, do you think it was intentional, not like a byproduct of the cooking process? Because I'm sort of thinking about my family's from Singapore, and with a wok, you want the inside black. We go through, before you use it to cook anything, you go through this long process of heating it and putting oil on it, heating it, oiling it, heating it, oiling it, and then it creates like a non-stick thing, but it also gives another flavor. And you also you never wash it. So you don't put soap, like no one is allowed to put soap near my wok. And because of this, my partner's mother will refuse to eat anything that's cooked in it because she thinks it's dirty. But it's like a cultural thing. So whether what you're seeing at these two sites is chronological/regional, but also maybe a completely different food practice.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting point. And you do the same in the US with cast iron, where you season it. And that's what that whole phrasing is, right? You're seasoning the pan so that you can use it moving forward. And you're not supposed to wash a cast iron pan either, ideally. It's not impossible, and it would certainly sit with that changed cooking practice that's happening in the Middle Kingdom. And certainly if you were to take the wok in the cast iron example, those are fast cooking practices, right? And so if you season a pot so it's slippy inside so that you can cook without having things stick, you can cook fast, you can feed people in a very informal way very quickly. So I think that that's certainly a possibility.
Just to follow up on that question, today in Egypt, we seal the inside of pots with molasses and egg white. And is there a similar practice in ancient Egypt that we know of, sealing on the inside? Is this blackening sufficient to kind of seal it and make sure it's not too porous?
Yeah, we've had the same thing. Toja published on this, talking about the black, sort of the sealing of it. But if you look at the vessels, we don't have tremendous numbers of that happening. And when I see complete vessels, and which I don't very often in the settlement context, don't see a lot of them, but it's certainly in the realm of possibility, and that would residue analysis would be so wonderful in that case.
I could also just add to that. There's a couple of, it's only like 2 or 3 examples of Nubian pots at Edfu, or these Nubian cooking pots at Edfu that have this weird, quite slick white. coating on the inside, and I don't know what it is. And they're on the coarsest things, because my other thing, which we can talk about later, is like what do you define as fine wares? Because some of the Nubian coarse wares we have at Edfu are like the walls are 3 millimeters thick and the fabric is really dense and there's not very much temper. So that the fabric is fine. And we've also got this other one that, from an Old Kingdom context, it is beautifully burnished and decorated, but is burnt.
I don't want to dominate things, so I'll say I'd love to chat with you later. And I will note actually that all the Nubian style material is under Marie's purvey at Elephantine. So I did not include any of that in these analyses. So when we think about exterior blackening, which Nubian so regularly have consistently over them, I do wonder sometimes how much of that is blackening from the fire, which I'd certainly previously assumed before doing this work, versus intentionally done for a stylistic purpose, which is, I don't work with the Nubian pottery, and I would love to hear those people who do more of it. That's kind of where I'm leaning now.
Thank you. Actually, I have some comments. Okay, maybe I will say it easier. Yeah, I just want to thank you. I mean, like Mena and Leslie, because actually you confirm many things that I thought, you know, working on the Giza, especially Giza material. First of all, you know, like the cooking and the kitchens are really missing. I mean, you show the picture of, you know, of an installation, but actually it's only like one platform that I could associate with some maybe baking, you know, like baking of flat bread or whatever, maybe meat on it. But again, we would need like residue analysis, which is, you know, I see a project here, you know, like collecting data from all of those sites. Yeah. Second issue is the tableware. I absolutely agree with you, because I don't believe in a tableware in the Old Kingdom, especially, you know, looking at the Giza pottery and different patterns, you know, like, you know, I mean, analyzing so many pots, at some point I realized that actually it doesn't exist, because I have beautiful maiden bowl and completely burned on the outside. And then in a kind of not very good context. And in the same time, we have white carinated bowls. So it's rather more about the users than the, you know, like the factual, I mean, the function of the pots, because it was the same function. It's just like the matter, you know, where you find them, yeah, and who use them and how they use them. And then I have the material from Tel Aretaba, which is completely different period. And then I have different sets of questions too. And also I see something that is similar. I would say that like Old Kingdom would be very much comparable to the third intermediate period in some sense, because then, you know, I don't see like much cooking installations. There's something similar, but more about the distribution of pottery rather than, you know, the factual tableware. Again, very elusive term in this material. On and on, there are many, many questions. I see many projects together. Thank you very much.
Aline in the chat says, thank you to all the speakers for these interesting presentations. I have a question for Leslie and Warden. During the firing experiment, how did you decide to fire or boil such products in such ceramics? Experimental design.
That is a wonderful question. And if anyone has the answer to that, please come talk to me during the lunch. It is, but it gets to that question of agency, doesn't it? Which is where Minna is heading. I think that's where so many of us are heading. How do ancient Egyptians make choices? And unfortunately, I feel like right now, what I can see is the choices they made and not how they came to those choices. So the fact that they are choosing to cook and everything, I do wonder if in the Middle Kingdom at Elephantine, I do wonder if is in part a regional thing, but I also wonder how much of it is dictated by the scale of what they're cooking. Like I'm just cooking something small for my child right now. They're young. We all know the things kids eat when they're 2 is drastically different than the things they're willing to eat when they're adults. So maybe I'm making something quickly for the child. And so maybe that is motivating my decision of what vessel I'm picking up. Certainly in size and scale it would. What food I'm making, am
I charring something? Am I making a meat? Am I making a porridge? All of that's going to motivate the decisions. But how to think about that in relationship to individual sherds is something that calls for more experimental and ethnoarchaeology and again, residue analysis, things like that. But those are certainly the questions that that cooks have in mind, who they're feeding and how they're feeding them, I think would motivate a lot of those decisions.
And also there's probably a personal preference. I'm sure we all have our own pans that we prefer to use at home. And I think a random personal choice would have also played a role.
And real quick though, assuming that the question was also about the actual experiment itself, how did you decide? In case that is also the way we were supposed to interpret that question.
So for the experimental fire, we decided in part because we wanted to see what placement on the fire would look like. And so we placed things in various locations in various proximity to fire, if you will, to see what would happen. So that dictated that. And then we decided we wanted to see what would happen with a protein, with some sort of meat product, with something starchy, and also to see how much water would affect as something that maintains coolness inside that you have to really work to bring to a boil, how much that might affect the actual patterning of the blackening marks. So that's why we made those decisions. They were not feed us decisions. So they were experimental decisions, very counter what the ancient Egyptians would have done.
So I kind of had a question in general to many of the speakers. When we're talking about the modern day and also in the past, we were talking about the changeover from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom as far as grain size, coarse grain, finer grain. There's no real, as you said, there's no real fine grain in the pottery, but experimentally and also with ovens kind of in the homes, as far as insulating temperature, heat dispersion, is there a sort of marked difference in the conducive heat for the way that those pots and pottery kind of transfer heat or the way they cook based off of grain size or grain sorting? Or?
So yes, wear is definitely going to affect heat. And that's been a lot of work on fabric has dealt with how much a fabric that has more inclusions and things like sand or limestone will carry heat better, or at least be more practical and the fire less likely to explode, which is why the fine wares being so regularly charred is startling. They're thin. This gets to Erin's point. They're thin. They have far fewer inclusions. They're the things that we always, whenever I've read literature about fabrics, are the things that are assumed to be more fragile and less likely to be able to handle cooking. Apparently not, if we look at the actual use. And as I talk to modern potters, this is the advantage of working at a very small institution. The potter, the modern ceramicist, is next door. She makes things. And so we made coiled vessels, and I was talking about the coarseness of Old Kingdom fabrics. And as I'm struggling to make a very ugly coiled vessel, and she's like, well, this clay is too nice. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, it needs more teeth in it, which means it needs more things. It needs more what I would call inclusions. And so much of that is, there's so many different motivations behind why things are in a clay. But apparently wear does not, counter to what I expected when I started this, wear in the Middle Kingdom does not affect people's choices about whether it should fire, even though it should affect how heat is transmitted.
Thank you for that answer. And I would also kind of ask, for the first presentation, you're talking about kind of ovens in the home being used as heating systems as well. Did you see a sort of, or did you investigate the types of material used in those ovens and if they might have differed based off of their use within the house? Or you showed that image of the children kind of sleeping on top of the ovens. Is that, I'm just wondering if that has anything to do with it, with the way that those are built, the types of material they have, whether some are better at kind of insulating heat or spreading heat more evenly, or if you had done any work on that.
I don't think there's a particular pattern to that effect. I rarely see those that have a sort of a platform built on top for people to sleep on, but they do exist. And these are the only ones that seem to me like they would intentionally double up as sleeping spaces. And otherwise people would just sleep in the room where the oven is, what some people would call the kitchen, and they would just sleep regardless of how the kitchen is built or Kanun, you know, the little U-shaped ovens with an open stovetop-like thing. There's no particular pattern to those. Thank you.
Okay, let's eat now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. A pleasure to have you all again. And now, from spaces and from cooking, we go to excitement news. And I leave the floor to our dear chair of this session, Dr. Irene Fürsten-Müller, and enjoy.
So good afternoon, everybody. And I think I speak for everybody that we really enjoy this conference. So Fatma, congratulations already. We continue with the session 5, which is live from the settlement. A recent research at currently excavated settlement sites in Egypt and Sudan. And the first speaker is Ms. Mohga Ramadan on daily activities at Marriott Islands in the Greco-Roman period. So looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. David. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Fatma, for this very good conference and this opportunity to participate with those wonderful scholars. Let me now take you to a short journey to North Egypt, to Alexandria, to speak about the daily activities at Marriott Islands during the Greco-Roman period. And that will be through my newly excavated site at Tabet Mutawah, located at West Alexandria. First, I will show you an overview about the site itself and the excavation held on it. It was a salvage excavation, was under the responsibility of the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities in collaboration with the Egyptian Armed Forces Engineering Authority. Sorry, I have a cold. Which funded this excavation as the site become under the authority of the Egyptian Armed Forces to build a new compound there. The preliminary schedule for this salvage excavation was only 1 month, but we could negotiate to extend it for 3 months. It started from the end of December 2021 to the end of March 2022, and I was the project director, and my colleague Aya Salem was the field director. The site is about 20 kilometers southwest of Alexandria on the southern coast of Lake Marriott. The salvage excavation was conducted in 2 combs, Comb Mutawah and the Comb Mansour, and they were separated by fish farms, modern fish farms. Because the scope of this presentation is the excavation at Comb Mutawah, so I will concentrate solely on it, which is approximately 3.44 hectares. This comb was divided in 2 parts, almost in the 80s, by an enclosure wall built by El Amreya Weaving Company, because the area to the south of this wall, the wall is in the Berber line, was in its property. Unfortunately, the construction of this wall destroyed some important elements, archaeological elements, as some archaeological elements were extended in both parts and along the same axis. As you can see, you will find that the settlement area, the topic of this presentation, and the necropolis, which I will mention briefly, were extended in the 2 parts. The comb was looted in 2017. This promoted the Ministry of Antiquities in Alexandria to commission an Egyptian archaeological team to conduct excavation in the area south of the wall over 4 seasons from 2018 to 2021. This mission discovered a settlement area at the top of the comb and a cistern at the comb's southern edge and a hypogeum at the comb's northern edge and a wine press near the hypogeum. Unfortunately, we didn't have, of course, enough time to complete excavations on that part, and we just surveyed it with the help of Sue Alex. Let us now focus on the area north of the company's wall, which my team made a concerted effort to excavate in that short time. This area was also looted, but was never excavated. We decided to carefully select sectors to be excavated based on the walking survey conducted on the first day of work due to the large area to be excavated in comparison to limited time available. At the top of the comb, there were many pottery sherds. At the east edge of the top of the comb, there are remnants of walls resulting from looting activities. At the northwestern edge of the comb, there is a vaulted hypogeum carved into the bedrock, but it is in a very poor condition due to looting. And on the east side of the comb, at the depression area near the lake, we found a lot of slags, unbaked, over-fired pottery, and a lot of pottery sherds, all of amphora, AE2 and AE3 and their stands. As a result, we decided to open 5 sectors in order to cover the most majority of the comb in this region. We are able to excavate a Ptolemaic era hypogeum on the comb's northwestern side, which had been completely looted. Despite that, we were able to obtain very critical information. And at the depression area near the lake, a pottery workshop dated to the 1st and the 3rd centuries AD contains 3 pottery kilns we could excavate, one of which has an extraordinary design. We also discovered the installation of 3 kick wheels, and fireplaces include resin that was melted on it for smearing the amphora to reduce its porous after firing and before filling with wine, which were produced on the wine press, which was discovered on the other area of the comb. Following the general overview of the comb excavation, we will now dive deep into the presentation's topic, which is the excavation at the top of the comb on its northern side. Excuse me. At the top of the comb, we opened 2 sectors. The first one is called the sector 10,000. Its dimension were 10 by 10 meters. In the area, we found a lot of pottery sherds during the walking survey. Surprisingly, the upper surface layer that sealed the sector was overlaying the bedrock directly. The second sector is called sector 30,000. Its initial dimensions were 10 by 10 meters, and by continued excavation, we could extend it to 39.38 meter long from north to south and 28.38 meter wide from east to west. 4 structures were discovered during excavation this sector. Structures 2 and structure 3 extend beyond the limit of excavation on their west and south sides, while structure 4 was completely destroyed as a result of looting activity. Some remnants of walls could help us to determine some of its rooms and some hints of their functions. While structure number 1 occupies the majority of sector 30,000, and it is a semi-rectangular building with a total size of 272.60 meters square. There is a street with a width of 2.30 meters from east to west and a length of 40.5 meters from north to south between structure 1 and 4. And it has a lot of activities done on this street. And because the limited time available, I will not refer to it, and we'll save it for another paper, inshallah. Structure 1 was shoddy construction of irregular limestone couples bonded into the earth with no traces of any casing. It is made up of 13 rooms of varying sizes. This structure was constructed on the ruins of an earlier structure. Some of these walls were built of tuffla bricks and bonded into the mud. As we could see remnants of its walls underlaying the walls of the structure number 1. Structure 1 was used in 2 phases. The first of which was difficult to determine the function of most of its rooms, as with exception to some rooms such as room K, which we could assume that it might be related to the storage food and liquids. while the floors of the other rooms during that phase were demolished for environmental reasons and from looting activities also. We are awaiting the results of the sample analysis to help us interpret the function of some of these rooms. While a preliminary ceramic study of this phase suggested that it dates from late period to the early Ptolemaic period. The first occupation phase of structure 1 was followed by an abandonment phase, after which the walls were repaired and raised, and the floors were leveled to begin the structure's new occupation phase, and it appears that the user decided to keep the structure's outline with its 13 rooms as it was the case in the first phase. The floors and occupation deposits overlaying the floors of the rooms of the second occupation phase were better preserved than those of the first, which helped us interpret the function of the structure's rooms. Room T, for example, might be used for food preparation, but might be for duff kneading, as we discovered a magur and a potent placement of another one in the same room. Other rooms might be used for cooking, as we discovered many fireplaces on their floors, and we also discovered potent placements of some amphora that could have been used to store water or other liquids. Other rooms might be used for store food, while room K in that phase was used for industrial purposes, particularly weaving, where we found a lot of grinding and bounding stones, as well as what might be several rab-weighted looms and pieces of spindle whorls, scissors, and comb for wool or fabric, and what might be a part of heckling board and a worked bone of part of the spindle, and a yellow ochre, what might be used for dyeing, as the study is still in progress. Let us now exit from room K and enter another room, which is room L, which has a completely different function. This room has a podium located in its northwestern corner. The occupation deposit of this room includes 2 lanterns and so many terracotta fragments. The majority of the terracotta fragments belonged to Hippocrates, but there were also pieces of statues of a seated king. This leads us to believe that this room might have been used as a small chapel. There is a strong evidence that the inhabitants of this island relied heavily on fish on their diet, as we discovered traces of remainings of hooks and other net tools. As we also found remains of various species of fish bones and shells. As one would expect given the site's location in the Mariot region, there is evidence of maritime trade, as evident by the enormous amount of stamped handles of imported amphora from all over the Mediterranean islands. We also discovered an anchor, despite it being reused in a later phase as a marker for a Bedouin grave that I will mention later. These phases' preliminary ceramic study suggested that it dates to the Mid-Ptolemaic period. Then the structure was stopped used and abandoned for a while. Then the north part of the structure was then deconstructed, and some of its walls were reused for the construction of a lime kiln, which according to preliminary ceramic studies and the preliminary coin studies is dated to the Byzantine period. And it seems that this kiln was left suddenly, as we still find the limestone blocks inside it, which not completely burned or fired. This was the final phase in which the area was occupied as an island or peninsula in the Mariotide region during the Greco-Roman period, before being abandoned to be occupied as a Bedouin cemetery during the Islamic period, which is difficult to date, but it is not modern because the local Bedouins are unaware of the existence of this cemetery. We excavated nearly 90 burials. This Bedouin burying activity was divided in two phases. The earliest phase was concentrated in the south area of the sector 30,000, and the second phase was concentrated on the north area of the sector. As you will find this a lot of purple lines. This is the graves, the south one of the first phase of burying, and the upper one for the second phase. This Bedouin burying activity during the first phase seems to be organized cemetery because there was a type of classification in burials with female and juniors separated from male burials, and there were no truncation between burials during that phase, which could indicate the presence of an undertaker in charge of this cemetery. During that phase, the burying activity trait was reusing the walls to bury inside or beneath them. This complicates our excavation actually and destroys many walls of structure number one, second construction phase, as well as contaminate the occupation deposits with abandonment deposit and sometimes the floors as they cut the burial and refill it with the same deposit they dug. After the site was abandoned once more, burying activity, as I mentioned, was concentrated that time in the northern area of sector 30,000, which was less distributed than in the previous phase. Because the previous phase contained 70 burials and this phase contained only 20 burials. The unique burial of this phase is burial number 12, which was cut on the lime kiln and that destroyed part of it. This burial was for a pregnant and her fetus. In conclusion, we will presume that Tabbet Metawah site is one of the islands or peninsula located on the coast of Lake Mariut that was occupied during the late period and the Greco-Roman period and was famous for producing wine and also serving as a link between the maritime trade route between Alexandria and the Mediterranean islands. Excavation at the settlement area revealed Ptolemaic era structures with domestic and industrial mixed use. The excavations assisted us in drawing a brief overview of the activities of the inhabitants of this island or peninsula, as they have other industrial activities that serve their needs, such as weaving. It also hints at their ritual activities during the Ptolemaic period, particularly Hippocrates worship. In terms of diet, they rely primarily on fish in addition to sheep, goats, and poultry. The area was still used for lime production and may have been used for other structures nearby on the island during the late Roman period. The various studies are still in progress to determine the exact dates of each phase through ceramic, which is being done by our ceramist Amani Shaban, and the study of the coins as well as the terracotta fragments we found at the chapel, as well as the zooarchaeological and the archaeobotanical studies. And on this occasion, I would like to thank all my colleagues who are assisting us in these studies, especially our colleagues from SUALEX. First and foremost, Dr. Marie-Dominique Nena, Thomas Fouché, Valérie Pichot, Ismail Awad, Nicolas Moura, and our colleagues from the ministry, Isam Mahmoud, the archaeobotanist from NEMEC, and Samar Mahmoud from JAM.
Thank you very much for this fantastic time. So congratulations. And we will continue with the next speaker, which is Mr. Mohammed Hussein, who is the director of East of Sohag Antiquities. And he will talk about excavations at Gebel El Haridi in Sohag. So please, the floor is yours.
For every body of member of our conference. I'm my colleague Said Shur. Please. At the first, I would like to say, where is Sohag? Sohag, in ancient Sohag, divided into 3 nomes of Upper Egypt. The 8 nomes, Abydos in Upper Egypt, Tower, and 9 nom, it's Ikhmim, Minu, Khentmin, and 10 nom, Upper Egypt, Wadjet, maybe Kumshgao, maybe Gaul Kabir, east of the bank or west of the bank. And this is the location of our site. The site of Jabal al-Hariri lies about 350 kilometers south of Cairo and about 40 kilometers north of Sohag. The location and the topography of this site is the largest village on the site. It's in Khazindariya. The mountains, it's near the Nile. So in the modern village and the ancient settlement, where it's sloping. And a lot of this village, it's above a lot of settlement for maybe hunting. Until now, the modern and the ancient, the same place. The earliest mention of the site is Richard Bacot and Napoleon Compagnon, and a lot of visit, like Howard Carter visits the site, and a lot of traveler. The Egypt Exploration Society excavated and make some survey on the site between December 1991 till August 1998, directed by Kirby and Dr. Salim Ikram work with them. There are 3 main areas of the site were studied. A lot of they studied about in the site about the cowries, as they number the cowries. I think they found 4 or 5. The main cowrie is for Ramses III. It's about 7 meters and have a good stela for Ramses III. They think because Ramses III sent 3 workers to get some stone to build a temple in the 10 Nom, but we didn't know where. Maybe in Gao, maybe in the east of Bank, maybe in Kumjgao. The cowrie in Khazindariya or Al-Haridi, 3 large cowries were recorded A and B and C. Cowries lie directly above the large Baroque inscription of Ramses III. The other 2 later further to the north. In 1999 and 2000, the SCA excavated, focusing on the mountain of the Jabal Abu Nasr, north of Al-Haridi, Al-Khazindariya, and they found a remains of a temple of Isis. The site history. In the season 2000 excavate, there is a stela of the king of Ptolemy III, rounded top stela around with winged sun disk, dedicated atop to Osiris and Isis and Horus, followed by men. Then the king and his wife below the sign is the text, written in hieroglyphic and Domotic. This stela now is in Sohag Museum. Then our work starts this year, focusing to find where is the settlement of the worker of the cowrie, and where is, and we need to know the extension of this temple. But the main thing we found in this mission, this the checkpoint discovered is a mud brick structure, tower house, which was built to preserve and watch the traffic between Nom's border, collect taxes, and secure the boats sailing to the Nile. Because this place is near the Nile and between the Nom 10 and Nom 9 of Ikhmim. The temple, in the temple underneath the checkpoint is dedicated to Isis, dated to the region of Ptolemaic III, from the stela which found in the last excavation of 1999, and it's measured 33 meters length and 40 meters width, with the north to the south axis. The canal cuts the west side. As you see the picture, the canal is cut a half of this temple. At the center of this temple from the east, a staircase with limestone blocks for the temple floor. The layout of the temple consists of a rectangular courtyard with 4 columns in the middle, then the hall with 2 columns leads to the Holy of the Holy. During the excavation, the team discovered a limestone basin and votive stela at the north of the temple, as well as 5 strata with a domotic inscription. And a lot of coins, oil lamp, and miniature plates and animals bone, which the study showed that it was a food for the temple priest, and some animal bones also from the checkpoint and from the houses. It shows the food of the worker from the fallen remains. The mission also recovered 85 tombs. It's just surveyed it and give it a number. We can't excavate all the tomb in one season, so. But it's date to different era from the end of the Old Kingdom to the Ptolemaic. The tomb vary sample in their plan. Some are rock cut tomb on front level of the mountain. Some was one of several burial shafts, and other tomb with a sliding corridor leading into a burial chamber. Inside the Ptolemaic tombs, a human remains and mummy remains discovered with a number of 30 mummy labels, which is like a pyramid of the burial, and they are written of ancient Greek, Hieratic, and Demotic script. This label usually bear the name of the deceased and the father of the mother name, where from, job, and age, and the time of the death, and sometimes ancient Egyptian god, humans, and prayer. The story of the Farouk Canal, which cutting the temple, it takes the west part of the temple. The mission discovered a house of the supervisor of this worker, and we found a list of name of the worker and the salary of and her task, and a lot of paper in Arabic line. A paper showing the town of the worker, and the last letter of one of them, of the worker or supervisor, sent the paper for his mother. The archaeological team also finished a documentation, a numbering of the cowrie at the site, including Ramses III cowering of the 19th dynasty. The mission finished the cleaning and preservation of the Ramses stela, which was mentioned in the Bibel's Harris. Ramses III sent 38 cowrie craftsmen to this site, Jabal al-Hariri, to cut stones to build a temple for him in the Ten Num. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you for this overview of the new discoveries. And we go now to the next lecture, which gives me extreme pleasure because it's an old friend of mine, Dr. Said Abdelhalim, who is now in Shams University, a lecturer of archaeological sciences and excavations at the Faculty of Archaeology. And he will talk about the site settlement recently discovered at Tel Hebwa II in Northern Sinai. So please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So you hear me well? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank my colleague, Dr. Fatma Keshk, for this opportunity to give this presentation. In fact, this presentation is a part of my PhD defended 2 years or 3 years ago about the 2 sites of Egyptian borders representing Tel Habwa 1 and Tel Habwa 2. My paper today will focus on site settlement recently discovered at Tel Habwa 2 in Jancharu in North Sinai. So as usual, I will begin with the location or geographical location of the site. The site is located at a distance of 700 meters to southeast of the site of Tel Habwa 1, about 4 kilometers northeast of the actual city of Kantara East or Kantara Sharq. and about 4 kilometers away from the eastern bank of the Suez Canal in the northwestern Sinai. In antiquity, the Pelusic branch of the Nile separated the two sites. In 1991, the geomorphological survey conducted by the Franco-Egyptian mission and led by Bruno Marcolongo, geoarchaeologist, Italian geoarchaeologist, he was able to detect its course and its estuary near the city of Pelusium, or now known as Tel Farama on the Mediterranean Sea. Before going on, we have to indicate the strategic position and the importance of the two sites, as both were located on the eastern gate of Egypt. The sites of Tel Habwa 1 and 2 are considered as the eastern entrance to Egypt during the pharaonic times, especially in the New Kingdom period. After it was confirmed and identified the two sites on the ground and their conformity with the inscription of King Seti-Feres on the northern exterior wall on the hypostyle in the Karnak temple. In the whole, the inscription is depicting 11 border forts, starting from fortress of Charu or Tel Habwa in the west to Canaan in the east. These military installations were in fact intended to protect the eastern frontier of Egypt from any potential Bedouin attacks. The representation of the border complex that appeared on this relief shows the specificity of the structure compared to the other stations on the route leading to Canaan. According to this relief, Charo area consisted of two main sections located on each side of a canal infested with crocodiles, probably corresponding the Pelusic branch, and connected by a bridge. In fact, these two sections are corresponding to the sites of Tel Habwa 1 and Tel Habwa 2. With regard to the situation in Tel Habwa 2, the general plan of the site shows the architectural remains and buildings dating back to the New Kingdom and to the Sayyid period. As for remains of the New Kingdom, the Egyptian mission led by Dr. Muhammad Abdel Maqsood was able to discover mud brick enclosure walls, here indicated in blue, yes, supported by towers at regular intervals. These walls surround two series of royal magazines, which take a rectangular shape, in addition to a palatial and religious complex in the middle of the site. It was possible to identify these remains during the New Kingdom period, especially from the 18th and 19th dynasty. Concerning the remains from the 26th dynasty, massive mud brick enclosure walls have been detected. Here is indicated in dark yellow. Measured almost 380 by 280 meters and supported by rectangular towers. This fortress has two entrances on both the northern and southern sides. Near the northern gate, a large quarter dating back to the Sayyid period has been recognized, built of mud bricks, and represented the settlement area that I will talk about. Before conducting the excavations in the northern part of the site of Tel Habwa 2, it was noticed that it was covered by a large quantity of ceramic shards from the Sayyid period. It should be noted that a Polish team from the Polish Institute for Archaeology, led by Thomas Herbisch, conducted a magnetic survey, which led to the detection of some anomalies that represent the traces of mud brick walls. This survey effectively contributed to the identification of these walls during the excavation. The site of Tel Habwa 2 at the eastern fringe of the delta allows us to discover a well-known Sayyid urban architecture along the Nile Valley and especially in contemporary sites in Lower Egypt. Our archaeological work has been organized in this sector, and a large residential area has been recognized near the northern gate of the Sayyid fortress. In the excavated area, we find for level of the Sayyid period at least three major phases of occupation. The main phase of urban development have been outlined schematically on the general by colored outlines. In light green, that of the first phase of the occupation, the remains of this phase being represented here by houses number 1 and 4. Houses here indicated by M, and it was in French, maison, so you can imagine this M, you replace M with H, or house. The orange color corresponds to the second phase of the habitation and concerns most houses, number 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. In fire break color or red color are indicated by the third phase of the occupation. They are represented here by remains of houses 3, 11, 12, and 13. The plan produced for the settlement at Al Habwa 2 shows a very tight juxtaposition of quadrangular structures of very variable but generally modest sizes, arranged according to a scheme oriented on two general east-west and north-south axes. Two main blocks of habitation could be recognized, divided by a central road opening onto the north gate of the fortification, with several houses adjoining each other or separated by alleys and equipped with ancillary constructions. Their internal structure is composed of a complex network built around several houses. These are separated by main roads or narrow alleys that can form many dead-end streets. Inside the habitation area, it's difficult to distinguish a hierarchy of the street network because of the frequent crossings of short alleys and the narrowness of streets between the buildings. However, it was possible to identify some long arteries through a series of straight segments of varying width and orientation. It's also remarkable that some dead ends penetrating inside the blocks in order to serve each of some houses. The irregular nature of the habitation is probably due to the frequent modifications in the building, which gives the different levels of construction a great complexity. This irregular arrangement of the houses could indicate that it was formed by a gradual enlargement of a succession of short segments. The settlement consists of different houses with varying plans, including houses with a minimum of 5 rooms, while others have more than 5, arranged around main courtyard. It should be noted that it's difficult to identify the entrances to the rooms and to determine the internal circulation because of the very poorly preserved status of the remains. Some dwellings include spatial arrangement related to domestic and artisanal life, sometimes pottery, bread ovens, domestic hearths, and mud break silos. Finally, a few artisanal installations seem to have been placed near the dwellings. Some residential units could have been various purposes. For example, a tower house was covered directly near the northern enclosure wall. It is a square building, house number 12, seems to belong to the category of tower houses. We can see that the foundation is built with an alignment of 3 rooms or tripartite division. A large central space could correspond to a central courtyard. This type of structure could easily be compared with other tower houses of the late period, and especially those attested in the settlements in the Deltaic region and elsewhere, which allows us to think of the presence of these installations inside the dwelling areas regularly. Various models of limestone and pottery scattered in different museums, which indicate how it was the actual size of the tower houses and could give us a good conception of the stories that they had. These old buildings led some Egyptologists to call them as the Manhattan of ancient Egypt. Then a privileged dwelling for the elite was cleared to the south of the sector. It is house number 11, located on the south side of the settlement. It has 5 rooms, including a small room was perhaps used for used as a lavatory or bathroom, composed of 2 superimposed jars perforated from the bottom and surrounded by small limestone blocks. In the northern chamber of this house, a large number of precious objects of different categories have been discovered, including a scarab inscribed with the name of the king Psamathe. This considers the only epigraphic material or source that we found in the settlement. Various faience and bronze amulets depicting Bes, Betah, Taweret, and Isis suckling her child Horus, in addition to bone figurines and the representation of baskets skillfully made of hematite, and several weights of bronze and basalt and a small alabaster jar. Local Egyptian pottery of both Nile clay and marble clay was mostly dedicated to various vessels of daily life use, which indicates the domestic character of the dwelling. Types are characteristic for the Said period, including red slip cylindrical jars, incense burners, plates, and dokka or bread tray or bread plates, in addition to a best jar, which is very close to that discovered by Flinders Petrie in 1886 at Tel Dafana. However, certain pieces of metal, especially in iron, such as arrowheads, spearheads, and armor scales, could also evoke the equipment of soldiers stationed in the settlement. In addition to fishing tools such as hooks and net sinkers, which reflects that the fishing was an important part of the social activities in the settlement, beside an iron sickle, perhaps intended for the harvesting. As for imported pottery, the excavations revealed considerable quantities came from the Aegean Islands and varied between amphoras from Samos, Clazomenia, Corinth, Lesbos, Chios, and luxurious cups from Ionia, in addition to the Phoenician amphora or torpedo that appeared in many domestic contexts. The same situation for the handle basket jar, which were imported from either Syro-Palestinian coast or Cyprus. It's possible to notice in this pie chart that the distribution ratio of imported pottery according to its production centers in Greece and other places, which indicates a large and important commercial diversity that reflects the economic and commercial relations of the site of Tel Habwa II with the Mediterranean islands during the Said period. Finally, we have a pot pillows made of pottery, which was undoubtedly used in a workshop for the treatment metals in the site. This could testify to artisanal activities carried out inside the settlement. It can be compared with two other examples of the same period, but they were discovered in the excavation of Tal Dafana on the left bank of Suez Canal on the same ancient course of the Paleolithic branch of the Nile. We have here one of Tal Habwa discovered in 2009, and two others from Tal Dafana, one by Flinders Petrie and the other by Egyptian mission worked there. We can see obviously how this pillows was used by the metalsmiths, although these scenes date back to the New Kingdom, and some stool models were found in the area of Sarabit al-Khadim in southern Sinai, which were used in the process of extraction of the copper ore. So it's now clear to understand how this process was performed. In the northern part of the settlement and in 2019, a bath has been found. It has a round shape and consisting of two big amphoras of the basket handle jar type, perforated from the bottom and placed on top of each other in a vertical manner, and surrounded by fragments of limestone and remnants of fired bricks. Nearby, a group of pottery basins and remains of ovens that may have been used to heat the water. We can also observe remains of horizontal drainage pipe consisting of cylindrical jars. In the same season, 2019, a short-scale excavation were carried out but not completed due to the corona pandemic. A slight expansion towards the west of the settlement, where some remains consisting of modest houses provided with relatively great quantity of ovens, which might reflect the possibility of using these installations as workshop area, or perhaps to place as places for food production in large quantities. In this part of the settlement, the excavation continued in one of the houses where remains of a room of mud brick with a kind of bed attached to it have been cleared. An interesting object was found in one of these beds, which has an oval shape and manually made of pottery. It's a rattle toy. This has several small holes and contains some grains of sand inside. And when shaken, it makes a sound. It might have been used as a rattle toy to calm infants or small babies. Again, In this short season, some amulets of faience have been found. They are representing different deities of protective nature, such as Isis, Horus, and the naked dwarf Batikos, in addition to the eye of Horus. Finally, I want to mention an important discovery that appeared below the site levels in the settlement area. They are remains of important materials dating back to the New Kingdom period. The most important of which was part of a royal stela, but unfortunately, it is not complete. It depicts a king presenting the wine offering to one of the deities, whose name also has not been found. It should be noted that the site of Tal Habwa II was an important source of the production and distribution of wine in ancient Egypt during the New Kingdom, and the archaeological evidences supporting this claim have been found in the tombs of the Valley of the Kings and inside the palace of Malkata of Amenhotep III. Another important discovery, which is a part of limestone door jamb inscribed with the name of King Ramses, perhaps Ramses II, since his name has been frequently appeared in the discoveries of Tal Habwa. To conclude some remarks, the site of Tal Habwa II at the eastern end of the delta allowed us to discover a well-known site urban architecture along the Nile Valley, and especially in contemporary sites in Lower Egypt. According to the geographical location of the site and the various objects found inside the settlement, it's possible to identify several activities practiced at Tal Habwa II and in its immediate environment. Regarding the agricultural activities, it seems to us that the inhabitants practiced this activity since the city was located on the Blusiak branch of the Nile. It should also be noted that the surrounding lands of this region are still very fertile today. During the New Kingdom, the city was famous for its vineyard and its viticulture, since the wine of the region was diffused all over the country. On the other hand, the flints selected at Tal Habwa II, as well as some iron sickles, testify these agricultural activities. For the bakery, the considerable quantities of ovens found inside the domestic area show that bread production was well organized. These ovens could be used to supply bread for the administrative and religious staff of the city, as well as for the daily life of the inhabitants. For fishing, the site of Tal Habwa II was very close to the Mediterranean coast, the Blusiak branch, and the ancient lagoons. Its natural situation therefore allowed fishing activity, confirmed by the discovery of iron and bronze hooks, as well as net sinkers made of lead. Fish remains also appeared with more or less frequency in all incubation levels. It therefore seems obviously to us that fish must have been an important constituent in the diet of the inhabitant of the site. For metallurgy, a special workshop was discovered with a large ceramic container that the boat bellows, associated with a kiln, and pieces of slag copper were scattered all over the area surrounding the kiln. The ceramic vessel was undoubtedly intended for metal smelting, in particular the manufacture of bronze and iron objects. The metallurgical activity could have been important at Tal Habwa II in a major fortress with a considerable military activity. The importance of the geographical location of the site of Tal Habwa II allows us to think that this region played a leading commercial role as a land bridge on the northern route from Sinai to the eastern entrance to the Egyptian delta for trade between Egypt, Palestine, and the Aegean world. The excavations carried out on the site provide a variety of important materials and objects related to the Egyptian relations with the foreign neighbors. The main criterion for mapping this commercial exchange is provided by ceramics. The rich collection of Greek and Cypriot ceramics found in the settlement shows a development and a remarkable extension of commercial relations with Cyprus and the Greek islands during the Sayyid period. In particular, when the Sayyid kings followed a radically open foreign policy on the Greek world. This relationship may indicate the existence of a community of Greek immigrants or mercenaries settled in some sites in the Eastern Delta for military reasons, since it was known that they were recruited by the Sayyid kings in their wars. Some types of Phoenician pottery confirm an active trade to the Syro-Palestinian coast, such as the so-called amphora or torpedo found in large quantities on the site. These ceramics emphasize the importance of the situation of Tal Habwa II at the eastern end of the delta, where a customs post was probably located. And this is fine. This is the end of my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Said, for this very interesting lecture and for all three speakers. So I think we can start the questions now, and I'm sure there are many questions. Perhaps I start with the first speaker. I mean, you have shown an anchor in your finds. Do you think, since you know I'm very interested in harbors in general, do you think this site could perhaps be a harbor or something like that?
Yeah, this is what we are asking about. And I have a discussion with some of our colleagues who are specialized on this kind of harbors in Mediterranean. And we hope that we will starting again on this site in a few months, and we'll try to find what might be the place of the harbor, because we think it might have a kind of small harbors, because the Maritide region is the link between the Mediterranean island and Alexandria, where the ships stay for a while, shipped with the wine which produced in Maritide went to Alexandria. So we are, because we find this anchor, this strong hypothesis that we might have a harbor here, but which in which location we still not know, but we hope in the next excavation we could find it.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. I also have a question for you. You mentioned that you have the Bedouin tombs and graves. Do you have any like objects associated with them? Maybe, you know, like pottery or pipes? Because this is what you find sometimes in the Delta, you know, that I mean, like in Retaba, we don't have tombs, but we have, you know, objects like this that we believe that maybe we can associate them with Bedouins, but maybe we are wrong.
Because this a Muslim Bedouin, so the Muslim custom was not to involve anything with the burials. We already found some small objects. First, we thought it is related to the graves, but when we study them, most of it was a coin, a bead, a small bead, and stuff like that. But by continuous excavation, we discovered that no, it's not related to these graves. It was by circumstance, as I said, they dig and refill again, and it belongs to the other phases, not for this phase. So it's not logic to find any deposits with the Muslim graves. Yeah, but we depend only in the way they burying in the Qibla and in the right side to fix that it was a Muslim, but we couldn't also dating it. But according to, because we didn't find any modern object on the site, we may say according to other places excavated that it might be for the medieval period, but not modern than that.
Thank you very much.
Questions to the first lecturer? Also not on the Zoom people? Nothing. So questions for the next, for the second?
Thank you for your talk, and thank you for presenting such interesting new discoveries. I was just wondering about the Temple of Isis that you discovered. How do you know it was dedicated to Isis, the goddess Isis?
Yes, it's from the first stele is discovered in 2000 from the ACC excavation, and we found also a small stele is dedicated to Isis.
Okay, thank you.
In situ.
Are there any more questions from?
Thank you for your presentation. And the small, tower or fortress, which period it is on the top of the river, on the bank? It is Ptolemaic. And
Ptolemaic.
you have excavated this, this place?
We started just one square, and inshallah next month we will start to excavate it. Inshallah.
It's a big
Yeah, it's big settlement.
superficie.
Yes, a lot of tower houses.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, lucky.
There any more questions for the second speaker? No? If not, we come to the third, and I like your bathroom very much. It's very similar. We have in Tel Adaba, we have a similar bathroom, and I don't know, Delphine, do you want to say something about the ordinary bathrooms?
Well, no, actually, I was just surprised about your installation, actually. So I wanted to know if you are sure that's a bathroom, actually, because the way it's you showed it quickly, so I didn't have. But maybe we can discuss later, and you can show me more. But yeah, so did you excavate the pot, and is it just cut at the bottom to evacuate the water?
No, unfortunately, no, that's not happened. No, just surface clearance of surface only. No, we didn't go down.
Okay, yeah, that would be interesting because that could also be something.
But I'm
else.
sure that there are at least two basket and the jars amphoras, two only.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
So
yeah, but we should discuss because I'm also very interested about the drains you find in the other.
in a break.
Yeah, right. Perfect. Actually, I have a question. So do you think that do you think that below the site settlements there is a New Kingdom settlement, or you would make of the stela found from Ramses II, or is it just from somewhere, I don't know, Tel Habwa I, or from somewhere else? Have you been going deeper, or what do you think?
Yeah, I just going deeper in the area besides the enclosure wall, northern enclosure wall only, to see the foundation, how this wall is built, and to make sure that this wall is from Said period, as it was built in a band period courses. You know, this technique is began from the Said period and later. So when we are going down, we see some remains of limestone. By cleaning it, and we suddenly discover that it was a part of stela, and the other was a part of a door jam. In this sector, no traces or remains of New Kingdom. But in the middle of the site of Tel Habwa 2, I think you haven't been to Tel Habwa 2 before. Habwa 2, you just visited us in Tel Habwa 1, I remember. But in Tel Habwa 2, the excavation began in 2007. Yeah. So the other complexes of the site is full of remains of New Kingdom and also objects of limestone, door jams, described always with the name of Ramses II, city first, and some other plaster jars, plaster jars for closing amphora for wine trade is inscribed with the name of city first and Ramses II. And in the level, in certain levels below the Ramesside fortress, we discovered also plaster stupa jars of 18th dynasty for Thutmose III and Mentuhotep II. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question to you about metallurgy, because you mentioned that you have some like metallurgic workshop, including iron. Correct me because maybe I'm wrong, because I have this impression that, iron is very rare still during the 26th dynasty, because I know like some iron from Dafana or Naucratis, and they're considered imports. So do you have like lots of local production of iron objects in Tel Habwa?
Habwa 2 in Said settlement, we find many remains of iron, long stakes by leaning against one of the walls, but unfortunately the photo is not here, and also many arrowheads, but in bad condition,
I think this is locally made.
So. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like also scale armors like Zeus discovered in Tel Dafana by Betty also. Yeah, the same situation, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
there any?
I actually had two kind of quick questions. Two.
Okay.
Just, just, just because I'm very interested in kind of from the Said period all the way to the Ptolemaic period, especially in that area. I was wondering, you were speculating on the kind of the Greeks being there, Greek influence, and I was wondering, do we have any evidence there from about the 28th dynasty through 30th dynasty from Nepherites, Nectanebus? Anything later as well, or is it all before
No,
then?
only the remains dating back to the 26th dynasty only. It's the same situation also occurred in a neighboring site, which is called Tali Kidwa. I think Donald Redford worked before, and also Eliezer Oren during the occupation of the Israeli army, working in Tal Kidwa, is just used for site period only. Yeah, but concerning the 28th and 30th dynasty, maybe occurred or found some remains in Pelusium or Talifarama, as Jan Kleda worked before in beginning of last century, and found some weights inscribed with the name of Nectanebo, now in Ismailia Museum, if you'd like to go and see it.
Okay, thank you. And you were speculating at the end about there being like a Greek presence in the city as well?
No, the Greek presence in Tel Hawa may be attested by the ceramics evidence only. Also, we have found in Tel Hawa a Judean jaglet in considerable quantities, maybe reflect presence of Jews at the time, especially they were settled in Tel Dafan, as you know, from Babylon, you know, from the Nebuchadnezzar's, the campaign of Nebuchadnezzar on the Jerusalem. Yeah, many Jews came to Egypt and settled in Tel Dafara. Okay, maybe part of them settled inside Tel Hawa, since we have found lots of Judean jaglets.
And is there a lot of evidence of different currencies, different coins, or
no?
Are there a lot of
no, not at all. No.
Thank you.
And you said the question?
What
you
was
said
that?
the question on
No, everything.
fish, yeah?
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the room? And if not, are there questions from, there is a question in Zoom? Thank you, okay. Well then, I think we close this session and thank you very much again to all the three speakers and good luck for the new excavation.
Hello. Since it's muted anyway, I can do my. Hello. We come tonight to talk about a very serious issue in our country, America. Well, this one works. If you want to use this one.
All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Dr. Fulton, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello? Did you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
at least on Zoom. I don't know how it is in the room.
okay.
Oh, he's connected. He's connected. I don't think he can hear me. Can you hear us? Dr. Fulton, can you hear us? I mean, everything on our end. Yeah, we're definitely. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying. I mean, he's not muted. I mean, yeah, his microphone's not muted. And he's sharing, he's like, yeah, so. Can we test this sound real quick, sir? Can we test your microphone? Just make sure that we can hear you. Well, yeah, but Yeah, there's two mics in the room. That's well, now there's only one. I think the echo is just because the room's really empty right now. The other mic's off. Is there still an echo or is that echo gone? Viewers can hear us. Actually, almost everybody can hear us. All right, well, let's check everybody's sound. Christoph, do you want to check your sound? You want to check your sound as well, just in case? That way we can do it in advance. Get it going.
Okay, if you were asking me, I'm hearing clearly, and can you hear me also?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, so I'm as the second speaker. I'm ready. In any way.
The echo still exists. That's weird. It's only one microphone that's on. I wonder if the echo is. It's off. All the microphones are off.
Can you hear all the echo from my side, or everything is good?
Interesting.
Krzysztof from this side speaking.
Oh, it's better now? Okay. Not sure what changed.
Okay.
I don't think anything changed. I think that might have just been a now again bad. No, well, they're in the chat. They're notifying us that there's a problem with the echo. But the thing is, yeah, there shouldn't be an echo. Well, you know what I think it is. Well, I think it's coming through. Like, see.
But no, you want to.
No. How about now? This should be a lot better.
This is much better.
I mean, I think part of the problem is, okay, now I have you on. Can you speak? Go ahead, speak into the mic real quick.
Now it's great.
Okay.
It's on Zoom. It
Yeah,
sounds
the wrong computer was on.
yeah,
Both
that's what I
computers.
suggested.
And I couldn't hear you because unfortunately we had the volume on the Zoom in. The input from the Zoom was off.
Can you check by chance my microphone? Is it to work?
Yes,
it works.
I can hear
Okay,
you, sir.
I think it works. Okay, so thanks. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, yours is perfect. However, can we also check Dr. Klodnicki? Is that possible?
Yes.
All right. I can hear you as well now. So I know what the problem is now. We fixed it. We are good to go. Sorry about that.
No, hanno sempre una parte del cognome uguale. Altrimenti sarebbe, no, vabbè, altrimenti sarebbe, no, altrimenti sarebbe Scarlett, Skurdeva e Rucinski. Allora, ancora meglio.
How about now? Okay. Better this way? All right. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm very pleased to announce and to chair the last session of the afternoon, which is entitled How Did They Build It? Recent Research on Domestic Architecture and Building Techniques in Ancient Egypt and Sudan. So I would like to announce the first speaker, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Dr. Marek Chludnicki, who is the co-director of the Polish archaeological mission to Tel El Farha in the Delta, a site of pre and especially proto-dynastic period. And yeah, the floor is yours whenever you want, Professor.
Okay, good afternoon for everybody. Tel El Farha is located in the eastern Nile Delta, immediately to the north of the modern village Gazala, along the southern side of Gazala Drain. The site occupies an area of about 4 hectares with maximum height of 4.5 meters above the cultivation plane. The site is actually marked by 3 mounds: eastern, central, and western combs. At the beginning, in ancient times, settlement was located on the edge of the vast Gezira on the bank of Nile Canal. On its culmination, the seats of the oldest settlement appeared. With the dynamic development, it soon adopted the whole northern part of Gezira. Available cultivated land, exploitation of water resources, and location on the trade route between southern Levant and Upper Egypt were a source of the wealth and dynamic development in pre-dynastic and early dynastic times. Later history of Tel El Farha led to forming of 3 different combs. At least from the decline in the early dynastic time, the range of the settlement was shrinking. Until the beginning of the Old Kingdom, it became limited to the peak of the central comb. The analysis of the stratigraphy and the material allowed to distinguish 7 main phases of Tel El Farha occupation. In phase 1, the native inhabitants of Lower Egyptian culture established a settlement. It was not later than in times contemporary with Nagada to be. Phase 2 is the terminal phase of the Lower Egyptian culture. Phase 3 to 5 are Maggadian and end in the beginning of the First Dynasty. Phase 6-7 are connected with the end of the early dynastic and beginning of the Old Kingdom times. During the more than 250 years of Lower Egyptian history, settlement was in process of changes in spatial organization as well as in the development of the architecture. Built initially with the use of organic materials such as wood and reed, evolved relatively fast into the urban, well-organized organism. We can distinguish 2 main phases of the organization of Lower Egyptian settlement, early and late. In the first one, only wooden architecture was raised, whereas in the second, mud brick walls occurred. but houses were still in the wattled daub construction. At the beginning, the whole western part of the site, western comb, and the western part of the central one was covered of remains of the settlement composed of the wooden constructions. It seems that the settlement covered most of the area of the culmination of the Gezira, and the northwestern slope led to the branch of the Nile Canal. The lower Egyptian houses were built with the use only wood and bricks covered by mud. The remains of the buildings are furrows, post holes, and daub fragments. The entire area was covered by rectangular structures made of organic material set directly into Gezira. The most characteristic feature of this phase is the presence of many compartments attached to one another, forming a rectangular pattern. Wooden beams used to erect the walls were reinforced by vertically placed posts in the corners and at the entrance. Houses were about 3 meters wide and 5 to 7 meters long. All of them were oriented southwest, northeast. Sometimes internal divisions are clear. The furrows visible on the sides are remains of half-rounded beams, which probably were the base for the vertical posts. The average width of the furrows being mostly not greater than 20 centimeters, also a number of them were 30 centimeters wide. Inside and outside of the houses were placed storage pits. Rounded pits measuring up to 1.5 meters in diameter were sometimes covered with clay plaster. Mostly they occur in groups. Post holes, mud pits are very common in the older phase of the settlement. Probably some of the mud pits were used as the containers. Some could be bases for the posts. Soon we can observe much more development organization. The settlement is divided into clear zones observed in the central and western combs. On the southwestern edge of the site, at the western comb, a brewery center was established. Whereas in the northwestern side of the central comb was raised a big construction still made in wood, so-called Lower Egyptian residence. Other parts of the settlements were covered with ordinary houses or left free as area of economic activity. The residence was located in the northwestern part of the Gezira with direct access to the water, and because of wind blowing direction, it was the most privileged part of the settlement. It was large, internally complex structure built with wood and surrounded by wooden fence that separated the residence from the rest of the settlement. This fence was preserved as a double line of furrows. The furrows are much deeper on the external side of the residence, and probably in this place, fence was much more solid. Important changes took place in the later phase of the Lower Egyptian culture, at the time contemporary with Nagada II-c. A solid mud brick walls were erected around the residence, but the houses were still wooden. Buildings in front of the residence disappeared, and instead of open space was there. The project of encircling the residence with the thick mud brick was a very clear indicator of economy efficiency and a proof of the society having surpluses that allow for the employment of people to do the task. We can find two kinds of bricks used in Lower Egyptian culture. The first of them are plano-convex, D-shaped, longer than 50 centimeters, known as fire dogs. They were connected with the breweries and preserved mostly in burn-out state. The second are mud brick. They have cubic shape and were used for wall constructions. Early walls were constructed using bricks of different sizes, 40 by 20, 36 by 18, and 30 by 16 centimeters, and about 5-6 centimeters thick. The larger ones were used mostly in the lower parts of the walls. Huge mud brick walls were raised directly in the Gezira sand on the same location as the earlier wooden fences. Such walls surrounded the residence on the central comb as well as the breweries on the western comb. The mud bricks encircling the concentration of breweries were 1.44 meter thick. The wall surrounding the residence was 1.6 meter thick at the base and 1.3 meter at the top, with slightly oblique external side. Generally, the width of the wall was at last length of 3 bricks plus mortar. When smaller bricks were used, 4 rows of bricks occur. In the same time as the wall, the small room 5.2 meter was built in the southern western corner of the residence. Probably it was the entrance to the enclosure. The residence itself were still traditional wattled daub architecture. Probably sometime later in the southern part of the enclosure, the first mud brick house was raised. It was 7.5 meter long and 3.5 meter wide. It is the size of the biggest houses constructed in wood. Until now, it is only Lower Egyptian building raised at the Tel Farha with bricks. Although the Lower Egyptians know how to build the mud brick walls, mud bricks were used mainly for the construction of solid walls surrounding important places of the settlement, whereas the houses were still erected in the traditional wood architecture. Mud brick houses became popular in Delta in the period contemporary with Nagada 2D, phase 3 at Tel Farha, when contact with the Upper Egypt radically increased. Then the first group of newcomers from the south probably settled in the Western Com. At the time, wooden houses were replaced by mud brick building, and organization of the settlements became different. In Western Com, the first huge Nagada building was erected. The complex was surrounded with the thick mud brick walls. Inside the building, remains of rooms were recognized. They were rectangular, circled around the open courtyard. Most of the rooms are small. The biggest was about 50 meters long and only 2 meters wide. The walls of room were 30-40 centimeters wide. This building was destroyed by the earthquake, but was quickly rebuilt. The monumental structure covered an area of over 500 square meters, the huge wall 1 to 2.5 meters wide, and closed most of the compartments. The rooms are size 7 by 2 meters, are located around the courtyards. Floors of the rooms were made of clay and most probably covered with a kind of lime mortar. External, 2.5 thick wall had rounded corners and was made of 2 different constructed sections. The internal part was erected of yellowish bricks with considerable amount of sand and set in the dark gray mortar. The external wall was built with mud brick bonded with light yellowish mortar tempered with sand. On the western part of the central com, at the same time, a huge storage building with thick walls was raised on the site of the Lower Egyptian residence, but at the east, the ordinary houses existed. Walls of the houses are built with the different kinds of the mud bricks. Some of them have sanded mixture, some are of pure mud. The bricks are often mixed in the same wall. The size was about 16 by 32 centimeters. Sometimes, especially in the earlier time, also D-shaped red bricks from the breweries were reused in the walls. All of them, as earlier wooden houses, are oriented northeast, southwest. Room sizes varied from the very small to more than 10 square meters. Walls are mostly 1.5 brick thick, sometimes 2 bricks, about 50 centimeters. They separated rooms often arranged around the courtyards about 5 by 5 meters. The rooms are not wider than 2.5 meters and length no more than 6 meters. Unified width of the rooms probably resulted of standardized size of the tie beams. The unique is early Nagadian edifice excavated in November this year. The courtyard was very big, probably 10 by 10 meters. From the north and the west of it was surrounded by long rooms full of vessels in situ. On the east side was an entrance to the courtyard preceded with antechamber. On the courtyard, remains of a rounded structure was recognized and a unique construction made of red bricks and cubic, as well as D-shaped, attached to the external mud brick wall. This building was located on the area where earlier Lower Egyptian settlement did not exist. In the early dynastic phase, when on the western comb the administrative Chaltic center was erected, the whole area of the western part of the central comb was covered with the houses of the village. Orientation of the buildings, wall thickness or size of the room doesn't change, but the empty area, new architectural creations occurred. The first rounded structures occurring in Nagada 3A1 and of the third phase became popular in Nagada 3B and then become frequent buildings since the early dynasty and the Old Kingdom. Most of them are probably remains of silos, while larger could be pens for animals. Until now, more than 70 were recognized. Many of them were preserved only fragmentary, and most of them only to the height of 1-3 courses of mud bricks. The thickness of walls was 1½ a mud brick, 15 to 20 centimeters, rarely thicker. The biggest of them are 5 meters in diameter, but most of them are between 2½ to 3½ meters, while the smallest are only 1 meter in diameter. It seems that the smallest structures could be used for the grain storage. Grain of barley have been discovered in some of them, whereas the bigger probably for the storage of other commodities as straw or chaff. Small silos with a diameter of about 1 meter and 2 meter high are still used in the delta. The unique finding is a complete ceramic silo discovered in early dynastic layers eastern comb. It is 1 meter high and ½ meter in diameter at the base. In the upper part, it has an opening, and near the base there was a horseshoe-shaped opening used to remove grain from the silo. This silo is identical in shape to the models of the silo excavated in grave 50 in Tel el-Farha, also dated to the early dynastic times. At Tel el-Farha, bigger and more solid rounded structure occurs in the early dynastic times. First of them was excavated in 2002 on the eastern comb. Its diameter with walls was about 8 meters, and the walls were about 50 centimeters thick. A unique feature of the building is that it has elaborated floor with the chess pattern. The entire floor of this building was made of squares with sides measured approximately 60 centimeters. Crossing lines were made with the sandy mud bricks, whereas the squares between them are filled with the silt. As known from the geophysical research of the northwestern slope of the central comb, there was another rounded structure. Starting excavation in 2012, we expected to discover construction similar to that excavated in the eastern comb, but we found much bigger building. The building has interior 7 meters in diameter and was surrounded by 2 adjoining walls. Each of them have 95 centimeters thick. Both walls were constructed in the same way. The external rows of the mud brick were placed on the longer side to the face, whereas inside there were 3 rows of bricks placed on the longer side across the wall thickness. Near the ordinary silos were discovered. Foot of the external wall was placed 55 centimeters higher than the internal one. It is possible that the last one was built sometime earlier. Because the base of the external wall was higher, and it is preserved on the higher part of the comb. The internal wall was preserved in the upper part up to the height of 1½ meter. The building was probably a kind of tower used also for the storage purpose. It was raised in the 6th phase of Tel el-Farha, the middle of the 5th dynasty, and existed no longer than the 3rd dynasty. We know that at the end of early dynastic period, Tel el-Farha loses its importance as a trade center and becomes an improvised village functionally on the top of the central and eastern comb. The discovery of such a big structure located at the edge of the poor village was a big surprise. The existence of such a huge structure could have a reasonable explanation only if it was an element of the rural domain associated with the provincial administration. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you for this very interesting presentation and for staying perfectly on time. The good news is we have a little bit of time if there are questions right now. Also, because unfortunately, the bad news is that the last speaker, Sarah Chanley, had to cancel her talk, unfortunately. So if there are any questions right now, maybe we can take a few. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next speaker and have the discussion afterwards as planned. All right, thank you again, Professor Chlodnicki.
Thank you.
And I would like to call Krzysztof Jakubiak, who is going to present to us another update on the discoveries on the house architecture from Marina Lallemijn, and who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Archaeology in Warsaw University. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm trying to switch on and share my screen, but still Dr. Chlodnicki is sharing the screen with you, so therefore I need to wait a little bit.
Yes, if you can, Dr. Chlodnicki, if you can deactivate the sharing now.
Okay, so perfect. I shall try to do my best right now. Okay.
At least we hear you clearly.
Okay, can you hear me clearly right now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so okay, I shall try to use. Okay, right now there's the full screen. Yep, I hope. Okay, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to me to present for you the last results of the excavations conducted at Marina Lallemijn site, which is located almost exactly 100 kilometers west from Alexandria, the site was, and I hope is still, extensively excavated by Polish and Egyptian expedition led at the beginning by very late Professor Daszewski and his team, then it was led by the conservation and preservation activities were led by the members of the Technical University of Wrocław. I need to mention Professor Medecz and then Professor Rafał Czerner, who are supporting our activities. And right now, let's jump to the site, which is located on the seashores in the area which is highly and densively developed, especially built up the area around of the site by the modern touristic villages. But fortunately, till now, the site is safe and preserved thanks to the SCA members who are fighting very toughly for preserving the site and stop the activities, investor activities in the vicinity of the site. Today, I would like to focus on the northern part of the town, which is marked here as the grayish dot in the vicinity of so-called House H21. We decided to open the trenches in the research project, which started new archaeological and then restoration project, which started in 2012. Until now, we are still focusing our activity here in this part of the of the site. And thanks to the possibilities of carrying the excavations here, we, as you can see here on the slide, we were able to excavate partly several structures. Fully excavated is a house which is labeled as H41, house 41, which is dated on the destruction of this house is dated on the mid of the 2nd century AD, and but I need to add at the beginning of the house analysis that this house had for sure its early phase, which was recorded in several test trenches which we dug out during the excavation process. So as you can see here, that the house is divided on several structures. This is the open courtyard, another courtyard which was accessible from the narrow street, which is marked as a S1, on several steps leading up. The courtyard here was used for technical purposes, most probably for the food preparations, because on the surface there were some grinding stones, some molds, mortars were distributed on the surface. So, and paved central courtyard with paved with limestones, and another courtyard, and the entrance, which was located here, was led to a kind of peristyle entrance in front of the entrance, or which originally led to the central courtyard, was visible and recorded the entrance to a water system. And here inside of the house we have several different rooms, which are generally difficult to understand, to clarify for which purposes were dedicated, but here for sure it is longitudinal chamber. It was for sure dedicated for the storage purposes. Here was the staircase leading to upstairs, and here in the corner a small laboratory, small toilet was also active. On the opposite side, what we can determine, and we can confirm here, was a chamber dedicated for the cooking purposes also, but we do not know precisely if it was the kitchen was active here after abandoning the house, because the house in the mid of the 2nd century AD was heavily burned and never restored and reoccupied, because the cistern ceiling was collapsed, and it so badly that it was impossible to reconstruct the ceiling. Therefore, the whole area was abandoned until the end of the existence of human activities here in this part of the site. It means until the 4th century AD. Here on the opposite side of the street, which was also partly excavated by our team, we were able to recognize 6 layers of floor occupations, which were roughly dated from the early 1st century AD up to the late 4th century AD. But we need to take into consideration that the remains of the latest most occupation levels were washed away and blown up by the wind. And here we discovered a small boutique-like a bathhouse, which for sure was used by the local community, and for sure was impacted on the hygienic aspect of the living in this part of the city. In a second, I will say a few words about it. And here we have the next on this slide. You can see the only partly excavated house number 40. And here you can see much better visible situation after our last research. Here you can see, okay, so I do not know if you have also on your screen so bad condition picture, but here I have a lot of pixels. Sorry, I checked it, it was perfect, but right now I cannot understand what happened here. And here we have the small bathroom, bathhouse, as I already mentioned, with a additional lavatory added here, and with a mastaba. And here, what is more important than the lavatory, than the bathhouse here, a partly excavated house, 40, with several rooms which are somehow resembling the distribution of the dwelling spaces, similar to the house H41. And here you can see, as I promised, few words about the bathhouse. It's very small, with two submerging tubes with some mosaic floors, and the heating system partly preserved. So that you can see here some installations which were cleaned up during the excavations of this part of the site. Also the latrine, very typical, with the water channel, which was the fresh water was distributed for hygienic purposes, and the sitting place over there. Inside of the bathhouse and in the lavatory, we discovered several fragments of original decorations, so it was quite relatively nicely painted, but unfortunately no bigger compositions we were able to record or reconstruct. You can see here the view from the eastern part of the trench, when the mastaba, which was attached for supporting the wall of the bathhouse, and the part of attached the structure which was used as a lavatory. Here you have we have this fragment of savage, which was also partly excavated by our team. And here you can see the photographical model of the whole installations in the northern part of the bathhouse. But what is more important, in the house 40, which I already mentioned, we were able to reconstruct also the houses was also heavily burned at the late of the 2nd century, as we assume right now, and you can see also the traces of burning, which were distributed in the area of the whole house, all the fragments of the house which we already excavated. Here in the corner, nearby one of the corners of the room number 4, we even were able to record a possible wooden box, which was heavily burned, but only some elements of the metal decorations were survived, and just on the surface we were able to reconstruct the shape. It was general shape of a box or chest, small chest, which was burned, and the roof was fall down on the occupation floor, on the floor of the house. What is quite important, because usually in the Greek Roman period houses, we would rather expect the remains of the terracotta tiles, which should be distributed when the roof was collapsed. But here nothing like that was discovered, especially in this part of. I need to talk about right now about the remains the dwelling architecture, which we already excavated. We have nothing like that, and we can confirm that the roof was covered by reed, and small wooden planks were distributed, and creating a kind of quite effective roof. But after the burning, everything was collapsed, and we were able to clean up also the remains of the destruction on the in situ. Moreover, in situ nearby the entrance, we discovered several pieces of burnt ropes, and you can see here those fragments, which okay, we are on the seashore, so it was quite tempting to connect this rope discoveries with some fishing activities, the sailor activities, etc. But those ropes were not so big enough, so probably were used for everyday activities of the family of a family which originally dwelled inside of this house. And another pictures of the rooms which we excavated. So we also made a test trench to check if from the chronological point of view, if the foundations of the buildings are earlier than the 2nd century, and we can confirm it. It was okay. So it is difficult to judge right now, but nothing earlier than the early 2nd century. I assume the pottery. Looking at the pottery material can be cleaned up here and connect with this house activity. And the last element, last building, which I need to also mention is our last recently excavated, partly still building, which is placed here to the square, which we already seen. And this is also, so we at the beginning, when we analyzing the surface, we thought that for the first time at Marina Alamein, we'll have a chance to discover not a big, large house, which somehow is resembling the typical architecture associated with especially Greek architectonic activities in the Roman period, of course. But okay, we were mistaken. So we thought that the house should contain 3 or 4 chambers, but we were wrong. Of course, this part of the building, which I tried to mark, was the first stage of the house development, and this one is we can date on the 2nd century AD. But during the late 2nd century AD, several other structures were added. Therefore, we have here one small lavatory here and small water cistern situated underneath the room number 5, and the second very large water cistern, which is 3.5 meters high, was added here in this part of the building. And right now, just quickly, let's take a look on the pictures how these buildings were built up. So we have here in our disposal architecture, which is quite nicely built up using the local stones, quite well manufactured. Also, the same kind of the same quality of stones were used for paving the courtyards, and you can see one of the courtyards on the orthophotographical map, and the second courtyard, and you can see the entrance to the originally it was a column shaft which was pierced inside, which gave a chance to transport the water from the roof directly to the water cistern. And so this latrine, which I already mentioned, the entrance to the second smaller water cistern, as you can see here. And we decided to take a look how the ceiling of the big cistern was built up. Therefore, we scratched the floor, and you can see here how this very nicely vaulted structure appeared after this process. And this cistern is waiting for the excavations during the next season. And just for summing up, I would like to underline that here we have at our disposal relatively wealthy architecture, where we do not know still from which part of Mediterranean Sea the originally dwellers came, but according to pottery observations, we can confirm that this was, what is not surprising, because we, as I said before, we are on the Mediterranean Sea. So the pottery which was transported from Asia Minor, Syria, Lebanon, and Tunisia, and Crete, Greece, and Italy, especially the olive oil lamps, which are relatively frequently discovered here during our excavations, were also brought from Italy. Therefore, we can say that for sure the dwellers of Marina Lalamin side were people who came from every corner of the Mediterranean zone, and they were infected and fascinated for sure with Egyptian culture, and therefore they dwelt here in prosperity for several centuries until the site was badly destroyed by earthquake at the 4th century AD. This event did not stop the human activities here, but after this event, the situation of the dwellers was completely changed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We are perfectly on time, and we have extensive time for discussion. So if there are any questions or remarks regarding those two very interesting talks.
I have a question to Dr. Jakubak about some of the houses you present, like the house number, I think 41, where the plan for some rooms, I couldn't figure out how the accessibility inside the house. For example, for room 41.3 and 41.2, the only entrance is in front of the streets, and there is no accessibility inside the house. And this is the same at the house 39 in room 31.1 and the 31.2. That's our question.
Okay, thank you very much. So during the speech, I completely forgotten to explain how the entrances were located. Especially in the house 41, it was a peculiar situation because the doorways which originally gave access from the vestibule, let's say from vestibule to the main courtyard, was sealed, and then from on the courtyard was created a small altar for the domestic religious activities. Therefore, the communication within the house was possible on the first floor. So there was a staircase which was leading to giving access for the first floor, and in nearby in the corner, this paved corner, we discovered another staircase which was giving access from the first floor to the ground floor of the house. And similar situation was in the house 39 too, as we understand it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
If there are no questions so far, I have one just out of curiosity for Professor Klodniewski. First of all, I'm specialized in the pre-dynastic period, so I'm always very interested to learn about Tel El Farqa. The stratigraphy that you presented, the décapage level that you showed was very impressive. You can see the structures so well, which is not the case in all of the sites that we've worked on. I was just wondering if regarding the quadrangular structures, you interpret them all or most as houses, or do you have hypotheses for other types of structure, for example, livestock enclosures, things like this? I know it's really very hard to pinpoint. I'm just asking if you have thoughts on the subject.
Now we have houses, but probably the huge eastern part of the central cone, which is not excavated, should be area for the livestock, because this is the worst part of the settlement, because most of the houses that good building were located on the eastern side, on the western side. On the eastern side, because of the blow of wind and blow of smell are on the eastern side, so probably there mostly also north, we have some remains of such case structures in the northeastern part of the site. So we expected that there will be this area. Also in the later time, in the early dynastic time, in the eastern cone, we found on the top not really houses. We found kind of bakery, some siloses. So I think this is area, but problem is that we have just a edge of this gezira. The rest of the gezira is under the village, and this is huge area for the, for the livestock or other activity.
Yeah, it makes. Thank you very much for this precision. Any other questions or comments?
Just two questions about Tel El Farqa for Mr. Marek Shlodnicki. The first thing is maybe I missed something. Could you tell us once more what is the earliest level where you discovered mud bricks?
It is Nagada 2D. We think that it's about 3,350 about, because problem is that we have now 14 days. So it is, we can say that it's contemporary to the Nagada 2D because we found some potsherds, some elements which show us this chronology.
My second question about mud bricks. Do you find straw inside? Do you find charcoal? Do you find fragments of pottery and so on?
Yes, there of course there are some, but no many charcoals, but we have charred seeds of barley, especially barley and other things. So no charcoal of wood generally, but charcoal of seeds. Charred seed of barley, mostly barley.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, the question of the origin of mud brick has us all suspended to the the results of excavations in the Delta. We recently visited the excavations at Tel Iswid, which are ongoing right now, and I think they have also thoughts on the subject that you might be interested in, Maxence. Any other comments?
I actually have a question. For the mud brick, do you find that the two types of mud bricks are used in specific ways?
Didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was wondering if you found that the two types of mud bricks, so the round mud brick and the rectangular mud brick, were used in different ways in the walls.
No, they are mixed. Very often they are mixed. Except this one, do you know this Nagadian, every Nagadian building, there was one wall was produced with this mud brick, and the second wall with this bricks with huge admixture of the sand.
I'm sorry, one precision perhaps, because I'm not sure if I understood correctly during your talk. The curved mud bricks, they're not the same as the ones, say, specialized for the brewery settings,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, generally only for brewery, but sometimes when brewery was destroyed, they are reused in the mud brick walls. But generally, only several these red bricks, D-shaped bricks were used.
Okay, very interesting. Any other interjections? If not, I may have one for Professor Jakubiak, but this is a very naive question from someone who is way outside of the field of settlement archaeology and of the period you're talking about. About the latrine that you showed, is there a system for evacuation? Is there kind of sewage, sort of, or is it just what we call in French dry, as in like you just leave it there?
No. Thanks for the question. There was a system of evacuation, which was it was a kind of huge pit which was plastered inside, which was deposit for the dirts which were accumulated. It was located nearby the lavatories, and they were located on the streets or nearby the streets, on the side of the streets, and probably it was required time to time clean it up by the dwellers or by the slaves who were dedicated for these activities.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very sophisticated equipment. I was also curious, but I do not know your mission, so I don't know where you excavated exactly. Do you work on the streets as well? Are there any equipments specific to the street spaces? I know that Fatma loves streets.
Yes, I love the streets also, but you need to know that excavating on the very sandy site, which is located on the seashore, and on the back we have the open desert, so it was exposed for sand transportation and sand accumulation. That they recognize the stratigraphy of the street. It was a big achievement, but fortunately we made one test trench across the street, and we were able to recognize the sequence of 6 different layers of the street usage, which were, it's okay, the chronological bracket is from the 1st century up to the 3rd century AD. So generally the layers of the streets were marked as deposits of ashes, pottery, shells, which forming a kind of level for for the pedestrians who were passing the street.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you for your nice paper about the houses of Marina El Alamein. You precise at the end of your paper some influences from the Mediterranean world. A few precise comparison or influence from Asia Minor?
Yes, certainly. If we take a closer look for the morphology we are trying to analyze the houses from the morphological point of view. We have some comparisons from Asia Minor, especially from Asia Minor cities, which is connected with the pottery which was transported from Asia Minor toward Marina El Alamein. Therefore, we even think that some of the settlers we came from Asia Minor and settled and permanently dwelt in Marina El Alamein. Of course, this was trivial to say that somehow those buildings are reminding the Delos structures, but from the chronological point of view, it's not exactly the same as we know that. But if I would like to look for analogies, I would rather focusing on the Asia Minor town and cities where the similarities are much more clearly visible.
It could be, for example, Ephesus or
Yes, exactly,
Pergamon.
especially Ephesus. And from Pergamon, we have not so much comparisons, but from Ephesus, we have a spectrum of houses which we can analyze and try to find similarities to our buildings, including the building up techniques and decorations.
So it is very interesting to you make the relation between the trade of the pottery and from especially from the Bergam area. It was very active at this time.
So yeah,
2nd century AD, and so it's a good connection between the two. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else wants to say something?
I ask about ventilation methods in ancient Egypt. Do you know about ventilation used in-house in ancient Egypt?
Can you speak more clearly?
Yeah, so I didn't understand if the question is dedicated to me. Yeah. So the ventilation system, it was quite easy to create the ventilation system in these houses, which had relatively big chambers. It was quite easy just to, if we have some numerous of rooms open on the courtyard, it was possible just to leave the doors open. But we cannot exclude that in the upper parts of just under the ceiling there were also small halls which could be used for ventilation or for extra light which could be brought inside to the houses. Similar technical solution we can find among the houses which were discovered not in Egypt but in Syria, in Dura Europos, where just under the roof there were in triangular in shape, small holes or small windows which could be used for ventilations used.
Hi, actually, about your expedition as well, the site you were just talking about, its sort of permanent residence. Did it have any kind of temporary traffic through any kind of trade or mercenaries, especially in the Greek period, or anything like that? Any coins? Any?
Thanks for the question, but the coins are a very delicate matter on the side because apparently we have only few of them. Which is quite okay, which is making very down because we are expecting that it should be a lot of coins discovered on the surface on the living context, but we do not know that the problem is that we almost do not have ancient testimonial concerning the Marina Alamein. We still do not know precisely what was the ancient name of the site, because from formal point of view, it was never ever a city. We need to know that we have several ostraka discovered during the excavations, mainly written and published by Professor Whitear, and also a few of them are in the hands of Professor Derdach, who is promised me to publish it soon. But now no information about the the people were coming and went away from the site as the rather sailors, as the traders, and therefore we need to also focus our activity. We need to put our attention on especially on the excavations in the northern part of the city, which was the harbor zone, which was the port zone. But unfortunately, this part of the site is terribly destroyed. It was an idea of the former excavator, Professor Daszewski, who even thought about the Marina Alamein as a kind of resort, as the modern time, that the wealthy people from Alexandria could come here just for leisure, spending a good time for the leisure here. But it was just an intellectual concept. We do not have any straight and direct data and evidence to support it. But anyway, the idea is very tempting, because those houses are relatively, as I said, wealthy and unexpected in this part of the Mediterranean zone.
And so quickly, if I'm understanding it right, then the sort of phases of migration to the settlement would have gotten lots of different people together at one time, or would there be
it was not one time. It's not during one. So it was during the period of time. So I think that's it's not one generation. It was during the several generations. It was the place was quite attractive for people who dwelt on Cyprus, who dwelt on Crete, Asia Minor. They were coming possibly as traders, as merchants, maybe. So, and then they chosen this place as the very good spot for creating their business, maybe.
All right, thank you. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you again to both our speakers and to the audience for a fruitful discussion. And we will reconvene in about an hour for the keynote lecture by Irene Vosner-Müller at 6. So you have a free break now. At 6.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight we have the pleasure to welcome Irene Forstner-Müller, who is director of the Austrian Archaeological Institute in Cairo since 2009. So I will make only a short presentation because everybody knows her. She studied Egyptology, classical archaeology, and field archaeology at the University of Vienna, where she received a doctorate in 2002 with a thesis on the graves of Area A2 of Tel El Daba. And she has also been teaching in the University of Vienna since 2005. Dr. Forstner-Müller is director of the excavations in Tel El Daba since 2009 and in Komombo since 2017. Her research focuses mainly on the Egyptian Middle Kingdom and Second Intermediate Period, ceremology and landscape archaeology, Egypt and its relations with the Near East in the second millennium BC. She has, of course, a very rich bibliography. She has also organized major international workshops and work groups in the past years, including one entitled Egyptian Riverine Harbors with Marine Yoyote and Arco Willems at the IFAO since 2017. So her lecture tonight is entitled Betwixt and Between Liminality in Ancient Egyptian Towns, the Case of Komombo. Irene, floor is yours.
Thank you for Laurent for this very kind introduction, and thank you for the to the organizers, to the Polish Institute, to Anna Wojcinska, who is in the audience, and Laurent Coulon, and especially to Fatma, who really did a wonderful job, and it's a very, very nice conference. So thank you very much. I changed my title a little bit, so it's not only one case, but several cases. Traditionally, Egyptological research in general and archaeology in Egypt in particular have focused on temples and ritual and funerary objects. Thus, domestic archaeology and urbanism have been neglected for quite a long time. And this shortcoming still exists, which is a clear difference, for example, to neighboring disciplines such as the ancient Near East, where cities have always been a focus of research interest. And only gradually our knowledge of cities in Egypt are expanding. Thus, subject can be greatly enriched if information about the living conditions of the ancient Egyptians can be obtained not only from tombs or in a more encoded form in the theological inscriptions of the temples, but directly from their actual living environment. And this is why such conferences as you have done, Fatma, now are really of great importance for the advancements of knowledge in our field. An essential aspect is how the place and space within domestic sphere is used, as we have seen in several of the lectures in the conference. The space is not seen as a passively given natural environment, but rather as a pole of interaction between the inhabitant and user and their surroundings. The Australian architect Amos Rappaport, who is one of the pioneers of the field of environment behavior studies, short EBS, and one of the pioneers of the studies on the relationship between people and environment, and defined that built environment communicates meaning at 3 levels. High level meaning, which is cosmological and supernatural symbolism encoded in buildings and city layouts. Middle level meaning with deliberate messages about identity and status communicated by the designers and constructors of buildings and cities. And the low level meaning, which describes how the built environment channels and interacts recursively with behavior and movement. And this approach, of course, can be also applied to domestic sphere in ancient Egypt. And in the following, I try out one aspect of level of meaning of domestic spheres, the aspect of liminality. For the title Betwixt and Between, the words liminality and liminal are derived from the Latin limen, threshold. And those concepts, most of you are aware, I'm sure, they were initially used by the anthropologist Arnold van Gennep, whose publication Le Rite de Passage from 1909 made a huge impact in the field, and the British anthropologist Victor Turner, here to the right, whose main publication, or one of the major publications on these topics, is from 1969. In these concepts, we are going to use as they to characterize the intermediate, transformative, and ambivalent stages of a rite of passage. Since then, of course, they have been developed to a much broader scientific and academic application, as seen by the work of, for example, Barber from 1994, and quite recently by Bergen and Krösen from 2016, and Horvath and Thomason and others. In archaeology, liminal spaces have been investigated based on the seminal studies of Van Gennep and Turner. What are such spaces? Such spaces are temple entrances, entrances general, thresholds, gates, and gateways, and doors leading from one room to the other. In addition, very generally speaking, all actions and events concerning death and funeral have been considered liminal. And while these studies have been based on a more predefined concept of which places and spaces are liminals, others have a more bottom-up approach, identifying possible liminal zones through the interpretation of the topographical and geographical setting. And for example, it has been argued that liminal zones can be found in places where different topographical features meet. One should also take in account that landscape are charged with meaning from an empirical perspective, clearly important development. And the human interaction with space and landscape is volatile and a very dynamic process, frequently is the subject to change. Thus, it can be postulated, and here I'm quoting Alrich, Srile, and Sultanileva from 2015, liminality is culturally produced. It is not given by some natural entity. So who or what is perceived liminal at any given time depends on the social, historical, and cultural setting. And as already shown also by Van Gennep and Turner, but much later, materialities such as space, separation, colors, and symbols play crucial roles in the understanding of liminality. In Egyptology, a liminality is commonly used more as an adjective to describe certain entities and spaces and states, such, for example, griffins, quoting the publication by Judas from 2015, or demons and deities, lands and their people, such as Crete and its inhabitants, social groups like dwarfs, border regions such as deserts, spaces as cemeteries, and states of mind and as of dreaming. A challenge for this research is the use of modern term categories and to apply them to aspects in ancient Egypt, and studies on texts concerning ritual purity, like Kwak has published in 2013, and bodily substances such as excrement, urine, or sweat can demonstrate that modern categories cannot be easily applied. Ancient Egyptians had other concepts of culturally specific zones and transitions, as we have seen yesterday also by the lecture of Mark Lehner. So what we are going to do in this lecture is concerning Egypt and its domestic sphere. We will have a look at how liminality was conceptualized in domestic architecture in ancient Egyptian towns, and how the inhabitants experience it, and if it's occur in material or spatial culture. And as far as the built artificial environment is concerned, the logistic centers of the city are the main focus, as they channel the movement and flow of goods and people on a large scale. In the following, I will give 3 examples which are taken from entrances of rooms, houses, and of town quarter. As such, entrances are the predestined liminal zones. The first 2 examples, so it's not only Komombo, Laurent, but it will go to my old field of experience research. The first 2 examples are from Tel Dabba,
ancient Avaris in the Eastern Delta. And the third example will then be from Komombo in Upper Egypt. So we will look at entrances to buildings, houses as a first example, a building within a temple and a cemetery district in Avaris. The second will be an entrances to a town quarter, domestic buildings in the main harbor district of Avaris. And the third one, entrance to rooms, domestic structures in an administrative complex in Komombo. To start with the first, a building within a temple and cemetery in Avaris. As many of you know, Teledava, ancient Avaris, was the capital of the 15th dynasty. It is situated in the Eastern Nile Delta in the 14th Lower Egyptian nome at the periphery of Egypt. It was one of the largest towns in the second millennium BCE in Egypt and the Near East. And due to its geographical location, Teledava was ideally suited as a starting point for military and economic ventures in the Sinai in the Near East and as an access point to the Mediterranean. And this was certainly the reason, or one of the reasons, why the rulers of the early and middle of the 12th dynasty founded a planned settlement there. And from that time, after the time of the later Middle Kingdom, when Syro-Palestinian immigrants were settled, a mixture of Egyptian elements with those from the Near East, from the Levant, is characteristic for the material culture of the site, culminating in the so-called Hyksos material culture of the 15th dynasty found throughout the Eastern Delta. And with the disintegration of the central state later on, during the 13th dynasty, Avaris became one of the provincial centers, and during the Hyksos period, then the Hyksos capital. And this was then when the city, or when the town, reached its greatest extent, approximately 260 hectares. In the early New Kingdom, during the 18th dynasty, we found here a palace area with Minoan frescoes. This is probably in connection with royal campaigns into the Near East. And in the 19th and 20th century, the former territory of Avaris was part of the new residence of Pyramesse and became the southern part of the Ramesside capital. And afterwards, and I'm happy that Manuela Lehmann is sitting in the room because she made a book on this after a hiatus during the third intermediate period. The area was then continuously settled until the late antiquity. What I've chosen here now is an area called A2. This is a remains of a sacred precinct which have been found and excavated by Manfred Pietag. One of the main temples of Avaris, the Sutech temple, can be localized here, and another temple, Temple 3, in this part, was found. And this is a quite large temple in its center, and other temples, cemeteries, and adjoining buildings grouped around. The temples with non-Egyptian architecture are highlighted in red here. The buildings with Egyptian architecture, blue, and the cemeteries, yellow on the slide. This precinct was founded in the later 13th dynasty and continued to be in use until the end of the second intermediate period, or even to the beginning of the New Kingdom. And this district shows us a blend between Egyptian and Syro-Palestinian Middle Bronze Age features, which see this in the architectural traits of the buildings and tombs, as well as in the material culture, which means pottery, weapons, etc. And here's one example of such a tomb, such a warrior tomb, where male burial is deposited with weapons. In front of the entrance, there is a single donkey burial. And outside, along the eastern side, and this part here of the tomb chamber, a female burial, which was deposited at the same time as the main burial. The grave goods are a mix of Egyptian and Middle Bronze B2 offerings, considering of weapons, a belt, a dagger, a scimitar, a scarab, and pottery, partly Egyptian and partly non-Egyptian. All the buildings are northwest, southeast, or northeast, southwest orientated. The main building, as mentioned before, is Temple 3, which is of a Near Eastern type. It had a broad room, Reithaus sanctuary with a wide and deep niche in the south, a vestibule and a courtyard. On its western flank, There is Temple 2, another typical temple of Near Eastern tradition, a Breithaus temple. It is situated with the sanctuary left to the axis in the southeast. And then we find buildings which display types of construction which are well known from Egyptian architecture, such as building labeled Temple, so-called Temple 5, this part here, and 1, both of them buildings with an Egyptian layout. But besides that, and my talk will be not on temples, there we find other buildings which functions are not very clear. To the west of the main temple complex, a building was excavated during the season in 1997. This is within the cemetery 9, and it can be dated to the 13th dynasty. It is a house with 2 rooms, very typical Egyptian architecture. The larger room is in the east, the smaller room is in the west. This concept of domestic architecture is well known in Middle Egypt, where we have this classically, we even find it in the hieroglyph sign. Unfortunately, as many buildings in Tel Dabba, only the foundation levels and the lowest floor level were preserved. Its size is approximately 8.5 meters by 8 meters. The measurements are taken from the outside, so approximately 17 cubits by 16 cubits. The walls are not very thick, they're 1.5 brick wide. The building was entered from the northwest. The entrance was strengthened by a threshold of limestone, which was removed afterwards. The limestone pivot is in the west of the entrance. The main room is situated in the east. It's approximately 13 by 8 cubits. The smaller room is in 13 cubits by 4 cubits and could be entered from the southern end of the west wall of the main chamber. In this room, almost in front of the entrance, an amphora was set into the floor, which contained a skeleton of a small child and neonatos. For the burial, the rim and neck of the jar were cut off and a plate was put on top of it. An interesting architectural feature is the small side room in the east of the main entrance, which is separated from the central room by a wall 1/2 brick wide. This is also an element very often found in Middle Kingdom houses, such as in Lahoun and Dashur. We don't know exactly what it could function. Felix Arnold suggested it could be a household shrine. Rick assumed it could be for a garden entrance. Cornelius van Pilgrim quite recently is very against the household shrine because he found during his excavations in Elephantine, especially in this part of the room, ovens, but it's certainly multifunctional. In the north, an enclosure wall which separated the house complex from the tombs and created a courtyard in the north could be discerned. And in these courtyards, we have 2 silos, which were built in the north of the house. And outside the building, a bench with 2 bricks wide with the measurements 8 to 2 cubits, which was attached to the northwestern corner. And this is the case here. The houses are very often entered from the north for obvious reasons. So the hot south wind could be kept out and the cool north wind could easily be captured through the doorways. And now we come to the point which interests us most. And this is a feature we have seen today by the lecture of Said Abdelhalim as well. To the eastern side of the entrance, a rare feature was found. A group of burnt mud bricks was set along the enclosure wall. And these burnt mud bricks are quite rare in Tel Dabba. In front of these bricks, the lower part of an amphora was set into a pit. And this whole arrangement is clearly something, a bath or a washing place for cleaning yourself before you can enter the house. Whether this liminal zone is really connected with ritual activities remains uncertain for us. However, we know other bathrooms and washing places from other areas of Tel Dabba. We have found very elaborate bathrooms in the palace precinct of the New Kingdom at Espet Helmi, which had been excavated by Manfred Bietag. In the area of the large palace, washing installations were found in all entrance areas. So when you go into the palace, you have the facility to wash yourself. One of these bathrooms was located in the eastern entrance of the large palace, and it's made of a basin made of limestone and a large jar. It's quite similar to the one Delphine has shown in Amarna. So we have a basin and a large jar. Another bathroom was found in the south. And this is really a very elaborate construction. Again, a rectangular limestone basin above and a basin with a spout for drainage below. In this bathroom, the remains of a bulti-fish was found here. And in this room, also a fragmented jug of a Cypriot bichrome wheel-made ware with very nice 3 bird motifs on the shoulder were found. This was apparently intended as a water jug for the bath. Another bathroom was found in a large building south of the large palace, the building called Building L, which is in the moment being studied by Bettina Bada and prepared for publication. Again, the bath was in the entrance area of the building. It also, as the bathroom installation at the southern entrance of the large palace, consists of a basin made of limestone above a drainage tub. And this is really a very elaborate one. And again, I remember, Delphine, your lecture about this plastering. On the white plastered floor of the bath, smooth green-blue pebbles were found, about 25 to 35 centimeters in diameters, which may have been used to perhaps to heat the water or to have a steam bath effect. And to the east again, we have another Cypriot bichrome wheel-made ware jug in this area. And now we jump to another part. In order to investigate liminal zones, we go to the area R4, which is the district of the main harbor of Avaris. Harbors are per se liminal zones. They are spaces of in-between and of inside-outside convergence. Thus, harbors are really fundamental for understanding aspects of liminality in pharaonic towns. Avaris is located on the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which forms the eastern flank and limit of the Fertile Delta. It's a very important position as it's a gateway between the Nile Valley and the ancient or the Near East, and starting point for expeditions overland to the Sinai, but also an important harbor town. Not only Nile harbor, but for seagoing harbor from the Middle Kingdom and the Second Intermediate period onwards. And it can most probably identified as the harbor of Pyramesse in the Ramesside period. And as the River Nile and its branches formed the principal lines of traffic and communication, the fluvial system and harbors are a key factor to the understanding of the function of this town in the Pharaonic period. And during the last few years, the archaeological work of the Austrian mission at Tel Dabba has concentrated on the reconstruction of the ancient landscape and the harbor, and especially the course of the Pelusiac branch and its flood, and the connections with the rest of Egypt and the Mediterranean. So we want to localize and investigate harbors and mooring places. Such a huge city, of course, does not only have one harbor, but several places to enter, and also to identify the main harbor and its associated installations if they exist. Over recent years, of course, like on many other places, Thomas Herbig has done a geomagnetic survey in cooperation. Thomas Herbig is here on the left bottom and Christian Schweider to the right. We made also several vertical electric soundings, which were again carried out by together with Thomas Herbig from the Polish Academy of Sciences and the University of Warsaw to get a better insight into the fluvial system and the Nile branches. And these investigations provided a very reliable map of the ancient town, as well as we get an idea of the landscape's appearance. In addition to this, and I think you recognize yourself on the image, we made a dense network of auger drillings, which were originally initiated by Joseph Dorn in the 1980s and 1990s, and continued by a French team of the University of Lyon, Strasbourg, and CNRS. And these drill cores not only enhance our knowledge about difference in elevations of occupation, but also support the results of the geomagnetic surveys and vertical electric soundings. And you see here we are in the main basin of the main harbor. Between 2013 and 15, archaeological excavations were initiated in the area where the results of the surveys suggested that the main harbor of Avaris lay. And this is situated in the middle of the ancient town and is connected to the Pelusic Nile branch by 2 feeder channels, one here in the north, over there, and one in the south. The feeder channel in the north leads from the main branch, from the Pelusic main branch in the area of Espetrushti to the basin. And another feeder channel has been identified by Thomas Herbigsberg, which is in the south of the modern village of Essaouin. So this slightly gives you an idea of the town, and also that Avaris was an island in ancient times. The main harbor is situated in the center of the town with a depression which is still visible nowadays and seasonally inundated and still sometimes underwater. From the magnetometry results, this depression can be identified as a natural or an artificial basin. The size of the modern depression is quite large. It's 300 by 300 meters. The ancient basin must have had at least this size. And the harbor was in use from the middle of the 13th dynasty until the end of the 15th dynasty. And after a hiatus during the earlier New Kingdom, then again in the Ramesside period when Avaris was part of the Delta residence of Pyramessa. Coming to the harbor of the 13th dynasty, in the 13th dynasty, the area was used in a variety of ways. One part was a layer of large silos or granaries, which were discovered, some of them even floors paved with mud brick. This can be dated to the later 13th dynasty. All of them have been very badly damaged by the deep construction pits of the later 15th dynasty. Below them, spacious buildings from the 13th dynasty were identified, again, mostly destroyed by later activities. And the earliest installation, which was excavated by Pamela Rose, could be identified. It was a deep artificial canal with at least 2 phases of renovation or repair of its banks. And there we have a high number of sherds of important storage jars in the Philov Canal, which gives us a good indication of intense trading connections with the Levant during the 13th dynasty. Besides these storage jars, further indicators of interconnections between Avaris and the Near East in the 13th dynasty were found in the canal area. We found really numerous impressions from Near Eastern ceilings, which were retrieved here. And according to Dominique Collin from the British Museum, these ceilings are of Syrian origin. One of them, for example, here in this part has its origin as Ras Shamra Ugarit on the North Syrian coast. Another one, I hope you can see this in this part here. It has the horn of Ibexes, again a Syrian provenance. So these constitute a considerable quantity of imported objects in a very, very small area. So these items can be assumed to characterize a harbor district with international trading connections. Besides the cylinder ceilings, we have Egyptian seal impressions, which are being studied by Marcel Marais, also from the British Museum. And the presence of a lot of these seal impressions of officials of the 13th dynasty layers indicate that at this point in time, the area was not really used for domestic settlement, but had for administrative procedures. And together with these imports and the large granaries, this may point towards the fact that the area functioned as a point of transshipment, as a harbor, of course, is. Dividing this part of Avaris to the basin itself, we found a massive sand brick wall, which could be discerned in the south. And this wall was first discovered as a negative magnetic anomaly, which you see here. As a white feature in the magnetometry survey. It runs around the northern edge of the depression and can be traced for at least 500 meters. The wall is very wide, it's 7 meters wide, and it's constructed as a casemate technique with 2 outer walls and a sandbrick infill between. The wall is built on the natural rise, sandy turtleback, and it is very likely that this area was chosen intentionally in order to take advantage of the natural feature of the landscape. Thus, the foot of the wall was situated on high level and protected against erosion by water or natural and anthropogenic influences. And there was sand of yellowish color deposited against both sides of the wall in order to raise the level of the surroundings. And for the moment, we cannot exclude it could be a city wall of the later Middle Kingdom. The earliest stratigraphy units found in connection with this wall, the wall itself is very difficult to date, are tombs attached to it with slightly weathered faces. They can be dated to the end of the 13th dynasty or the beginning of the 15th dynasty. And those tombs were mostly tombs with mud brick architecture. An unusual one you see here on the right. This is a deceased who was deposited on the top of a ceramic plate without any additional features. And then we come to the 15th dynasty, when Avaris was the capital of the Hyksos realm. And the dominant feature in this area again was another huge sand brick wall, which lies more to the north of the 13th dynasty. It's about 5 meters wide, and it's quite nicely preserved until 70 centimeters, clearly visible again in the magnetic image as a wide white line. And this wall was laid out during the early 15th dynasty. The area to the northwest has hardly been investigated by excavation, but we see also from the map that there are several buildings attached to the sand brick wall after the wall had been reinforced. Probably its original function was already obsolete then. And we found a wide street with a compact sequence of walking surfaces, which proved to be used during the whole lifespan of the sand brick wall. And this street was immediately situated to the east of it. It gave access to a conglomeration of a lot of buildings made up of a mass of smaller mud brick walls, marking the rapid building and rebuilding of several houses and courtyards, which show the intense activity in this town quarter. This eastern part could be dated to the 15th dynasty, again with the several subphases. And now we have a change in comparison to 13th dynasty. Apart from the buildings of the settlement, the second distinct feature of the excavated areas, a large number of tombs. And these tombs are built as single units and were sometimes combined with courtyards or earlier tombs. Most significant is a row of chamber tombs, which you see here, with walls which are along the street, which runs parallel to the massive wall. There were numerous other tombs and graves found here, including also jar barrels for neonati. Some of them were deposited in the vicinity of these larger chamber tombs. Then we have built cyst tombs with basic brick covering, simple pit graves, and the more elaborate are all of them robbed, which makes dating quite difficult. The robberies, as can be seen from the pottery found in the pits, as well as the bodies scattered in the vicinity, sometimes took place very soon after the tomb was erected, and other intrusions happened then much later during the Ramesside period. By the end of the 15th dynasty, this area was abandoned and reoccupied only in the 19th dynasty, when Avaris became the southern suburb and harbor of Pyramesse, the delta residence of the Ramesside kings. And during this period, part of a massive mud brick building here on the plan in blue could be discovered. And interestingly, no material post-dating the Ramesside period has been found, although the late Ptolemaic and Roman periods are well attested in Avaris. And for the third example, we jump now very far to the south of Egypt, in order to investigate liminal zones. The last example of a liminal zone is in the administrative complex in Komombo in southern Egypt. Komombo is situated approximately 45 kilometers north of Aswan on the east bank of the Nile, where the river widens in comparison with its channel to the south and bends westwards. The modern town is an industrial town. The domination is sugar factory, but the ancient town is along the Nile. The archaeological site is about 3 kilometers from the modern town next to the river. And this is today a protected area containing the remains of the ancient tell that lies around 3 sides of the well-preserved Ptolemaic temple. But it's only, according to our research, only part of the town. So the town was much larger than the protected area. And for us important also, ancient town was located in the first Upper Egyptian nome. And the name of Komombo, and I'm happy to have Laura Pantalacci in the room because she's part of the team for the seals and sealing impressions. The name Komombo is derived from its ancient Egyptian name Nebit or Nebu, the golden one. And the name Nebut is firstly attested on the work of our excavations on an old kingdom seal imprint of a cylinder sealing, which was found during the recent work of the Austrian Egyptian mission. The seal bears the name of the 5th dynasty king Nefer Kare and was reconstructed by Laura Pantalacci and Philip Sayer from 3 different sealing impressions. The name, and this is why I show this so extensively, may connect the town with gold mining expeditions into the Eastern Desert, since Komombo was the hub of a network of routes connecting with the Red Sea coast and with Nubia. And the southern link still continues today at Darao, which is around 5 kilometers south of Komombo, where the camels from Sudan are sold now in this famous camel market. For us, important is to know that Komombo was an important administrative center since the early dynastic period, since the 2nd dynasty, and especially during the 5th dynasty, and it seems to be in close contact, I hope you agree, Laura, with the residents. The Austrian Archaeological Institute has conducted archaeological investigations at Komombo since 2018 in a joint mission with the Ministry of Antiquities. So it's an Egyptian-Austrian mission. And the objective of the project is to investigate the tell of Komombo and its hinterland through non-intrusive surveys and archaeological excavations. The town of the Old Kingdom and First Intermediate period, and again, we base our knowledge partly on the survey which was done in cooperation with Thomas Herbig. The town of the Old Kingdom and the First Intermediate period, as already pointed out by Barry Kemp, who made a survey there, lies very close to the modern surface between the modern enclosure wall of the temple here and the Crocodile Museum. Thus, we started excavations there, and the excavated area is approximately 850 square meters until now. And in this part of the town, a cemetery was revealed in the northern part, as you see here, and an administrative complex and a large building in the southern part of the area. And these 2 spaces are separated by a massive multi-faced wall, which encloses the administrative complex. The administrative complex dates to the later First Intermediate period, at least the part which we have excavated. The cemetery was in use from the later Old Kingdom until the very beginning of the Middle Kingdom. The administrative complex was excavated to the north of the modern enclosure wall of the Ptolemaic temple, and so far we have only uncovered the central part, but it's very clear, it's evidence that these structures extend in all other directions. The investigated area consists of at least 19 rooms. We cannot discern any uniform pattern in the spatial arrangement. The rooms vary in size and ground plane, ranging from rectangular to circular or to trapezoid. The walls were between 1.5 and a half brick wide, and they were quite flimsy. So it's very doubtful if we have a second floor. However, we have staircases, which I'm going to show in a minute. The whole structure was rather weak, as the walls were rarely bonded together, but built attached to each other. Some roofs were probably roofed with wood or straw, and we found also niches for lamps in 2 of them. So we assumed that there was a kind of ceiling. Most of these rooms contain silos, here highlighted in red, and so far we could discern 16 of the silos. Most of them were this type of beehive silos, which we know also from Elephantine. They have double-shelled rooms, domes, and frequently ash was found between the shells, most probably for disinfection. The silos have different layouts and sizes, as you see here, and they were fitted into the space available in the rooms. Access to them was most probably via hatches in the top of the domes. So far, unfortunately, no original infill has been found. So the question of what was stored in them is uncertain. It is, however, very likely that those were granaries, well known from ancient Egyptian tomb decoration and models. Room 9 in the east and room 11 did not contain granaries, and the function of these rooms remains completely unclear. Both showed stairs in the northwestern corner, and these stairs probably served to provide access to upper parts. Coming from the delta, the walls are exceptionally well preserved, some of them standing to a height of more than 2 meters, and thus providing a visitor who really can go through to a 3D dimensional impression of the area. In room 1, in the southeast of the complex, a granary was found intact with the support and frame of the hedge still in place on top of it. As you see here in the 3D model reconstruction, in a later phase, stacks of pottery were stored in the room. A total of more than 400 ceramic vessels were discovered, mainly undamaged, most of them small dishes made of Nile silt, and remains of animal bones were found between them. Obviously, some dirty dishes were deposited there and left there, and then the room was abandoned afterwards. Now coming to the liminal zones. Both the administrative complex and this large southern building, which we only could excavate partly because this is part of our concession and the rest of the building goes into the temple area, but they are clearly part of the same precinct. Based on the large numbers of granaries and storage rooms and the dimension of the large southern building, it can be assumed that this was not a private, but probably an official complex. All these rooms to the granaries and rooms in the administrative complex were accessible by entrances, which you see here in the red arrows showing the entrances on the slides. These entrances were quite small, not very wide, with a variation between 50 centimeters to 1 meter, but the average was 50 centimeters. And the access to the room in general was strictly controlled, and it would be seen by seal impressions, which were found throughout the administrative complexes. The entrances were blocked and sealed, opened and closed again. The seals and a large number of seal impressions were found in this complex in the first intermediate period. And these are again those are studied by Laure Pantalacci and Philippe Sayer. And most of them in this period are stamp seals. Those from cylinder seals are rarer, and some sealing were incised with wheat bands. Their dates range from the early first intermediate period to the 11th dynasty. Most of them are peg and cord seals, most likely used to seal boxes and doors. And Laure and Philippe, they could identify several clusters of sealings in entrance areas in the rooms, which shows that these entrances were sealed and blocked. They were clearly liminal zones. The access to the rooms was closely controlled and regulated in order to allow restricted access to the granaries and the grain deposit within. And it seems that different officials were responsible for opening and closing the individual rooms, which we also heard yesterday from Johanna Siegel from the house in Elephantine. So to come to interpretation and conclusion, these examples have shown that there is a large variety in regards to liminality in entrance areas within ancient Egypt. I've shown the entrance to the building The first example was this building inside a cemetery in Avaris in Tel Daba. The cemetery is closely connected to the Syro-Palestinian temple district. This mixture of tombs and houses is not an exception in Avaris, but quite typical. The unusual feature in this building is the quite elaborate washing place in front of the entrance building. This is quite rare. Then we have these parallels in Helmi from the Palisades, but this is much more elaborate. And then the entrance to building L in the south. In the case of this building, we might assume that it was not an ordinary house because it is really not common in Avaris to have washing places, but perhaps as a special function, certainly it's a house where it was necessary when you go into it for a reason, whatever you have to do a performance where cleanliness was necessary. The entrance to the town, it's the main harbor of Avaris, which is a liminal zone per se. It's the main access point between the inside and outside the town and the outer world. Here we see that the area underwent several changes within the use of space. The only permanent factor were the two massive mud brick walls which divided the town from the outside, but the later wall was given up in the very late 15th dynasty. So obviously there was no need. The earlier wall, the 13th dynasty wall, lies further in the south. The later wall further in the north. Besides that, we have significant changes in the settlement pattern, which are visible in the architecture and material culture. In the 13th dynasty, the area is firstly dense, sparsely settled along an artificial canal. Later, it is used as a storage area with silos, and all these structures are within the wall. We have a lot of important goods in the 13th dynasty, which is expected from a harbor area. In the 15th dynasty, this changes. This part becomes now a quite ordinary town quarter, as we know from other areas of Avaris, with a mix of domestic structures and tombs, and a blend of the material culture between foreign, Egyptian, and hybrid. And then again, we have a jump. We have the Hyattis in the early New Kingdom. And then in the Ramesside period, then we have a kind of hint to this massive building. So part we have excavated to perhaps state organized activity. And the last example, the third example, a parallel to example for entrance to rooms for the enclosure wall, which encloses this administrative complex. We have a very good parallel from the construction of silos from Edfu. Similar economics facilities like this many granaries are of course often found in the vicinity of temples. For example, in the Espetrushti in Tel Daba, where we have bakeries grouped around the 12th dynasty temple. We know also administrative installations common at the seat of the local administration as in Elephantine during the first intermediate period, where these bakeries were grouped at around the so-called governor's palace. So for Komombo, this could have been well a part of an administrative installation, perhaps of a temple, if the temple exists in the first intermediate period. It is also possible that this complex lay around the seat of the local administration, connecting to a nomad. If Komombo was the capital in the first Upper Egyptian nome, which is very doubtful, or it's the residence of the mayor of the town. What we can say is that the access to the individual rooms was clearly of great importance and was strictly restricted. And this distribution of the ceilings give a strong evidence that we have different officials which allow access to the rooms and allow the distribution of grain in the first intermediate period. So to finish this, the three examples have clearly shown that liminality is culturally produced. Liminal spaces can find over the places as points of inside and outside convergence. Of course, these examples are only one of the many examples how liminality was conceptualized in ancient Egyptian towns. And of course, beyond Avaris and Komombo, there are certainly many more examples worth investigating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elena, for the lecture full of new thoughts of how to link all these liminal spaces as you described them in different locations, different uses, obviously, I would say, and depending on the use of the settlement, I think, or the area they exist. I'm sure there are many questions in the hall. Comments? Yeah.
Well, the ceilings naturally in Tel et Daba, first the ones for coming from abroad, were you able to identify the kind of containers they sealed? And second, for the ones local with Egyptian ones, were they used locally or were they brought from outside also?
To start with the Egyptian ceilings, and I'm quoting Marcel Marais because he's the expert. He found he thinks that these the identified officials come not from Avaris but with goods from outside. Because he has this, this huge catalog of, I don't know, officials, and he finds parallels, and which makes it interesting to what to make out of it. Now, it's clear, well, in the 13th dynasty, it's not a surprise that there is some administration link, and the other ones, the backside. As you know, we have some issues with seal people working on ceilings, and this has not been studied yet, only the one part, and then Dom Nicolas did not look at the other part. So this is still has to be, interesting in people of interest would be welcome to have a look.
We have a question in the hall, or shall we take? Can you please read it, Walid?
Yes. Cornelius says at keynote, I am surprised to learn that I am against, in brackets, the existence of household shrines, unquote. True is, however, there are still not any clear evidence for that at Elephantine.
I'm not against household shrines. I just can say in this in the entrance part of the house in Avaris, what I wanted to say is one has to be very careful, and as many people already have pointed out also during the conference, it's multifunctional rooms. I'm not against. I mean, we have household shrines. I'm not against this. No, I'm just in this case. No strong opinion against or for household shrines.
I have a question actually. So considering the two different periods that we're referring to, there's a lot of independence, at least with the first intermediate period, just independence. How much of the uniqueness of the luminality is due to that, and how much of it is possible? Like, for example, the front-facing wash stations or wash rooms, is that a cultural? Perhaps a cultural influence from outside of the region, in, like, let's say, in Avaris.
You mean in Avaris? Well, I mean, the parallels have shown the elaborate bathrooms. They are from the New Kingdom, and the New Kingdom, it's an Egyptian palace. So, and as Delphine has shown from Amarna, the constructions are quite similar. So I don't see any. And also, the second part, I mean, is very. With the burnt mud bricks. I mean, if you find burnt mud bricks in Egypt and you find burnt mud bricks in the Levant, it's not necessary that one influences the other one. It's quite an obvious choice to burn mud bricks and use it as a washing place and use a jug, and no.
Dr. Irina, I would like to ask if any traces from the administrative area in the Komombo that it is older than the first intermediate period.
because that make me rethinking now about the pottery workshop we discovered, and if there is any links to that might be a huge activity in that area. And as you said, it might be related to a temple, might be, or something like that in the area. So that's
what we can say from the part we have excavated. First of all, as you see now, we are very hesitant to dismantle too much, but it looks as the things we have excavated are first intermediate period. And then in the parts where we went deeper, there's clearly a change in use of the space during the later Old Kingdom. Because you have you have the cemetery on one side, then you have the administrative complex, and below that you have a huge leveling layers for the cemetery, and then below the Old Kingdom town starts, and this is a Middle Kingdom, middle of the 5th dynasty to 2nd dynasty. So referring to your workshop, we have connections to your workshop, yes, but these are houses, and these are. I mean, it's a very small trench, but this is not, it seems to be houses, yeah. What, yeah, it would be nice to combine it in excavation.
Thank you.
More questions?
Yes. Do you find physical markers of the significance of liminality in entrances, either to houses or storerooms, or even like the harbor? Are there like in temples you have the door jambs and lintels made of different stone, and the doors have names? Do you have physical markers that will indicate the significance of liminality in the examples you have?
One problem in excavating in settlement in the Delta is that you don't have many stones, and so no. No, what we have is in the 30th dynasty, a change in material culture, because there is so much imported goods. So we have a change to other areas of Avaris. And then we have the problem with the 15th dynasty, as I hope I have shown, where you suddenly have this harbor and you think you have, again, the same liminal zone, because you still have the basin and you expect a harbor in the capital of the Hyksos. Why should you not have a harbor there? But then you have this town water. When you go to the south or to the east, you excavate more or less the same. So no, you don't, no, to answer yes, not like in temples. It's more obvious, I think it's more so promising for liminal zones in Komombo because of the ceilings, because there clearly you have these clusters around. But to say but now, which is perhaps visible on the magnetic image or not, it would be worthwhile to excavate. It might be that there is along these walls, there is a door and a gate entrance to the east of Avaris. So if one would be allowed to excavate there, and perhaps one could find something there. I mean, one has to admit it's not door, it's the walls not protecting one area to the other.
Well, actually, that I think about it, the bathrooms that you have shown are physical indicators.
The bathrooms, of course, are physical. Yes. Yeah.
Delphine?
It's more a remark more than a question, but just to add about the bathrooms and the fact that they should wash before if it's a palace, meets an important person or the king. That reminds me another passage of Sinoe, where Sinoe, before to meet the king, has to wash in the bathroom. So that's exactly in your topic.
Thank you.
And just another question about the bathroom you showed, where the washing place in the house. So you showed the burnt mud bricks, but there is also kind of pebbles or little stones near the vessel. Is it also connected to this installation? Is it an entire structure?
It's around, yes.
But it's not necessarily linked
together.
Okay.
Okay, I take advantage of having the microphone. I'm very curious about the street parallel to the wall that you showed in Tel Daba. Can you tell us more about the phasing of you said there are a series of courtyards and smaller other spaces in this facing the wall. Next, attached to the wall, I want to say.
Well, you have this main street, which more along exists from the beginning of the 15th dynasty until the end. And around then you have a lot of changes. You have here, they built the house, then they decide to build a tomb on top of it and multi-phase. So it was not very long-lived.
I'm just curious to know that people were using the street and building in different phases at the same time. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Any last comment or question or no? Okay, in this case, I thank again, Irene, thank you so much for your lecture. I would like to thank all speakers of the whole day, all session chairs, and all my colleagues taking care of all the organizational and technical details. And I thank all the audience also who joined us and who enriched all the discussions. And I wish to see you tomorrow morning early at 9. Have a lovely evening.